Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I know the Municipal Association has been helping facilitate a lot of these meetings, maybe for you all over the years. I just joined the association this year, January 3rd or 6th, I can't remember, but early this year, after serving as the city administrator for the city of Isle of Palms. So another coastal community. I was there for almost 9 years. The last 6 as their city administrator. A little bit of history. My husband was in the Navy, so his first place he came here was to Parris Island for basic training. So when this morning I told him where I was coming, it's like, oh gosh, you know, he was telling me about stories about that.
He didn't want to jump in the car with you and come back?
No, he has his own things to worry about today. But that's a little bit about me. I went to the College of Charleston, got my master's there. I started my career in DC, working for the mayor of San Juan. I'm originally born and raised in Puerto Rico. And my husband and I have been in Charleston for almost 13 years now. And I met Van when I was interning for the Riley Center for Livable Communities as a graduate assistant, and at the same time helping manage the City County Managers Association. And that's how I got introduced to a lot of city managers around the state, and sort of got my career in local government in the state, even though I had previous experience in local government. A little bit about the Municipal Association. You probably know we always like to give a little plug about what we do and all the resources that are available to you all. I'm a field service manager, so there's 3 of us, and we separate into 3 districts. I essentially cover the South Coastal Territory, which includes Beaufort County. And what we do is we're available to provide technical assistance, training, education. We have a great advocacy team in Columbia that advocates for cities and towns all over the state. So if you haven't been plugged in, I encourage you to do so. There's just a ton of resources, not only for you as council members, but as well as the staff. Very, very proud. I served on the board of directors of the association for the last 2 years, and kind of got spoiled a little bit in getting to know all those folks, all those great professionals up there, and certainly a pleasure to join them. Again, happy to be here and help facilitate this goal setting session. This is really your meeting. I'm here to make sure that everybody has a voice, and we can articulate sort of your goals for the year. We do a lot of these sessions for councils ahead of their budget preparation process. I know you all are in a July calendar, a July fiscal year. So this is a great opportunity to review what you've done over the past year, articulate what your vision is for the next year, make sure there's alignment on council about where where you want to move, and provide direction to staff, right? At the end of the day, this is your government, and they're here to help support that and implement the policies that you all envision for your community. So make sure that you just keep an open mind, hear everybody else when they think about their ideas. Think big, I mean, I think we have to be realistic at the same time, but big ideas start small somewhere. I always remind people that staff is scarce, resources are scarce. There's a ton of ideas, a ton of things that you want to do. So just think about ideas that are realistic, that are measurable, that are attainable, and that you give clear direction to staff about what you want to do. I know that you all want to. So I know you want to review. I'm looking at the agenda. You want to review progress from goals set last year. I think that's a great first step. One, to recognize that some of the projects that your staff is probably working on today were not even projects identified last year. They were probably identified 4 or 5 years ago. So in terms of managing expectations, we're going to talk a lot about ideas today that may not happen in FY25 and FY26. It may take several years, but again, you got to start somewhere. We'll do the review of the goals from last year, and then when we're ready to start setting new goals and you all identifying key projects, key initiatives, ideas that you want the town to pursue, we're going to go one-on-one. We'll give everybody an opportunity to articulate an idea. We're going to write it on the piece of paper. We're gonna go as many rounds as we need to. And then at the end, we're gonna have a prioritization, right? You know, we wanna make sure that we are putting them in a range that makes sense to you all. Again, looking at scarce resources, limited staff, and all that. What is it that's more important to you that you start working on? We'll do that, and then we'll put together a list that hopefully gives direction to staff to identify the resources needed, the timelines, action items, assign it to your different department heads. You know, and our recommendation is after you go through that process that you establish a constant check-in, right? If it's quarterly, if it's every month at your meetings, make sure that your agendas and the things that you're talking about are aligned with those priorities. And that way you know that, that's how you know that throughout the year you're making progress to what you established at the beginning of the year. All right? So review progress from goals of last year. Who's leading? Will that be you, Mayor?
Yeah, we can do that. Real quick, have you met everybody?
Yes, I went around the room and met all council.
So we don't do any, keep those, I mean, so continue to engage with port developers. So we just reached a big settlement agreement literally last week with them. And so that was big. So, but we got to continue engaging with them. We got 3 months to get the amendment done, and then start making sure that works. Encourage business ownership, formula district. I don't know if we made a actual formalized formula district ordinance, but I mean, we have had business ownership open up in the town. We have Posh, Posh,
yes.
Hot Work was another one that was local that opened up. Strickland Brothers. I think when we were talking about that, we were kind of gearing more to the downtown area.
Yes.
And we were just talking about that. Maybe that's something we'll circle back on that, but bringing in a consultant about attracting, because I think we all see that downtown area being the tourism hub, restaurants, bars, shops. Like, that's what that is. You're not going to get an industrial park on 9th Street, but you could get, you know, a wine bar or a, you know, something like that. Something Daryl can walk to.
That's right.
Traffic safety, overall resident safety. You know, we're putting in speed bumps. You know, sidewalks have been going up. I mean, how do y'all feel on that one? I mean, you can. It's one of those you can never be done with.
It needs to stay.
Yeah, you can never be done with. But I think we're making great strides with that. Review and update ordinances. Noah's in the middle of that. He said we should have those back to us in like April or May.
I think he's gonna give you an update.
Yeah, so he's in the middle of that process. Finished business quarter, they did that, check, we voted on that. Make Paris Avenue a destination, again, that's one of those that I think goes with encouraging the businesses, and we're working on that. We're starting the first phase of the enhancement project on it. That should start this year, right? So,
That's right.
doing that. Quadrant meetings, we miss on that one. We need to do that. So that's one. Didn't we talk about this recently, about setting up 2 this year?
Yep.
Somewhere.
Thought we said starting in Spanish.
Did we already pick the dates?
We have not picked a date yet.
Okay. So that's one we always say. So we have, if you look at Port Royal, we've got our downtown area that we're in right now, and everyone thinks that that is Port Royal, but we also have a lot of neighborhoods out, you know, from out of the downtown area that we call. And so a lot of them are residential neighborhoods, and we just want them to feel part of Port Royal too. Everybody just thinks this is Port Royal, but
Right,
there's,
right.
you know, Shadow Moss that George lives in, there's, you know, Shell-
And I wanted to jump on that because I met a resident last week at a function, and I announced that I was from Port Royal, and she said, "I'm from Port Royal," and then she said, "I didn't realize I was in Port Royal." She lives in Shadow Moss, and so she introduced herself to me, and she said, "Half the neighbors, you know, they don't realize that they're in Port Royal," and she had to tell them that, you know, you're in Port Royal, so that's why I think it's good for us to go into those communities. And some of them may know, but they don't want to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so.
Well, they have, a lot of them have the Beaufort address. So
Right.
once you leave here, they're a Port Royal municipality, citizen, but their address is, you know, whatever, Tree Lane, Beaufort, South Carolina, so they don't even know they're in Port Royal. So we've talked about, and I guess the only locations we'd have would be the police, the fire department maybe.
Yeah, I was just thinking
airport.
about the fire department on 170,
Yeah.
potentially.
So I think we just try to pick 2 dates,
use
do it.
bridges.
And if nobody shows up, at least we did it.
We've done
We
it.
could-
right?
Like, we could do it, we could have the
Bridges.
meeting in the community, nobody comes to
Bridges.
be like,
Bridges has a multi-purpose room.
Yeah, we got 2 gyms, a multi-purpose
Yeah.
room. I mean,
I
they're
think
set
that'd
up
be a
to
great- it's
host,
important
and they'd be
role.
more than happy to do that.
Yeah, Bridges, yeah.
and make them, I think they should be workshops.
Yeah,
So they're not the
absolutely.
formal meeting, like, so
Right,
workshop people can
yes.
feel a little more, they can
Not a
talk. It's
business
kinda,
meeting, right,
What are
right.
y'all going, what's going on up here? When I say up here, it's like, 2 miles away, but it does feel, it's very
Just
different.
trying to make people
Yeah,
feel a part
no
of it.
action should be
Well, we've
taken.
said that one a couple of times and we still have not done that, so that's
So
something
we're
we
gonna
can
do it
do this year.
You know, one of the things that I've seen across the state is coffee with council or coffee with the
Yeah.
mayor. And it's a very
Yeah, we do.
informal, and you do it at different times of the day. You know, you do it at the afternoon for people who work during the day, you do it in the mornings and maybe target a different demographic. But
Yeah, we
I
still
think
have
that's a
coffee.
great idea. We used to do that in our Palms. Police department would just stop at a corner.
It's a big, it's
And
big
do a-
here. You know.
do
Everyone
it.
has a coffee with, that's big here.
Yeah, we do those.
Great.
But we just kind of wanted to take the meetings to them, let them see kind of how it works. But, so that's it, we can work on that. Enhanced community policing, we'll let the chief fill us
Got
in
it.
on that.
Cocktail with Kevin.
There you go.
Yeah.
They might not want to see that. You know what I'm saying? They might change their whole opinion. But,
Whatever
community policing,
works.
yeah, we got the police coming in later. You can give us in on that. I mean, I don't know if anybody has seen anything, I mean, so far before they get here. I mean, I think,
I think
Well, I
they're
think he
doing
started
it.
that, but just with what his social media
Social
engagement.
media. Yeah, yes.
Kind of kicked that up a notch.
That's been a hit
He
too.
answers questions and answer periods, and he has a different officer zone, and, going to the schools and going
y'all see
here and
him more
going there, so I
Shadow
think he's
Moss.
already involved in
Yeah.
it, so that's awesome.
Very nice.
yeah, and, I don't know, yeah, ask him, George, if you see him more out in the other areas. I can tell you he's at every event. I mean, he goes to everything. That's good, just having that face there. So I think they're doing that. He'll bring
I
that.
think the communities are seeing him
Yeah.
is important, right? And it gives them kind of an opportunity to ask who, so when they see him at events, like at ribbon cuttings, I mean, that's awesome to see him at ribbon cuttings for businesses.
Yeah,
People kind of associate with them, and then they see the vehicles more and those kind of, I think that's important.
and he gets his card out, and
Yeah, he gets out of his truck, is huge.
Walk
He
around.
just
Yeah.
stops and explores things, so, the benefit is that he's new to the area, and it kind of begs that, but the bigger point, I think, is that he's willing to do it. And that was one of our big points as we went into last year's planning session, our retreat, was that we needed to do more community stop policing. He came in, he interviewed on that, and that's absolutely, it's rubbing off on the officers. We're seeing them too. I do enjoy the weekly officer interview,
I do
the
too.
tips for the community. Those things they're pretty awesome. Like
Yeah.
I watch those, and I don't know that I don't learn something, but it's good to see them. And then meeting your officers, kind of third party like that is pretty interesting.
and they're engaged.
You get to see that, yeah. They understand what their role is, they understand what their job is, and how they serve. So I think that's pretty cool.
So I think we're doing that really
I
well.
think we're doing really well
The
there.
last one was, what they did one on noise ordinance. One of the cops talked about that. Like,
Yeah, we didn't always.
Well,
We
we
need,
need-
we need some more
What the
work
noise
on that, because
ordinance
I could feel my inside booming the other night when the car came through with a boom, 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 boom,
You're gonna come over there
I'm getting a
on,
new car.
from the same.
That wasn't my radio, that was
Going
my
to my
car.
house.
No, I'm talking about that radio.
A lot of these goals that were set last year that you're talking about seeing progress, they're not gonna end because last year ended, right?
Yeah.
These are gonna be things that are gonna
Ongoing.
continue, are gonna become part of the culture of your department, and they're gonna be ongoing. And I think that that's the beauty of being able to recognize progress, seeing the great reaction from the community about these, and it's an encouragement for them to continue to do that.
Well, that's why it was great y'all pulled it up, because like I said, I couldn't remember all of them. I mean, some of them we've just straight up done, like the, ordinance overlay, boom, done. I mean, a lot of those are just done. Some of them, outside of the quadrant meetings, that's the only one we haven't made progress on. That's the only one we haven't moved forward at all. But everything else are doing, getting better at, and some of us literally are done that we did. So that's great to see. We
Wonderful.
actually did some stuff.
So maybe this year we consider moving quadrant meetings into the could do.
Yeah.
It gives it a little bit more of a priority, puts it in
Right.
our space where we have to interact with it.
So I'm gonna write it down, and then after we have all them, then we'll prioritize
So that
them
we, so
between the
we,
must.
so that's,
Do we wanna get into setting new
Because
goals?
we did
Sure,
finish
we
our
can roll
business
right into
quarter
it, yeah.
overlay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that
that
leaves
was
room, right? I mean,
well, and we can put all kinds of new ones in there. I mean, I think, yeah, so do we wanna start doing new goals?
Well, and then if you wanted to address the public art piece, that was the only one we didn't touch on. And
Well,
I think we're trying to
The
redeploy some
park.
of the public art into
Mm-hmm.
the park.
Into the park?
Yeah, and we talked about that with the the goddess and,
Yeah.
and the fish down there.
And, I mean, just something you wanna think about, you know, and art is also music.
Absolutely.
And, you
Well,
know,
we do
you
it-
talked
I know,
about a
yeah.
little bit of, you know, how do we
music.
make alterations to the street music? Do we introduce a local component or not? You know, local, we do national acts.
Yeah, that's what's
Well,
cool about it. You
But
can't
you
see
know,
them
at
everywhere.
the Band's Brew and Barbecue, they had a lot of local artists out there also, and, you know, and so we can, you know, even when we communicate with the public, we say, y'all need to have more, well, we do have a lot of local artists and so forth. They may not be featured at that event, but we
Yeah.
do feature them, you know, so.
I
Or
know
they
there are
are
larger
featured.
events for the Old Village Association.
Right.
One band will be a local band, and then the other one might be from, Savannah, Hilton Head, what have you, so.
See, I like that, having like it basically a local opener.
A local opener, 30 minutes. or
Because
so.
the cool thing about the Paris, the street music on Paris is that it is those, you don't get to see them everywhere, bands. It's
Right.
traveling, touring
Right.
bands.
Yeah.
So if you have someone setting up, and even if they could play like on the street while they're setting
Right,
up on the
exactly. So
stage. So
they'll-
they just set up,
exactly.
they're playing while the headliner
front.
band gets ready.
Right.
So
That
we
way
keep
you
it-
don't
we
have
keep
to
it
wait
kinda
for them to clear
streamlined,
out and so
yeah.
forth. I agree. Right,
I like
right in the
that,
front of
having
the
an
stage or
opener.
something, yeah. That's
Biggest
good.
thing,
I
Art
like
is
that.
music. Music is art too.
That could be a logo.
There you go. So, well, before we get into new goals, there's something I just wanted to kind of get out from everybody, just to kind of get us thinking. Just kind of what's your overall outlook on this year? What do you want to see? Just like overall, you know, what are the 30,000, not the specific goals, but where do you see us at in our tenure of?
I think we maybe ought to be the one to step forward and to try to help find places and do stuff with our youth. You know, the youth is upcoming and, you know, there's really nothing here. Maybe start trying to facilitate different things, even if we do like a movie night, you know, once a month, have a movie night.
Do we want to
get-
include that as a priority, an idea for next year?
Could be
Sort of
idea,
youth-focused events?
Youth focus, yeah, there's
Focus, yeah.
focus on youth.
Yeah, I think the youth is really kind of left out when we go do a lot of this, and I know we've talked about it before, but, you know, we're getting the splash pad, which is great, and that's gonna really
But that's-
also
that's not a
include
kid,
young
too.
kids.
That's
It's not
yeah,
gonna
babies,
be older
yeah.
kids, so I think we gotta focus on some events and things for the older kids to do, to keep them and maintain it.
I was amazed, I rode by, on Battery Creek Road, this week. And when the kids were out of school on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And of course, the city of Beaufort just revamped the South Side Park and also added another pickleball and a basketball court out there on Battery Creek Road. And what caught my attention, that new basketball court, it had to have been about 20 teenagers out there playing ball. And that caught my attention. It's like, okay, you know, because, you know, as you said, we need to find something that will engage the kids. Got them off the street, but that caught my attention to see so many of those young kids on that new basketball court. Not saying that we should build a basketball court, but it was something for them to do.
Right.
And so they were engaged in that, and being out of school for 3 days, they could have been involved in anything.
Does it Washington Street?
No, this was on Battery Creek at the tennis courts.
They're gonna get all that.
Yeah, they redid, and see, now
Oh,
they're
they're
about to go into
talking
phase
pickleball
2
courts.
with the dog park, they're about to go into phase 2. But I just said that because based on the piggyback of what Mary Beth said. I'm not saying we need to build more basketball court. It just caught my attention to see so many teenagers at one point, at one location this week out there.
So clearly you have the demographic that you could serve.
Yes.
And that's
And
certainly
that
an
and that borderlines
opportunity.
Port Royal, essentially, that borderlines Port Royal.
I don't know how it would work with these, because we have concentrations of like communities that are concentrated, right? So Shell Point Farm, Shadow Moss, Picket Fences. Now they're private entities because they have their own associations, they're just private entities. Maybe partnering with them. I know we at Shadow Moss, I've since left their board, but we were trying to create a recreational area inside the community on one of our parcels, and they're working through it now, I think with NOAA, trying to see what, you know, wetlands and all that, what that's gonna look like back there, but, and again, what it does is I think it would almost alleviate us of any financial requirement for it, with maybe exchange for servicing them, you know, mowing or cleaning, trash pickup, that kind of stuff, where we can have a joint partnership inside the communities. And then, you know, I mean, you're right, Darryl. I mean, driving by all of them, and the reason there wasn't 60 is because half, the other 40 can't get there.
Right, that's
Right, getting, jumping 170 for some of those kids becomes a problem, you know, or the transportation setup here is a little bit complicated. So I think that might be something to explore. I don't know how that would work, but.
Well, it'll be interesting about that, once, you know, I know this, where the Spanish Moss Trail is, but that is a safe corridor that could be traversed by kids on bikes, walking. to
Right.
Get the different areas, particularly downtown.
Yeah, I went to Clarendon Plantation last Saturday.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Glover.
Yeah, so it's really just what you're talking about. You're talking about like a facility or an event or a night, because I mean, we do have a lot of things for kids to go to. It's not, you know, we do have, our Casablanca's got a basketball court, we got the skate park, we got the beach.
Right.
We got the boardwalk.
Skateboard park.
We got a lot of outside activities, so it's like, do you attract them to that, or do you?
Well, yeah, I think the same amount of effort and marketing we put into street music, I mean, it costs us social media time. Yeah, you know, just to
Well,
make,
volleyball
You know what?
tournament down at the
George, you
same
just hit on
time.
something though, but maybe we can have a once in a while, some type of teen event.
Hey, York, how are you?
How are you doing, Mr. Glover, Councilman Glover? Like some type of teen dance or something, or a teen band or something.
yeah. I
If
mean, we put a
promote
lot of effort into being in public, and like, again, my kids love going places with us, but I'm pretty sure
They'd like to come without you.
I love
We're
my
trying to have a
kids.
kid-
right?
a
team
night on
event.
Paris with the teens.
So I heard a little bit about walkability challenges. Is that something that,
Well, it
it-
wasn't a
is it-
challenge, because he was saying, you know, we have the Spanish Moss Trail, and, you know, that's, you know, a perfect venue. I mean, I shared last Saturday, I rode all the way down to Clarendon Plantation and back, so.
Just the way we lay out as a town, because we are unique in that we, the majority, 80% of the town is on this side of a major highway. So then when we jump 170, it becomes and we gotta appreciate that it's a convenience thing, right? It's a safety thing, I get that, but as a parent, it's a convenience thing for me. You know, and a lot of these communities do want to build these kind of centers in their communities. They just maybe don't know how to do it. They're new communities because the builder has just now released
Yeah, and he's cut
them to the
loose.
associations, you know, so it's, you know, a guy like me having to go through the ordinance manual, but, you know, maybe
Covenants,
again, partnering with that stuff, and, because Spanish Moss Trail doesn't see me, doesn't see me over there, right? Like,
Yeah.
when I first joined, when I was thinking about coming on the council, I was like, man, how do we make the hop over 170? You know, because my kid's school is a quarter mile from my neighborhood, but my wife's gotta jump in a 2-ton vehicle, drive down there, and then drive back, and there's a fire station between me and them, and, you know, but it's a major intersection on a major highway.
Yeah.
So when we think about that stuff, I mean, again, how long does it take the kids to load up in the truck, get all their stuff, put the dog in the kennel, and then go to Southside Park, or go to, you know, 14th Street, and be there for an hour, and then you come all the way back, right? Like, those are the things that we have to truly I think we're fortunate that these are the considerations that we have, right? Like, we're trying to find a way to bridge that gap, so.
Well, and we do have a few venues that, you know, the skateboard park is attractive to the younger population. The Bruce Edgley, and I'm glad Councilman Glover's here, because they're being bombarded with the things for youth also on their end. But the Bruce Edgley Park, we have the Senior Citizen Center there. We have the state-of-the-art playground there, which we're about to get the splash pad. Then you have the athletic field over there. So if we can incorporate something in that quadrant right there, you know, that would be more appealing to kids, because, you know, kids aren't gonna come out there and just throw a football and hit a baseball, but something in that area that would probably be a little more, but then again, we don't have a large population of kids on this side of town either.
Right.
In that area, so, but I was just saying, we have certain area pockets. You have the basketball court on Casablanca, you have the skateboard park at the Naval Heritage, and then we have the Bruce Edgley section, so.
And I will tell you what's interesting is we were at the mayor's managers meeting a week ago, and we were talking about population age per municipality or county. And, you know, we all think we're skewing older, but I know that our numbers are, you know, kind of driven by the marine population, but we were at 25.6.
Years old, that was our average age.
That was our average.
And the Sands is another attractive.
So, and then not only is that a younger age, but that's also,
Kids.
those people are having kids.
Right.
And
Younger
so
families.
it's interesting how we're trending demographically. I mean, we all think that Beaufort County is aging in terms of its average and
It's
median
not.
age. But we will always have marine population here.
That's true.
And with, obviously, Paris Island a little bit captive.
Marines make babies.
Yeah, I think it's on the sign too.
They do.
And, but
Make Marines babies first.
yeah, babies first. So,
Well,
yeah.
that means that you're
Yeah.
gonna have a growing population that's gonna have demands for your council, for those services, for those events, for those kind of facilities. So
Right.
thinking about it from,
Love that. Yeah, we should definitely get that up on.
I mean, it is a constant. I don't know necessarily, how much the marine population contributes to population growth or density, because we're in and out of here every
Yeah.
36
That's true.
months. And the more and more research you do about it, we're moving a pretty significant amount of that population out of here almost on a quarterly basis because of how we do global force management, right? So I don't, but it is a constant. That's something we have to continue to think about to address the 25-year-old whoever, right? I mean, that 25-year-old, he at that point is gonna have, on average, probably about a 5-year-old. Right, is why our splash pad is so exciting to us. Because that gets us, but no, that's great, I think it is a constant for us to engage the youth.
So with this, do we
What
want to
else?
just go down and I think that.
yes,
how
I
we've
think
done
this
it-
was council members, Hayward, right? Idea. So do you wanna go next, Councilmember Owens?
Yeah.
Put you on the spot?
Um,
Somebody else who may have an idea.
The basketball court.
And we could say ones that are on here that we want to keep on too.
Absolutely. And I think, do y'all want me to include quadrant meetings and
Yes,
interaction?
yes,
Continue,
yes.
okay?
That's
We're gonna move that one up to could do, probably put youthful focus.
I mean, really,
put that on the agenda.
I'm just thinking, I think the past 12 months, the past 12 months, we have definitely seen strides and made a lot of headway and accomplishments. And I mean, this council and the community, I mean, I wouldn't think about being anyplace else other than where I am right now. Because, and I think, we are really
Hitting it.
hitting this stuff and running. And the unity that we've exhibited this last 12 months and accomplishments, and there's nothing, see, you can accomplish things when you're united. If you're divided, it's not gonna be, you have those challenges and setbacks and so forth, so.
It's really refreshing to hear you all speak,
I-
I will
I-
say, coming as an
People are
outsider
watching us,
perspective.
and,
Yeah.
and it's not a show here. I think it's genuine. It's not a show. And not that we agree on everything, but we can agree to disagree, but we put forth that united front, and we do what's in the best interest of those whom we serve.
Well, protect that at all costs.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll say, the one thing about this council and the staff too, everybody's here, and maybe I'm just spoiled and biased, but everybody here loves Port Royal. Absolutely is infatuated with it, loves it. Some people have been here their whole lives, parents' lives, of people I know are pretty new, but everybody's got that bug for Port Royal, so that's where it all, I think, comes from, is just you hear some people talk about their municipalities and it's like, man, we probably, people probably tell us to stop. I don't know about y'all, but they're like, Kevin, shut up, we get it. Port Royal's great. We
Calm
got
down,
it,
Mayor, we
got
get it, right?
Yes, I don't have anything particularly right now, because we've already been in talking about those things that are about to come. That's gonna hit on a lot of the stuff here, the development of the Sands Beach with the walking path and the park space and so forth.
And that's already ongoing, right?
Exactly, we're
Just
talking
starting.
about, the enhancement over here, on the makeover here of Paris Avenue starting, so we've already been talking in the last 12 months about those things, and we're about to see some of those things come to fruition, so.
Well, you bring up an interesting point, and it just made me think of something. When we identified Cool Coastal, Far From Urban Area, updated our logo, those sorts of things, one of the things that was constantly discussed is Port Royal at that time really was an attitude, a culture, but we didn't have the things to bring you here, the restaurants, the
No
events, those
attractions.
sorts of things. So do we need to reexamine our own marketing campaign? Do we need to revisit it, maybe update it? Think about that, highlight those things, maybe a little bit more cohesive messaging too. We talk about encourage local businesship. Well, we've got some of that now, so maybe we need to enhance that marketing component to address it, because everybody loved Port Royal back then, but you know, you could come and drive around, but there was no place to shop, there was no place to eat.
And do we have a plan in place in the event that these people, i.e., speculative Madison is gonna be leaving? We don't wanna have a vacant or abandoned building. So what are we doing to start now being proactive in attracting people that will perhaps be interested in that property? And so we don't have, you know, abandoned facilities when one business leaves.
Vacant.
Okay, oh, right, vacant, right. Thank you, Van, because it's not abandoned, vacant, right. Yeah, vacant, so, you know, that's one of my pet peeves is to drive across town when someone moves out and there's nothing there. And, Cross Creek, I'm glad to see that some activities going on in there right now, because, you know, it bothered me to see 2 empty stores, so.
Do you all work with a chamber, a local chamber of
Yes,
commerce?
yes.
So we
Very
do, so
close.
Madison's is leaving. I know they're
It's up for
it's up for
sale.
sale. but
It's up
get
for
it in.
sale.
Well,
we're
but
kind of
that's
in-
smart to be.
We're in an interesting position. We have, you know, we have a lot of VRBOs, but we don't have a large hotel motel presence. And so a lot of the trips and dollars generated by Marine Corps graduations, it's the neighboring municipality and unincorporated areas are receiving the benefit of those ATAX dollars. So the amount of dollars that we have is minuscule compared to some of the others. So we've had, you know, the marketing budget for Port Royal, you know, we talk about the region, and that's wonderful. But we don't receive that kind of indirect benefit of the thing that's attracting a lot of people to Northern Beaufort County. We just deal with the issues related to having that many people show up. So, and then there's been, I'll be honest, you know, I'm probably gonna offend some people when I say this, but there's been a reluctance in the past by organizations that handle marketing to dedicate dollars to Port Royal, despite the fact that a lot of the dollars generated are because of things in this community. And when you see their marketing material and they show pictures of Port Royal, you know, that's great, but it doesn't say Port Royal above the picture.
And
So
sometimes we
that
have to
is
remind them,
something-
because, you know, someone said at
Same thing.
an event Saturday also, they mentioned Beaufort, and I think someone jumped up and said, no, Port Royal. You know,
at the ribbon cutting. Well, no, we were at the Converge event, and I mean, most of the pictures up were Port Royal pictures. They were the shrimp docks.
Yes,
They were the tower.
yes.
They were all the pictures of Port Royal, because it's
It's what it's
gorgeous, it's
about.
amazing, but then everything says Beaufort on it, or Beaufort County, or
Do
Beaufort
we
City.
want to
so.
include, reevaluate, or reassess marketing strategy
Yeah, I mean, that
for
could be a
Port
should
Royal?
do.
Yeah.
Could be a should do.
I still like the cool coastal far from.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
But I think maybe some of the materials associated with that might be more specific.
Well, and that's one, so
What makes it cool coastal and far from what?
from mine, that I wanted to keep up there was the number 2, that encourage local business ownership and form of the district. I think that is so important to us, because that's what keeps it cool coastal far from ordinary, is that local ownership, those local different places. A form of the district, for those that don't know, that was something that I read about that Folly Beach did, where they basically have put an ordinance in that you can't, no chain restaurant can open up in it. And so they defined a chain as a place that has like 5 or more locations, so they define what chain is. But it's just how you're not gonna ever go down in there and have, you know, just, you know, an Applebee's on Folly Beach. Nothing
100
against
McDonald's.
Applebee's, but, you know, they wanna encourage local places, local ownership, places that, you know, serve local food and stuff. And so I think that's Port Royal, we need to be doing things for that, because what I was looking at, and the way I see these, you know, years as this council together, last year we really spent, and I know I've talked about this, like kind of setting the table of the ordinances of like, you know, we did something on short-term rentals, we did something on the storage units, we strengthened up the tree ordinance. Noah's doing the building code right now, so we basically are setting our planning code. This year, we've got a ton of projects, so now it's build all these amenities of shrimp docks back, public docks, Spanish Moss Trail. You build all these amenities, and then after that, it's like now we attract these businesses that fit into that mold that we're making. And so, like I said, number 2 under must-dos, I think, is important to stay up there. The formula district, encourage local business ownerships. I've talked with Van about maybe bringing in a consultant, because there's no reason why, with Port Royal, as it's more, as we build out the sidewalks and it's all connected, you know, I just think there should be more restaurants, bars, and shops in the downtown area,
Absolutely.
that people can just walk around and bebop to, and.
Oh, definitely.
You know, and you're starting to see them, again, I was telling
Oh,
him
you're
when I
seeing
go,
it now.
when I go to Charleston now, houses that used to just be where college kids live now, like now that first floor is turned into a little restaurant, and they're not big, they're little eight table restaurants, they do something very specific, and it's like, how do you encourage that? We'd have to look into, you know, waiving property tax, if you open up a business, we waive this, we waive that, and that's what I think a consultant can come in and help us figure out that process.
Yeah, what kind of incentives you all can provide, and that's, you know, this is really tied to C. Reassess your marketing strategy to make sure that you create a brand that local businesses are attracted to and therefore want to come here and
Because
open up here.
all of that, and I say that to all y'all here, like, it feels like, and you know, we've had this before, but it feels like it's coming, like you were talking about
Oh,
us
yeah.
getting teed up. I mean, the Safe Harbor Marina, I imagine you'll start seeing stuff soon on that. And once that marina's being built, 250 slips, we're looking like we were doing good on this activity with Sea Island Apartments up there. We really
Yeah.
can't talk about what's going in up there, but there's somebody looking at that. If a development goes in there, you're gonna have a big development here up on Rebo Road, you're gonna have this marina going in down here, and this downtown village is just gonna have these two big economic drivers on both sides of them, and it's just gonna bring people, and people are gonna be walking around, and where do we go, and what do we do, and so.
And I think people are attracted to, when they start seeing that activity also, you know, it captivates them and it attracts them also.
Yep.
And they start to come, because I guess with all the events and occurrences here in Port Royal, you go places, I have not gone to a place yet and they're not talking about what's going on in Port Royal.
Yep.
So wait, when those developments starts to come to.
Start go vertical, it'll be
You're gonna
crazy.
start seeing people.
And people, I mean, the way I see it, kind of the vision I see, and like I said, just saying it out there, Port Royal will be in a couple of years the kind of place where you go and spend the day. You go park your car.
Absolutely.
And you can walk, so there's plenty of restaurants, there's a
Yes.
free beach to go to, there's a brewery, you can go to the marina.
Free parking.
Look at the boats, I mean, you can get outside the Cypress wetlands, the towers. I mean, really, you can go spend the whole day. And
Free
shop,
parking.
You can shop, there's restaurants.
Shop and eat and not have to worry
I don't
about
say the
having
few
your car
words.
ticketed.
And we want to be that place, a
Yes.
destination. Port Royal's like, you're going to come, you can park and literally spend all day, hop on a golf cart, hop on a bike, go to the beach, go to the trails, go to the restaurants, go to the breweries, the marina, and it be that destination.
And I don't want to prolong or harp on this either, but I just use right across the street here at Chef Frank's. All the people, the majority of people that patronize that comes in from, they're not Port Royal residents, Dartall and so forth.
Yep.
But people are coming here because of the things that we have to offer here in Port Royal. People are coming here. The Sands Beach, folks making donuts out there, they're not from here.
But the way we keep
Do
it,
you have the infrastructure, the pedestrian infrastructure
That's
to
where we need
connect
to
all of
work
it?
on.
And that may be something, sort of a big
We need to work on
idea
that,
is
sidewalks is right
that,
here.
a
capital
walkability
projects.
component, trails, how do you
Drainage, we're
connect
doing that.
sidewalks
We're
and
doing
bike
drainage.
trails
Yep.
and bike lanes?
Water,
No-
sewer.
Notwithstanding, I mean, we're bringing it all here. Our focus is, we can't shift from, like Van was saying, now we gotta fill them, right? Like, yeah, so what Safe Harbor's coming? If nobody knows in Nantucket that they can get here without ever crossing under a bridge, they're not gonna come here. They're just not gonna know. So who and how are we partnering? Is our investment in those partnerships meaningful? Is it reaching the people? We are a coastal town, and those are the things that become really important. Are we maximizing that, right? How do we bring people that want to do Madison's? You know, do we get creative on how we allow developers or new business owners or investors utilize these properties based on, you know, what the formula district is telling us and those kind of things?
And something, also, you mentioned incentives and things you address, you know, one of the challenges that Madison's has, or had, however you wanna look at it, is how do you utilize that additional space in your building while still meeting the building code
Yeah.
and, you know, fire protection thresholds to ensure you
You
can
need a
do those
firewall
things.
between the restaurant
So,
and the
you-
residents.
do we create a program that, you know, waives building fees if you're retrofitting to accommodate a new
Yeah.
use? Do you, you know, do you do something like that?
Just, yeah, I mean, I think we should put all that on the table, because again, now's the time to attract those businesses, those people that want to be here, because again, it's coming,
Yeah.
and once that ball gets rolling, I mean, you know, land's only gonna get more scarce, buildings only gonna get more scarce. I mean, really, I mean, again, in the next couple of years, you could see these two big economic drivers at the top and bottom of the world, just pumping people into the village. And, you know, we want them to stay here as long as possible and spend as much time as they can and money as they can, so. give them those
And
places.
we do want to maximize that, right? We do want to help the community offset some of that cost by bringing those tourism dollars here. They're already coming here.
Yep.
Right, they're already here, except they're passing right through us right now.
So
do
Because
we
like you
wanna
said, right, all the
include-
pictures that they see, it's Port Royal, but it's not, are we holding ourselves accountable for those photos? Or for that marketing? Or are we not saying it loud enough, even though people in a room are like, yeah, I get it, Port Royal? Well, then there's 5 of us. When they don't wanna hear Kevin anymore, then Daryl starts, you know, it's just what it is. I mean, that's just squeaky wheels gonna get the
use,
grease, like, that's what it is.
The interstate corridor also, because you get on there and I'm seeing all the stuff promoting Hardyville and Sun City and all that stuff. Maybe we need to get a couple billboards out there on 95.
We've done it.
We have done it.
Yeah.
So do we want to include sort of maximize upcoming development
I
plans?
think it boils in with C. I think there's
With C?
subsets to these, right? Like Daryl was saying, a lot of these, there's third and fourth order effects that kind of already working with what our goals have been. I think C in our marketing and reassessing that and kind of our strategy, how those kind of loop in, and I hope we will discuss that a little bit later on. You know, I'm interested to see what Chief says and what Fire Chiefs say too, because I'm really interested in what they say when we start talking about this
That's
stuff,
right,
right?
all that
Like, when we
growth.
start pumping people here.
Well,
That's right, brings other challenges.
That's right.
Well, that was mine, like I said, and the formula district's one of those, we brought it before, we could just bring that up as an ordinance and just draft it and do it, if staff's okay with it. And I think that sets the tone and kind of gets the market out there, that like, we're open for business, but not, but certain kinds, you know, and then go from there, but, okay, so there's mine, I'll step back.
That's awesome.
The next one.
That's good. No, shit, man, I think we're gonna be along the same lines with it, because there are third and fourth order kind of issues that we're working through each of these. You know, with the making art more public, I think that grew bigger than we thought it was gonna. We're kind of reusing some of the art that we already had, putting it in new places, right? So in envisioning one, we essentially created a different priority that kind of associates that. So, I think we did last year, and I'll say this year's retreat is way more, it's an exciting year. I mean, we gotta say that. This is way more exciting than we did last year. Last year, we kind of went through the motions and it was kind of different feeling. But I think it's because we cast a pretty wide net and we weren't scared of that challenge, right? We just took it and we heard what the community was saying and we worked on their behalf. So, the only thing, again.
You're seeing all the good work, right? I mean, you're seeing
It has
progress.
been an
You're-
amazing year, it's been pretty
It
wild, I
has.
don't know, I mean, you've been doing this a lot longer than.
Staff may have a different,
I know, that's what, I always say that, we're like,
They've
we're
been
having a
busy.
good,
ARPA money helped.
they've been busy, I mean, that's for sure.
Yeah,
we're just like, we're
to
having a great
maximize
time,
that.
it's like, are y'all having a good time? We're having a great time. Like,
Oh, I
yeah,
bet
we're-
they're loving it.
Last guy.
We're reaping the benefits of the policies that have been put in place.
Yeah, and I think that one of the main keys, and I think Kevin touched on this a while ago, it's that we all get along
Yeah,
and we work together. And, you know, we all coming for the same common goal, and nobody's a dictator. We're here working together. We've accomplished more in 1 year than we've accomplished in a long time. And it's because everybody has an opinion and we treat each person with that. And it's the respect we give each other.
Well,
And I
that's,
think that's important.
The thing I'll continue to offer, I think, is it has to do with community engagement.
Yes.
Is we are seeing a wider population when we come and start thinking about committees that we kind of man. We're seeing different involvement, different interaction from folks that we hadn't seen in past
And they hold us accountable.
volunteerism. And I think that's tied to everything that we're doing. So, you know, just staying involved with the community has got to be a constant goal for us to do that. So, and, I mean, enhancing community policing is there, I get that, but I think just community engagement
Broader.
generally as a broad brush, saying, you know, every time we do, we've never, I don't think in the last year when we sat and listened to people at the pew communicate with us and considered that, and then ran it through Van, the staff, and we don't, and you can't go wrong, because they're the folks that are doing it out there, right? And it's been so wonderful for us, and again, they make days like today pretty exciting for those of us that are new to local government, you know, I mean, it's pretty awesome watching it come together, so that's what I'd offer there, you know,
Okay.
and then just, you know, kind of on Van's boat. I'll jump on that van most mornings, but on that one, reassessing what our marketing strategy looks like. Who are we touching with it? Are we making meaningful partnerships with folks that are carrying Port Royal's name forward and far, hopefully? Because certain things that we can do, and I would like to see, and we'll talk through this later, I think it's on a point here, why aren't we more engaged with, Paris Island? We got a phone call to do a living shoreline, and that's wonderful, but we can't be, because it's convenient to be here relationship, it's gotta be good when they move, we move, when we move, they move, they understand that kind of commitment to each other, but, the engagement with us there, I think that entity can catapult what Port Royal does, because it is the home of Marine Corps Recruit Depot Paris Island and the Eastern Recruiting Region, which encompasses everything from the Mississippi River to the Eastern Seaboard. Every one of those municipalities gets communications from that base every single day for anybody that's coming here. 38 weeks of the year that they graduate those recruits. They average 55 to 7,200 folks every week is an influx of population here. If there's women graduating, we see an influx from 4 people to 8 people that they bring in their group, upwards to 12.
Wow.
For one single Marine that graduates from that thing, if they're a woman or a man. And I only know that because I had to do all the math when I was in uniform. But that's important. How do we get there to where they are saying, and there are, I get it, Buford's here, and that's the air station's problem. And it sounds kind of callous for me to say it like that, but that's their home,
Would you like to include
the
sort
recruit
of
depot. And it ties in
to community engagement?
to community engagement and how are we doing
Yes,
that.
I've thought about that.
I'm pretty passionate about that because I do appreciate what and how our police handle situations with our military families, the compassion and care that they take with them, knowing the stress that exists there for permanent personnel here that work there. I mean, there's an art to what we do in Port Royal. It really is. And when you hear those interactions, it's meaningful that we should reciprocate and they should too, that we have and we live
need to work
together.
closer with them.
I hope so. I think so,
I
yeah.
think that's what's important. We need
Well, you're
to
right.
work
I mean-
Well, the Naval
Yeah.
Hospital is a primary example of a relationship that should and could be improved.
more. Right.
And Paris Island is a worldwide known entity.
There's only
And
2 of them in the whole world.
and when you say Paris Island and Port Royal, they should just be interchangeable, like
Synonymous.
they
Yes.
should be synonymous
Be
with each
connected,
other, yeah. When you say Port Royal, you think Paris Island, you say Paris Island, and we know that, but I bet you a lot of people that come to the graduation think they're in
They don't.
Beaufort.
Yes.
They're like, oh, we went to Beaufort, and it's like, no, you went to Port Royal.
Again, I'm a accountability-based guy, and are we holding us to account for Port Royal's image, for their name, for their likeness?
Yep.
Right? I mean, the NCAA did it for image, likeness, and all that. What do they call that stuff?
Yeah.
NIL.
NIL, right? Name,
will
image,
put
and
it there.
likeness.
It all goes back
Nice
to
side.
C.
Welcome to Port Royal, home of Paris Island, right there.
It goes back to C. I mean, that your marketing strategy, or you're marketing yourself the way you need to be. Are you attracting the right people? It all stems from that, and it helps build your brand.
And that's a big part of it. I mean, like you just said, that's the whole reason we got such a young crowd here and everything. I mean, it's Paris Island, so.
There is a grant program, it's an appropriation every year where you can evaluate your infrastructure if it complements or enhances the mission of the adjacent installation.
Okay.
And it could be recreation based, it could be, like I said, infrastructure based. So that's something to think about as we look at the Naval Heritage Park,
Yeah.
anything adjacent. Obviously, we have the Reconstruction National Park,
You took it out, I
On the-
was gonna
the
say
Naval
that Camp Saxton and.
hospital,
Yeah.
and how that evolves over time. We're gonna, we'll all eventually talk about the Naval Hospital at some point. But we're looking to do something now with, you finally got an okay to build a sidewalk and might open some doors to better relationships there.
Yeah.
So.
Another one I have, and we can put it up there, but I don't think it needs to make it on this list eventually, but just the finish capital projects. And it's not like there's anything dragging at all, it's just that we've got some big ones. And I just want that we're just constantly just
Keep it
on,
top of
pushing on
mind.
and pushing on. Developers, they can get a little slow and just kind of, that we're just staying on them because, again, I mean, we've got from the Spanish Moss Trail to the Sands Beach Causeway to the shrimp docks, to the sidewalk, to the sidewalks, to the speed bumps that are going in.
Paris.
And what else, there's Paris Avenue
Reimagining
streets
Paris
and everything's
Avenue.
going on. I mean,
And
any other capital projects I'm missing?
That's it. I can tell you now
Right.
that challenge is real now and only going to get more difficult
Which one?
as the expansion of I-95. Every contractor that
Oh, they're
lays
all getting pulled
asphalt
that way.
Yeah.
and complements that is going to be
Is that why you
out
said
there.
there's no asphalt till May?
Well, no, that's all weather-based.
Okay.
Yeah, how cold it is.
But
March.
everybody's getting pulled for
March.
that state
But
contract.
eventually, that's where everybody in this region is going
It's
to be
getting
working.
pulled, gotcha.
So we need to get as much done as we can.
So like, yeah, like I said, that's not one I think we should put up there, and I'm not saying that we're slipping on that at all, but it's just, we've got big projects, and like you said, those developers are competing for time and resources, so if we can be that squeaky wheel, we just stay on them, hey, just wanna just keep that front and center, because we do have some big projects, and again, like I said, once those are built, those kind of create the amenities of the town, and, that just adds to the attractions of the town, that goes into the businesses and
Right.
the marketing and everything else that we've talked about, so. That was another one, so finish capital projects, I know we will, but just make sure we're just not.
Never
letting-
hurts. There's no
yeah,
downside in
letting
keeping
anybody-
it top of
We're not letting
mind.
any developers slip too much, just threatening them, we will get someone else, you know?
Well, we've tried, in
And-
one of our contracts, we basically try to incentivize
That's all
performance to
that-
ensure, all right, if you expedite this, it will financially benefit you.
Okay.
Yeah, we're seeing some, the new development right behind, Doctor's Care over there and so forth, so we're still attracting.
Yeah,
new
that's like a
movers,
roofing business or something
Yes.
going in there, right? Yeah, that's great, that's a
And
little.
all eyes on the corner over here, and I'm telling folks also, we've received nothing for the, he's just,
Oh, I know.
Like, he's just prepping it to sell,
and,
right?
and Kent's mobile home park, what's going on over
cleaned
there?
it up.
So
Oh,
people are
they cleaned
seeing,
it up.
people are seeing and they're talking, what's going on in Port Royal?
Well, everybody knows things are moving.
And,
there.
and
They
that's
wanna-
another thing
they
that we're
wanna be
working
there.
with the enhanced GIS is that.
That's right.
With this, you'll see a report that Noah created that just gives you kind of a red, yellow, green on every single project that's going on right now, which we will do monthly now.
Yes.
But I think with the GIS, we'll be able to link to that. You can click on it,
On
it's
the
gonna take you to a
website,
site
yeah.
plan
And then,
for that particular location.
Good, everyone's
That's good,
curious,
that's
what's going on?
transparency, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, transparency is important.
Another one I was gonna throw up there, and I don't know if it needs to make it to the final list, but we just always talk about it, just keeping our eye on the ball, but sewer,
Yes.
expanding that.
Yes.
I mean,
Sewer expansion.
we put it up there every year, we talk about it every year, and then we make strides every year, but, I don't know if there's anything really the town could be doing more on sewer,
Well, we're working with Buford Jasper on a kind of new capital campaign. Brooke just told me that Michael was talking to IRA
CDBG.
CDBG.
For Casablanca.
about that a portion of that Rebo Road corridor that does not have sewer, which we really need to enhance commercial opportunities along Rebo Road. I'm talking to somebody about grants for sewer through IRA, potentially. So we'll be able to leverage those dollars that they're going to do annually as matches for any sort of grants so that we can fill those gaps. And as far as, downtown, we have really two holes. We had the 15th Street hole and then Old Shell Road. But I think Old Shell Road is being filled by the houses. They're creating the infrastructure necessary to build those houses. But the 15th Street hole is one we need to close out. And then that would really get us done downtown.
Yeah.
And then it's Rebo.
and it's Rebo, yeah.
Is that a separate commission from the city, or is that something, the
Well,
water?
we owned the water and sewer operation, but we sold it to Buford Jasper back in the early 2000s.
Okay,
And so capital installation has really only come through CDBG that we've
applied for.
applied for. And so we wanted to be better partners with Buford Jasper to ensure the remainder of that sewer infrastructure gets completed. It's really important to us.
No. Cool. Yeah, like I said, I just put it up there, talk about it every year. I know we're doing everything we can, so as long as we just keep, that's pretty exciting once you get that one, you said 15th Street.
Yeah.
That pretty much, you said finishes downtown.
Mhm.
And then it's just Rebo, and that's, we can only do so much in that
Yeah,
process.
it's a
So we're
$6-7
yeah,
million
we're doing everything we can with that, so.
Yeah.
Another one I had, and it's up there already, but just making, and we're doing it, but just keeping that on the ball, because that's the gateway to the town. We're just making Paris Avenue that destination, that main street that we know it is. I can tell you there's, and I'm pretty sure Noah can talk to it, but there's plans for The lot right beside Maynard's, I saw that was, somebody's trying to put, wants to do a mixed-use property right there. I know Precision Design, the guys that are doing the Willis Way houses have a plan for that lot right across from Maynard's, right? They've got a
Right,
plan.
Yeah, 11th Street, yeah.
Yeah, right there on 11th Street on that. So I mean, if that's multiple new buildings going on Paris Avenue, they would be multi-use, so they would have commercial
Yeah.
front
On the first
space.
floor, right, yeah.
With residential above it. Yeah, I mean,
It's exciting.
it is, and I know we're doing our first phase of the redevelopment up here, and so we just need to keep finding, I guess, revenue sources is the big thing to keep pushing
Yeah,
that down.
Because that's a $15 million project.
And that is it, I mean, once that, I mean, that Paris Avenue is gonna, that is the main drag coming in. Anyone that goes to the port, anyone that's going to the marina, anyone that's going there is coming right down this road. So the more stuff we can put on it, the more we can beautify it and make this, which we're doing, again, like I said, I put it up there, but we're doing it. But yeah, just making sure those businesses that they come in are getting everything they want. I'll tell you, a couple of them, you will hear from people, but it's gonna come from even Safe Harbor and stuff too, rooftops. Everybody wants, they wanna do rooftop bars now, rooftop stuff. I mean, by the water, it makes sense. You're gonna wanna see it in when the Marina Village, when they start working on that, they wanna do it. We've talked about it for our seafood processing center at the park, so those are gonna start popping up, more people trying to figure out, and I don't know if that's if Noah's already working on the ordinances on that, or the zoning on that, but, you know, just making it to where things like that are a little more accommodating and easier, and it's not,
At least.
yeah,
right?
make it to where that's,
Yeah.
An option.
yeah, because right now, he's gotten in, you know, a lot of the zoning, it says you can build like 2.5 floors. And it's like,
Yeah, it's-
what's 2.5 floors? Like, can't they just do 3? It's
So
like
do you
another,
want to, I think that's a great idea, reviewing your planning ordinances to make sure that they are,
so we put that up
It's
there,
already up
that's
there.
on
You've
there,
included it.
and Noah's been
Number
doing
one
that,
on-
so
I put
I'll
it in.
ask him about that when he's
Okay.
here about that, because,
you mentioned also new revenue sources, identifying new revenue sources for all
Yes.
these projects. Is that something you'd like to
I think
include?
yeah, so that should be up there, yeah.
Yes,
Because
definitely.
the Paris
Money
Avenue
is what it is, where it's at.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we've already spent the ARPA funds, so now it's to find the
Yeah,
grants.
so what do you find to replace that?
Well, I mean, a lot of Marines are gonna be walking down their street, we're enhancing the quality of life of the Marine Corps and their families, and so,
It's just our taxes.
DOD.
that's on it.
It's exploring
Tell
and
Doge
and
don't
getting
look at our
used to
Doge don't look at our
the
contracts.
post-ARP era, right? I mean, a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of communities received a lot of money from the federal government, a lot of communities, tourism, ATAX. I mean, I know you said it's small, but a lot of places received a lot of more money than they had in the past. And now it's all leveling back off and people are trying to scratch their heads. Ooh, we got used to a lot of really good projects over time.
I don't
People are
know if we-
anticipating.
If we used a lot of that for like sustainability stuff, I think what we did do is we enhanced
Yeah, just
a lot of what we needed to do to set us up for what we're talking about right now. You know, how do we fill this now? Like it's in place now, and I didn't know about that grant, Van, that's interesting to.
Yeah, yeah.
That's-
well, with
that's
all of
awesome.
this, with bringing in, if we continue to grow the businesses and have those come down Paris Avenue and down Rebo Road, that's how we increase the town's revenues, that's how we can potentially lower taxes on the citizens. I mean, we can, that's ideally how you have the best of both worlds. I mean, you know, you get that revenue coming in from the businesses, so now we're providing good services at a low tax rate to the people that actually live here and getting the money from, you know, other areas, so it all goes together, so.
Well, the population definitely is growing, because if you look at these multifamily, and I can see how we've jumped from 11 to 16 plus, because if you have a multi-family development that has, 300 to 500 people in it, and average on 2 per apartment,
Yeah.
that population is gonna.
Yeah.
It was interesting, I was having a conversation with somebody the other day that's in that business, and it used to be that you could build a unit for $65,000. Now it's $220 a door.
That's right, per door. Yeah.
So
Wow.
he said, interest rates and construction costs and everything else. He's in the business, it's a challenge, he does it across the country. But, and they're evaluating these market studies, we have all these units going up, anticipated construction, but, what are your price points for rents? And, who's living there? And yes, we're seeing that increased population, so ours are frequently filled, but as an example, he pointed at one of the apartment complexes here in town that never, ever had to put signs out for leasing, and now they are. So I don't know if there's a teetering point here on those large-scale complexes.
Okay.
So,
Well, we got plenty.
yeah, we have plenty.
Yeah.
That's right, but I think we've got a moratorium in place, but I think there may be in the coming year a self-imposed in the industry moratorium.
Yeah.
Can't sit
So
here. This seems tight.
We'll see.
Well, and they can, I mean, that's a question for those private equity geniuses
Yeah.
to figure
That's
out.
right.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I'm still, this is where I'm at, just to let y'all know. So when it comes to residential, I think we're good on that. I mean, really, we want to focus on a commercial and the business side here. I mean, we still are we're the youngest, we're the most dense population in municipality. If you take just our square miles and divide it, divide by our population, we are the most dense compared to Bluffton, Beaufort, and Hilton Head. As far as residential, I mean, we did the moratorium last year, it's coming back up in April. I mean, the only development that's really gone up has been the Grover Hill ones making progress, so. Even with that one built out, we still got over 1,000 units in the pipeline coming down at some point, with residential. So I always feel like Port Royal does our part with the residential element. We are dense, we pack them in, we have a variety of places. We've got HUD homes, we've got assisted living, we've got elderly places, we've got young places. I know it's still very expensive, but it's the cheapest around. I mean, I think Port Royal, like some of our houses actually, I mean, are affordable compared to some other places. We're seeing that everywhere. I'm sure you hear of affordable housing and everywhere's being pressed. But again, I just feel like Port Royal has done a lot and does our
For
part
the last
when it
100
comes to
years,
that.
we were the affordable housing in northern Beaufort County for the last
Yes,
100 years.
and we've got a bunch of variety of places to live, different kind of residential options, and we're just seeing more come in. So when it comes to that residential element, I mean, now, tell me if I'm wrong. I think
No, we really wanna
we've done our
address
part.
our
We are
tax
doing
base.
our
That's the
part.
biggest challenge.
Yeah, now it's the business and the residential side. So, so we got Paris Avenue up there.
Yes, we do.
Okay, like I said, even though we're doing that, but
Needs to stay up there.
yeah.
What
I don't
else?
know, anything else, yeah. Like
Y'all got a
Daryl
lot
said,
going on.
And it's just been so good, I mean, yeah, like it has been great.
Smooth.
And everything's rocking and rolling,
Good, good,
it's
good.
kind of like you don't want to add a bunch of stuff, you're like, we're on a good
Keep
track.
steady,
Let's,
right?
you know,
Yeah.
let's finish the game, yeah.
Well, like you said, a lot of these things have been, a goal of yours for a long time and will continue. I mean, I think that's how you keep your community vibrant, by continuing to focus on all those initiatives.
And just something that we've done in the past, because when we said all this, it made me think of staff, we're like the duck. Everything's fine on the surface, but we're paddling like hell below. And so, evaluating where we sit personnel-wise relative to what's going on, whether it's the fire department, police department, administrative staff.
Didn't we have that as one a little while back, to do a
Yes.
staff review?
Yeah, we did.
Did it come back?
Yeah, we had some shortcomings, and we slowly but surely, but I'll be honest with you, you know this. Finding those
Finding
people is the challenge right now also. Maybe not soon, I mean, with all the
We have a
feds,
great
people
staff
getting
right
laid
now.
off, we'll be able to pick up some of that. But anyways,
Right now, we have Public Works, we have 2 positions out there, and I haven't heard a peep on.
Nobody
That's
them.
what's
really-
crazy. I don't understand what is going on with that. That is, I rack my brain with this, talking to people.
Yeah.
Is it a national thing? You hear people saying, well, it's so expensive to live and everybody's hurting for money. And then at the same time, it's like, well, these jobs just sit there open and no one's taking jobs. So it's like, what's going on? Yeah, like, are the jobs not paying enough? Are people making enough money, door dashing a couple days a week and so they don't want to
They
get
have
real
this
tough?
peak- per-
Like, everyone's just gotten into the gig
Middle of the
economy,
week,
people are working remotely now, like, why are jobs just sitting here empty? But then at the same time, everyone that you talk to is like talking about how much they're hurting and everything's expensive, we can't afford anything, so
I think it's all of the above.
I don't know what that makes, I'm not
yeah, but
an
no
economist.
applications.
No applications
We
for,
put out RFQs for contract positions and get one response.
Yeah.
and how is
Yeah,
our
I've been
salary,
there.
is it competitive with?
I think we're, on the police side, we're making
Competitive.
changes. We even made changes in the second part of this fiscal year to bring us up to par.
Right.
We have the
I remember
capacity
that.
to do that. Now, obviously, chief can speak to fire, but we do that together. But, I think, we're on par, we're getting close, but to receive no
No.
applications.
Are y'all, do y'all have that issue with hiring and firing? If y'all have open positions just sitting there?
We do, we have, I would say, routine turnover. It averages 1 or 2 maybe a month.
Routine turnover.
Um,
Are you doing exit exams as to why the people are leaving?
We do, and it's a variety of things.
Yeah.
I mean, we lose them
Relocating.
to DOD or some other fire department sometimes. They pay a little more than we do. We lose them sometimes because they get out of the military.
And
They
don't
come to
pay
work
on.
for a fire department, they live here for about a year, and they realize they can't afford to live here without any support,
That's true.
locally. So they
Moving back
move
home.
back to where they have family or.
And moving with family, yeah, moving back with
We
family.
want to include, evaluate personnel needs to assist with recruitment efforts as a priority.
Yes,
Sure.
yeah. I mean, I don't know.
So we have 2 public works positions.
City's currently doing an analysis, so it'll be interesting to see what,
Yeah, well, I mean, so some of it
changes.
is, and that's what we need to figure out, and that's the thing is, I try and read articles on it, listen to podcasts on it, and no one has an answer on it. What is it? Is it just, it doesn't pay enough money, or has the culture of work shifted in America ever since COVID, and just, do we live in a new world now where there is just a certain percentage of the people are not gonna work what we think jobs, like, that's just gone. Like, they're going to DoorDash a couple nights a week, do a couple gig things, and that makes enough money to pay their bills, and then this way they don't have to go to pay for daycare, because daycare is so expensive. I mean, they talk about the great resignation from, that happened in COVID, and is that just the reality of the world now, that people aren't gonna work like they used to, like we did, like our parents did, and how they did, where everybody went and you got a job, and like, that's just not what it is. And if that's what it is, then how do you attract people? Can you just throw money at it, or is it an incentive, some sort of other package? And again, I try to think about this issue and talk to people, and no one has an answer. But it does seem like the world has changed around work, and like just what a job is and what that means. It does feel different when I talk to younger people, what they want to do. I mean, they want to be influencers, and they want to play Twitch online and get paid to play video games. And stuff.
YouTube videos,
And it's
yeah.
just, it's so it's, and I don't know if Port Royal can solve that problem, but everywhere's dealing with it.
Everyone's dealing with it, and I think, you know, something new too that it's happening is you hear this, the way that, you know, at the national level, people are talking about public servants and public service,
Yeah.
and encouraging people to go to the private sector. So it used to be, you know, working for a local government or government in general was a secure path, and it feels like that's no longer the case, and people are just not seeing it as an option. It's a problem
So-
across the nation.
When I bring that up, I just don't want us to get in the rut where we're just throwing money at a problem that's
You gotta be
unfixable.
strategic about
Yeah,
it.
yeah, where we're just like, pay them more, and it's not doing anything, and so. it's-
Not
Staff's
really
okay
to
with it.
pay.
Yeah, just every year be like, we just,
I mean, I think,
they start gaming it, be like, we've got empty positions every year. It's just like, nobody will apply for these positions.
Brooks like, this is great.
I guess we'll just need another $5,000.
I mean, I guess the elephant in the room becomes, again, the question, how do we affect that, right? I mean, organizational culture has to take a front line to that. And, you know, all of us work in individual spheres, you know, and I just use a little bit of experience where, you know, I got 54 dudes working for me, and we're gonna go do the worst job on earth, is to go into battle against another opposing, and they're the happiest dudes ever because of the culture that exists within this institution of this organization. You know, I think, and I come back to, are we being the best stewards of screaming Port Royal's name, protecting Port Royal's name, guarding Port Royal's name, instituting Port Royal and everything that has to do from our furthest boundary to Paris Avenue, and then making it, you know, our central hub for what happens. And, you know, everyone that does wear a Port Royal logo on their shirt should be, I wouldn't say I expect them to be, no, but I hope that they can speak to their neighbor. This is great, you know, the assessment that we made last year with, you know, our public works stuff, and then we very quickly got them what they needed and asked for, you know, that's a step in the right direction, you know. Take an internal hard look at ourselves, because, you know, the greatest compliments you get, you never hear. You just don't. You hear all the other stuff, but the person that really likes working here is not telling us or not saying it in public, because again, he or she doesn't appreciate what that really means and how somebody else may not have it like that. Our effort to get our staff, whoever they are, all of them, us, to get shut down in public spaces, because I get it, dude, Port Royal's awesome. it shouldn't always be a constant effort for us, you know, and so again, without saying it all again, organizational culture will figure that out in a small community like this where there's community engagement at the civic level, where you have complete strangers coming together and putting together the work that they've done to create what they have so far and the ideas for Sands Beach Park. And this is just a passive park, but it's amazing. In such a short amount of time, I don't know that we should be seeing that, right? If we're all kind of leaning and saying and singing and praising. But I go back to, are we guarding it right? Are we being the best stewards of Port Royal's image for the rest of the world to say, well, not just live here, how can I contribute to that? Like, that's the bigger step, that the Great Resignation is a real thing, right? We see it in uniform services too. That they're just biding their time. How can I make 80 grand? That's what I need to live on. How do I do that? The fastest I can do it. But others don't care about that stuff. You know, it's just what it is. They don't care. But we just, again, I become cyclic here.
connected.
Yeah, it's all cyclic, but again, I don't think we fall into that. Like, oh, it's happening in the nation, don't care. It's
No.
not happening in Port Royal because, well, mainly because I said so, right? And if we all have that attack about it, and we communicate with our staff, like, hey, what went wrong today, what went right, how can I help you? They did, they gave Van a very clear, like, this is what we need. And he brought it to this council, and very quickly we assessed that. We gave Van the resources he asked for, and it was just like, wow, there it is. Awesome.
Yeah.
You know, our community
How it
said.
should work, yeah.
Our community said, well, in rainy days, they can't pick up our big trash, right? Van had us all for that too for us, you know? That's important, and I think we're not saying that loud enough.
Telling that story.
Because there's plenty here that are willing, able, and capable to do that. I just don't think that they're hearing that. It's incorporated with all the other static, because it's Beaufort, right? Like, I get it, it's Beaufort County, yeah. But this is Port Royal, we do things a lot different. As close as we are to each other, I really do in my heart believe we do this a lot different. We're just not saying it loud enough.
I think too, trying to make people feel like a part of a family, because Port Royal is a family. We all work together, we jump in to help each other, we do what we can do. And I think it's important we listen to the citizens. And I don't know of any citizen that can sit in that council chamber now and say, you didn't listen to my concern and do what we ask you, or at least consider it. You know, I think we listen, we take it back to the drawing table, and we do what we can do to make it better. And it's the citizens' input to us, because they might see something we don't see. But I think it builds the relationships out there to say, you know, hey, I'm part of a town that really listens to me. You know, they're doing what we're saying. They're doing what's in the best interest of the town. And so I think word of mouth with them is we've got to continue to satisfy the citizens, to show them how important they are to us as we are to them.
And to jump on that is just maintaining and enhancing transparency,
Yes.
because they do hold us accountable.
Oh, yeah.
And they applauded our efforts recently, because, you know, they came out in droves to express how they felt about certain things that was going on. And the announcement that was made recently, I mean, wherever you walk right now, they applaud that we heard them, our efforts. So,
Yeah, I agree.
Well, with that, one thing I've thought about, and we don't need to put it up there, but an event that I've always wanted us to have, would we want to have like a family day? Like Port Royal Family Day? Have a fish fry, we work it, and then have like, I mean, basically be free food and have people from all around.
DC, Massey, and I have been talking about
A
that.
family day.
That's
I'll work a
good,
fish
yeah.
fry,
Like
I'll
a
work a
May,
fish.
in May or
Hot
something.
dog, fish fry, yeah.
Just have a Port Royal Family Day, council, mayor and council behind the grill, and just have, you know, like I said, free food, bouncy
Yeah.
houses, and just make it free for everybody.
Well, you know,
And make sure
we
we get all the neighborhoods, all the neighborhood, Casablanca,
Go to
downtown.
each one and do it, or do it all in one.
That's too much work if you go to all of them.
Yeah,
No,
we just have one.
again,
If you have one.
Just have a
we're doing
family day.
this.
Just
Like,
find
we'll
a
wear-
venue.
We'll wear our we'll wear
do
our
we-
family shirts that you
We
have
shut
made.
down the corner of Paris Avenue in front of Town Hall and have it on the lawn there, and then a little section
know,
right
I mean,
there.
we
We
can
do
do
it kind of once a year. I mean,
Or
you know,
live-
do
It's
it
a-
for
it's a family
volunteers.
reunion. We just have basically a
I
family
think-
reunion, but a town.
We used
We
to do
did
it
something
for
in front of Town
volunteers.
Hall one time,
Okay, that's
All the
right.
volunteers, we used
That
to
was the
do it.
volunteers,
and then we could shut down just that little section right there.
But let's just invite everybody. So
I think
if
this
y'all
should
talk
go
about
on the
that.
list, Mayor.
Family Day.
Family Day.
Royal Family.
Or let's Live Oaks Park. I don't know.
Like I said, I'll work a fish fry, grill, all that.
I can do that.
yeah, and Van's right, we do have that in the wintertime with the Christmas
With
tree
Christmas tree
lighting
lighting.
of where
Yep,
that's.
that's true.
that's good
Van would
so-
look great with a hairnet. I mean, I can see
Absolutely.
it.
With
wear it
that,
every day.
working
You
with
gonna get a
that,
tattoo next?
because I don't wanna throw a ton of that stuff, because that would be just a cost, out of the general fund, but.
We can partner up with folks, though. I mean, we gotta make it a community
We have
event.
some
It's- I get it,
sponsors.
it's a
Your
town-
local
of course.
businesses.
sponsors,
Yeah.
but, you
You
know,
know, we have to
Nick
capitalize on our
Myers is a
partnerships.
sponsor, and he can throw in the burgers and hot dogs.
Question from
fee for
there.
that or something, I don't know.
And just let us know about that. I mean, if the police I've thought about that, having just a fish fry. I've always been like wanted to do a fish fry.
That does sound
Like Casablanca
Yeah,
does.
just have
You
a
know,
fish
fried
fry,
fish.
yeah.
Sullivan's Island Fire Department every year does a fish
We'll
fry.
just do a big fish fry. with
They
hush
do
puppies,
sell
that's it.
tickets, and it's to raise money for the fire department, but it's become iconic.
But
Yeah, I'm gonna reach
that
out.
rolled me
Don't
into
remember.
a question for y'all, and just asking, after this year, the ARPA funds that's been gone, that's been spent, and those were all spent basically, like you were saying, on kind of maintenance stuff, bringing stuff up to par that just needed work and needed some TLC, and so that's not reoccurring, anything like that. How are you feeling, how you looking at the budget going forward? I mean, I know this is the biggest budget we've ever had. Are you confident that that budget trend is gonna continue, that the, I guess expenses aren't outpacing revenues? I mean, are we
Well-
good? Because I don't want to keep throwing things, we'll do a family day, we'll do this, and you're like, man, I'm trying to, I'm counting each little piece of toilet paper over here. I
Right.
mean,
Well, the good thing, obviously, we didn't do, what we couldn't do, I mean, you kind of, but you couldn't. We were, ARPA funds, nothing recurring, all in capital was just kind of, I don't want to say it was things that we wouldn't have done in the past, we didn't have the money to do, so we're doing them. Personnel costs are always gonna go up every year. I mean, I just read the article about, PBA sent something saying, or I read where we'll anticipate a significant increase in your health insurance costs. So we're gonna have to think about that. You've got COLAs every single year. The cost of doing business, even everything, like I just mentioned with the 95. I mean, the cost, all the ARPA money out there has created a market where we're seeing 40, 50, 100% increases on things when we go to bid them out. I mean,
inflation's real.
that's-
There's just so much money chasing.
That's
there's
supply and
so much
demand,
money
that's all it
chasing.
is, this is what it is. So, we always anticipate some increased costs on an annual basis going forward. But one of the great things that's happened is, when I got here, we couldn't, based upon our 8% assessment for general obligation bonds, we couldn't borrow $1 million. Well, we just borrowed the $3 million to do a lot of
I was gonna ask,
capital.
where's that at?
We're,
It was 6 years,
making
right?
our payments, we're fine, but in the last 6, 7 years, we've doubled our 8% capacity. We can borrow $6-7 million now.
Okay.
Now, we've got about 3 of that committed, but if we get into a capital program where we need to do more, we have the ability to do that, we're just budgeting the debt service payment until
And
we
we don't want
retire.
to, you don't want to max out the credit card.
No, you don't want to do it, but you're in the year, 2 or 3 of a 10-year note for the first borrowing.
They were 10? I thought it was
Yeah.
6. I don't know why I thought.
No,
it was
it's
10. It was a 10-year, okay.
But, the tax base is going to continue to grow, particularly if something happens on Rebo Road. And just
On the bluff, on the
Yeah,
everywhere.
it's,
King's Court.
and you know this, you might build something, but you might not see property taxes for a year, 18 months, because of the way COs work.
Well, and that's why I'm asking too, I'm asking you how, where you're
Yeah.
comfortable with the budget, because that's gonna play into when we talk about businesses and these incentives, like, can you afford to be like, oh, here's 2 years of no business license taxes, here's, what can we really do? I guess I'm just asking how comfortable you are with the budget and your obligations now.
Well, and then there's always the external threat of the legislature. And limiting our capacity to borrow money, limiting our capacity to collect money, reevaluating, like right now, they're looking at boats. How many boats do you think are in Port Royal? Well, now we're gonna tax, and we're taking away that initial, the half of the component for the formula, and now we're gonna reduce it. So what's the impact of that?
Yeah.
So, I hate, this, we're in constant attack at the state level on revenue and sources, and we've gotten to a point now where like, listen, if you're going to limit our ability to collect revenue, at least give us more flexibility with the revenue sources. Give us more flexibility with day tax. Give us more flexibility with the hospitality money. If you wanna keep knocking down our property tax base, we have to have the ability to collect it someplace else.
And Dan, that was something that we heard, the association heard at our last meeting, and
Mm-hmm.
it was included as one of the board priorities for next year.
Yeah.
Policy priorities is giving counties, cities and towns the greater flexibility on the use of tourism dollars.
Right.
You'd think all these Republicans would want to see strong local government, right? Isn't that what it
Well,
is?
that's the argument, the government for the people, by the people, next to the people. But it didn't always translate.
No, I know. It's the same old, they complain about Washington, how Washington tells them what to do,
Right.
and then the municipalities complain about Columbia telling us what we can and can't do.
But if you just
The
think about
county, I mean, it's the whole.
What you just
And we're
said.
just at the very bottom.
Because if you are collecting more A tax and more hospitality tax, that means you're seeing more of an influx of people using your existing infrastructure. So you need to address those things. But if you can only spend it on marketing and some other things, it's just very limited. But if they were really concerned and didn't want us to reap these windfalls through property taxes, they would give us more flexibility
Yeah.
with the funds that we have in place now.
I guess I'm just trying to get a feel for you going
Mike,
forward.
what's our second or third largest revenue source? Business license fees. What's under constant attack every single year? Business license. So you know what will happen? If you were to impact business license fees, what are our remedies? We have to raise taxes. Well, guess what? Act 388 limits how we can raise taxes, or how much we can raise taxes. So all of a sudden, you got a shortfall. I can't give him what he needs to protect the people in this town, because I can't afford the personnel or the equipment.
Well, MASC knows anytime you need us all to get on the horn for any
Right.
issue.
Oh, absolutely.
Please let us know. We can show up. And
Sure.
I remember that one year we all took a picture and held little signs and some kind of stuff, so.
And
but I
that
guess
makes a difference.
Yeah, no,
They
it
don't want to hear from us, they
it
want to hear from you.
definitely does. No, when every council in the state shows up and says, y'all need to vote against this, they definitely do
Yeah.
listen, so. I guess I'm just asking you just because, I mean, I would love to see us be able to, give everyone a raise and lower taxes at the same time and do all this, and so but you're the one, but I don't want you sweating every time there's payroll, so.
Where are we gonna get this money from?
I'm just, so I guess I'm asking, just how comfortable you are, we do not know the unknowns going forward, but the budget now, you see we will continue to grow. Our expenses right now, I mean, they're manageable, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so, okay,
But
so,
if we look to take on,
that's what I'm saying, if we just start.
I love my police and fire chief, but they're gonna bring you some stuff today and say, hey, we really need A, B, C, D, and E, and we're gonna have to say, you know what, we can do A, B, and C.
Okay,
D and E and F may have to wait.
okay.
Did you hear that? Make sure you get the most expensive.
Yeah, you
How
might
realistic
wanna,
is how realistic?
might wanna
is-
check the
Yeah.
D, E, and F ones and maybe reprioritize.
Yeah, exactly.
And I
How
think it's,
realistic
when staff starts preparing their budget and they're doing their revenue forecast, that's gonna be an answer you're gonna have very soon. How are our expenses growing with our revenues? And
Yeah.
do we have some leeway for some of these projects?
No, and Van does a great job and staff does a great job. And it's one of those, we talk about it's a blessing. What do you say? We always stay at fighting weight because for so long Port Royal's had nothing, it's had to just scrape by and be resourceful.
Exactly.
And so Van knows how to do that. The staff knows how to literally, make miracles happen. So.
Is why we know Van looks good in a hairnet.
Yeah, exactly. So now now that we're having some money, it's like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
what
That's
is?
why I always
We don't
say
want
this,
these
all
two
this
lines.
waste,
We don't
fraud,
want
and
this line
abuse
to cross
narrative
us.
of the federal
Right.
government, I
We've
always
been
say,
there
go to local
before.
government.
Well, I agree.
They have had to learn to do so much with so little,
Yes.
that there's no waste to
And
have
when all
any.
these things are just, thinking about money, I just want to make sure, like I said, I just don't want you sweating every week trying to make the budget work. So, but it would be nice to do raises and lower taxes and all the dream stuff, and.
Well, I'll tell you, Mayor, I mean, we gotta look at what we have in the pipe
Yeah.
that happened in the last year, right? I think even though chiefs might get a couple of, that's a good problem to have, that we're even able to give them ABC, right? There's some municipalities they can't do that. And with our forecast of what we have coming in, again, it gives our staff a good place to plan based on what we're gonna accomplish with, again, everything that we have in place for codes reviewing codes again, that's a constant for us. Businesses and remarketing are, having a different strategy, including the community and a lot more things. It does, it raises money, it brings it here, and then having a staff that's pro-small government, and just to give us the go-ahead when they need us to make a trip, that really, I think that carries a lot of weight. It gives Vance some flexibility that he deserves with the staff to make decisions for us
Well, the
as a
key
town.
to our
I think it's
success
great.
also is having the right staff, and I think we have a superb staff. So, I think that's that's definitely attributed to our success, is having the right people in the right seats.
Well,
Absolutely.
and one thing I was gonna ask, I guess I was trying to, that was a long way to get at. What's the phase for, I know we did that first phase of sidewalks, and I know sidewalks are coming up, but we did that first big chunk where we did a mile. What's it looking like going forward with that? Now, I guess I'm trying to ask if I should put it up there, like, is there a phase two? Do we have somebody, because there's still a bunch of gaps,
Oh, yeah.
sidewalks go and then they stop and start back up. What does that look like? Is some of that property owners that don't want a sidewalk across their property? Is that,
Well, and we continue to have that sidewalk program available, so anybody that, that here, we're having it because we did the program. Now we have residents that we might not have hit their area, but now they're interested in being a part of the program. So that's where we see them trickling in on the ordinances that you guys.
But you wanna know we're gonna do it.
so the big one that we did with Joco,
1
right?
mile.
Yeah.
That they did about a mile, what was that, the end of last year? That was last year.
Yeah.
Yes.
How were those identified? They just walked around and
No, we had our first list of people that agreed to contribute or
Okay.
participate in the program. Then we saw some common sense locations,
Okay.
obviously around Port Royal Elementary,
Filling in holes.
filling in some holes. And so now we're building that second list.
Okay.
And creating some critical mass. But we all know, in an ideal world, we just say, you know what, we know where we don't have sidewalks, let's just build them. But you're right, there are some people that don't want them. And what's interesting, some people were like, well, you built a sidewalk, now come cut the grass. And we inform them, say, well, you know what the ordinance says? Once we build that sidewalk in front of your house, you're responsible for the grass
yeah,
on either side of it.
yeah.
So some people don't want to do that. And when you build the sidewalk, because it's still Port Royal, we remember Port Royal, you've now taking up their parking place.
Yeah.
You know?
We got through that.
So it's like, all right, sometimes we have this balancing act, and these two had to go out in the field and cajole, property owners and make slight adjustments to accommodate whatever they ran into in the field.
Well, and we need to,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that plays into, I was talking about how
Yeah.
if we have more businesses throughout the village, where are they parking now? If that front row is a sidewalk? I guess I was asking, is there a plan for, how do we make Port Royal, how do we sidewalk the whole thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that the goal? Is the goal to
I
get to
think
where,
it's the
to where,
goal.
is the goal to get to where the village is completely a walkable grid? You could get from any point in town to another point in town and never touch the road. Is that the goal, to have it all sidewalked, all connected?
Is it? That's y'all.
I mean, yeah, I would
I
like
think
to
so.
see that.
I think so,
I think the
yeah.
community
I would
deserves
like to think so.
Well, there you go.
I didn't know if there was already a
It was like,
plan.
what
Does that go on the list?
Well, just that, well, again,
Continue, it have to be a continuation.
You turn your thing on?
Yep, we're good. Awesome. Am I holding up far enough? All uncoiled.
coil.
One of the issues that we ran into with the first phase is that simply doing sidewalks and not thinking, well, we thought about parking, we thought about trees, but those are both issues. The distance from the pavement to the sidewalk's edge and where existing trees are.
Yeah.
Because nobody's ever given any thought to, well, if I plant a tree right here on the edge of the right-of-way in 30 years, there's gonna be a sidewalk installed.
Yeah.
So we tried to avoid trees, which sometimes creates wonky sidewalks. We do have the ability for businesses to be established anywhere throughout the village, so that's difficult. In terms of, we don't want to have the foresight to say all of the village could have a business in a home where it's a retail shop, just like Mrs. B's or something.
Yeah.
So we should do formal street parking. We don't really want to do that. But at the same time, there's a bigger picture with our streets where we do have relatively wide pavement. We installed a sidewalk, but people are still gonna walk in the street, and a large part of our speeding issue is the open expanse of pavement with no real.
Median.
Yeah.
We have no psychological barriers to it.
Exactly. There's nothing visual that says I should slow down on the street.
medians.
There are obviously certain residential streets, the numbered streets that feel tighter and you are forced to slow down, but ideally we would focus on that everywhere as well, along with installing sidewalks. What we don't want is that suburban feel of, sure, there's a sidewalk, but cars can go by 35, 40 miles an hour undeterred.
And I wouldn't, like I said, in my thinking about the balance is the encouraging businesses, but if you put a sidewalk there, does that take up, 2 parking spots or 3 parking spots that were in the right of way? Do you move the sidewalk all the way over to the right of way so it still has parking and then sidewalk? I don't know. We started the sidewalk project and I always thought it was kind of presented as this is phase 1 of a bigger
Oh, yeah.
sidewalk project. And so I was just kind of asking where that, if that was phase 1, then
I think
what's phase 2 and what's that look like?
I actually was gonna suggest when's phase 2, in my update, but.
Okay, well, we can wait.
The biggest thing that I would say, just before I forget, is that our ordinance has, the 12 feet between the pavement and whatever comes next, whether it be more right of way, that you can't plant anything in other than a marker to the entrance to your property, that kind of thing, which accommodates 8 feet of parking and a 4-foot sidewalk is where my mind goes. 4-foot sidewalk is typically not gonna be enough anymore. 8 foot is still standard for parallel, so something to consider as well. I'd like to have a little bit less of a piecemeal approach to how we lay the sidewalks out for phase 2.
Because that is the thing, thinking about going forward, and if what happens up on Rebo Road at Sealand Apartments happens, and when the marina happens, and we've just got more people, more cars, where are they gonna park? I mean, you've always said, parking's a good problem, it just means people are
Yeah.
there, so we need to be looking at, people are gonna park on side streets, people are gonna park in right-of-ways, people are gonna be, and that's, if we don't allow that, then at some point, then we're looking at, now, are we charging for parking? Or, in 10, 15 years, are we having we need to build a parking garage conversation? So it's just, people are gonna, when they start coming to Port Royal to spend the day, you're gonna go down, and we've all been to beach towns like that, where you go down, there's a main drag, and then everybody kind of shoots off and parks kind of in right-of-ways along in the neighborhood and stuff. We've all been to places like that, like that's exactly, and that's what this is going to be at some point. So how do we not, take away parking spots, but make it safe for when they get out of the car, that they can walk to the downtown area without being in the street. And so, like I said, they all go together and.
And that has always intrigued me because, we'll have a festival where 4,000 or 5,000 people show up. Guess what?
Parked all the way down
They
here.
find a place
They
to
just
park.
park it up.
That's what we need that's probably when we need to go out street by street and look where they're
Yeah.
parking.
Seriously
Say, you
though,
know what, this is the right of way, this isn't.
That might be a good time to do a
That's
study.
actually a great idea.
Yeah.
Mark it on your calendar.
Well, what are you gonna do? Hey, well, let's think about, what about if we get to a place where that's every day in Port Royal? What if every day in Port Royal is like that? Maybe
Correct.
not that big, but
Social credit.
especially, what if the weekends are like that in
be
Port
here.
Royal? Where there's just
I'll
always
be
that
there.
many people everywhere.
I'll be here. No, I won't.
I will say one of the things that in Isle of Palms people were very, very proud is before all the growth in the Tri-County region that we're seeing now, they did a parking study and tried to protect these residential neighborhoods from parking. And if they hadn't done that, it would look very different today. So investing in that assessment, I think, would be good.
Do we wanna look into it?
Being proactive and knowing you want growth, how are you gonna manage that growth within your boundaries?
So a parking study, put that up there? Would that be helpful? Something on that? Okay.
A plan's always good.
Yeah.
Says the
From the
planner.
plan. No, I agree. You gotta be
And is
versatile
this
and be able to
specific to
change.
downtown commercial?
Yes, that would be.
For now, yeah.
Is that sort of implied?
Yes, because once you leave the downtown area, all of our other residential, correct me if I'm wrong, for the overwhelming majority, I'd say 80% are either in HOAs or apartment complexes.
Okay.
So so they have their own rules, and then, you've got over Rebo Road back on Smilax Center, that's not HOA, and Casablanca's not, but once you start going up Paris Line Gateway and Savannah Highway, those are all HOA, I think.
Okay.
So pretty much that downtown area. Okay.
Moving right along.
Yeah,
Got
That's why it's fun
13
just to start talking.
ideas.
Well, and some I don't think are gonna make it on the must-do, could-do, should-dos, but they're fun just to get out there and,
Sure.
you know.
To know they're there.
get
You
used
can
to
have
some
another
travel.
category of things to consider, and there might be a window of opportunity at some point, and you've already thought about.
Yeah,
Anything else that you want to add to the list before we prioritize?
and this goes into the ordinances and all that, but do y'all see a lot of, because it's only gonna get more and more, people from, when we have more bars, more restaurants, more nightlife, are our ordinance and everybody ready for that? Are we okay with, once we've got, there's a handful of bars staying open till 10 o'clock, and, because I got a vibe for it the other night, it was like 2 weeks ago, I went over to Gigi's, and it was Saturday night, and they were doing karaoke, and it was fun, everybody was having a blast, but it was on Paris Avenue, the doors were open, everybody was having a good old time, and I was just like, sitting there, drinking my beer, and was like, there's gonna be more, at some point, there's gonna be more of this. I mean, where there's more restaurants down here, more bars, and you just got more traffic, you've just got more cars, you've got more noise, you've got more, people staying up a little bit later. Like, do we need to look at
Well,
getting
yeah.
prepared for being that?
Well, that's that balance, because they butt directly.
Into a
against
residential
the
area.
residential area. And, yeah, I think we're gonna have the challenges of the noise ordinance and the interaction and the byproduct of people leaving. 10 o'clock, maybe imbibing a little bit too much.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's something we're gonna have to need. I mean, I think Bluffton wrestled with that a lot when their downtown started seeing the number of, restaurants, bars.
And maybe there's a time, and this is, years down the road, but it'll, to where we kind of push it towards the water, like the places that are in the neighborhoods, maybe they have to close at 9 or something.
But then
and
they're going through the neighborhoods to get, avoid
get
the
out.
traffic jam.
But I'm just saying, we push them down towards the water where, the Fish Camp, Shell Ring, whatever opens up in the Marina Village. That way they're not in the neighborhoods.
Spine Road.
Just something I was thinking about, yeah, because
Spine
when I was, like I said, downtown, I was like, this is awesome and everybody's having a great time. But what about when there's 5 of these in the village, and so, which I think is gonna be awesome, but it's gonna be.
Remember at one point, Paris Avenue had 18
It's
bars.
18 bars, absolutely. That's what, we're getting back to our culture, we're getting back to our history.
But we also had people that complained about the noise ordinance and how late can I be there, and
Yeah.
get your decimal count things and stand in the middle of the street. Do you remember that, Massey? Yeah, I mean, they call you every night.
So it's just something that's coming.
So it's coming back. I mean, it's coming back.
We had 18 bars on Paris Avenue?
Yeah.
Wow.
You don't know how many, I run into people all the time that say that the way Port Royal's moving, and this is years away, but about how they talk about Port Royal will be a destination place, for a while, everybody, and no disrespect to the city of Beaufort, but everybody was like, went to the city of Beaufort. I have people all the time, they say, once that marina's built and y'all get Paris Avenue going, Port Royal's gonna be the place to go. That's gonna be where people come and spend the day and spend the evening, so, which is awesome. That's always been, I think, in the cards, that's always been the vision, but, so now this is what we're talking about, just kind of being ready for it, so we don't just get caught flat-footed, like. how
Well,
did this
currently,
happen?
we have the cruise ships that come in.
Yeah, that's
And it
right.
would be nice to, I mean, I know we're trying to work with, Bill with the tours,
Yep.
of seeing more of those visitors staying within Port Royal.
I spoke with
And,
a crew member yesterday walking the street. I said, "Are you from the cruise ship?" And he said, "Yes, I am." Where are you from? California.
Well, and establishing your livability standards ties into your branding, how and who you're attracting to come to your downtown. And if they know what are your standards, then you're gonna be attracting people that are gonna fit that.
Absolutely. But, we said 18 bars.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, we had a port and we had Paris Island.
at
I
the Port
mean-
of Paris Island, yeah, so, and
I have a question. Are we recouping any costs for all the wear and tear on our streets with these big charter buses every day, every week?
No.
They have a business license? Why?
From what I understand, because the payment is not within the town of Port Royal,
yeah.
it is not, so when businesses do work in the town of Port Royal, they receive compensation when they're doing work in here. That is done in another state.
We
That is
wanna be
not
a
done
good
in Port
neighbor.
Royal. There's no money exchange.
They just
Well,
pull
we
it
want to
up.
be a good neighbor, but I mean, we own our streets. We're not getting funding from the state, you know, to maintain it.
They belong
And you
to
see
us.
these charter buses up and down the streets, once a week, all day long. I'm just saying, is there any?
No, it's more than once a week.
Huh? We have more, exactly, and I just thought about that, because I mean, I hear it rolling out at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then you look out every 30 minutes, they're
An
rolling.
effort is being made to provide the people that are on that ship options to tour local
Yes.
cypress wetlands, other things. So those are being
Restaurants.
changed.
Cool.
They now have a menu that they can pick from,
They do, so it's gotten on
That's the
there.
main thing.
yeah.
Okay, because I mean, I think they're only here till what, May? I think their
For
season
this
is May.
year,
This
and
season.
then they'll start back up in the fall.
I was saying that downtown ain't gonna be ready for at least 5 years.
Yeah, they'll be back for a while. They might.
Well,
have
when
issues.
there's also a marina that's gonna be built where those boats are tying up.
Yeah, so they might.
So that may be a self-ending proposition anyways.
Well, if we could just continue to work on that, because it's already almost, February's almost over, so that's basically March, April, 3 more months for this season. And so, okay. That's all, I got, anybody else got anything to add up to the list of, I mean, like we said, we're doing.
Got a lot. We're doing a lot
Rocking
of
and
what we said
rolling.
already.
Rock and rolling.
Y'all ready to vote?
Hey.
Well, here's the thing about the voting. Some of these, I didn't say, but they're up here still, and I think like, how do y'all feel? I mean, we just had a big win with the port developers, but we need to still continue.
Keep that up,
We
that
need
needs to stay up there,
engage with
yes.
them.
We're held
Yeah,
to
none
that.
of these
Yeah,
go
yeah,
away.
Yes, because we're gonna be
So
more
that's
of
what I'm
a
saying, so I
monitoring
can't,
now.
there's some of those I wanna put a mark next to, but.
And it's more of a monitoring now, you know, so, but it needs to still be up there.
Are there any other ones there that, there were some that we restated in the new list? Is there any others? Are there any others that you'd like to include so that you can vote under either must
you
do,
have
could
number
do,
one
or
up
should
there.
do?
So,
Is one up
I
there?
think 1 and 2, I mean, those are gonna stay the same for me.
Yeah,
Traffic
one.
safety and overall resident safety.
Well, two is already up there, but one, we need to make sure one's up there.
Which one?
Number one, must do,
Engage port developers?
yes.
Okay. The other thing is, you can identify those that you want to keep, and then in your next document, we just include them without having to vote on them again.
Okay,
Does that?
that's fine,
Is
yes.
that better?
Because, yeah, a lot of that's gonna stay the same for me,
Yes,
just add a
yes.
few, move some up. Well, how are we feeling about traffic safety and overall resident safety?
I mean, yesterday with the rollover and all that stuff right here, and
I mean, that's good, but how do we quantify that? Like, next year, how do we come back and say, we did good on traffic safy and overall resident safety? I
I mean, we
mean,
gotta get some more law enforcement officers.
you know,
And
'cause
I
know
think we
we're
need to
always-
engage
but-
the DOT in correcting the problems that they've created by having unsafe intersections.
That's right.
That has, I could put an officer out there every
We
day.
all
and I'll
responded to
look
that
at
one
it.
yesterday, rollover, right?
You know, you can measure that by number of accidents. You can
Okay.
also do a community-wide survey and establish a benchmark of
Okay.
people's perception of traffic and pedestrian safety in your community. And then every year or every couple of years, you do it again and see whether or not the things that you're doing are improving that perception of folks.
Okay.
That's another way people measure
Yeah,
that.
because I mean, it's one of those, it's of course very important, but you know, like I said, just when we get back next year, what does that mean? You know, how do we, yeah, we did
Measure.
good. How did we did traffic safety and overall resident safety. I mean, before y'all got in here, we were talking about how we think y'all are doing a great job and community policing's doing great, and so, you know.
Y'all can deputize me.
And
Okay.
that's really the
Can
next
what?
step. After you identify what your priorities are, you know, engage the staff in identifying what are the metrics? How are we gonna know next year whether we were successful or not?
Review and update ordinances, that's happening. And I think you said sometime April, May, we should hear something back from the ordinances with the.
Yeah, for the code review,
Yeah,
but that, you know, largely is new development, how
Yeah.
streets are designed, how intersections are designed. But we can pull the crash data from LCOG and, we can
We'll
chat
go into
about
some of that.
what a good baseline is and how to, and I can look at it. If we want to do a survey, that's something I can look at
Finished
as well.
business corridor, did that one. Okay, make Pierce Center destination, quadrant meetings, enhance community policing. All right. Yeah, exactly, go. Okay, so yeah, how do we,
So what we typically do, we start, each one will give me your top 3, and that will get 3 points.
Okay.
And the most that have the ideas, projects, initiatives that have the most points will become your must-dos. Then we do a second round, you give me your top 3, those get 2 points, and that will be your should-do. Then we go a third round and identify your should-dos, and those will get 1 point each. Does that make sense? Sort of, maybe? All right, so who wants to go first? Top 3. Yes, sir. Can you see
yes.
from there?
Encouraging local businesses on corridor, that should be a top.
So D, hold on, all right. Okay,
Okay, right behind you, I saw Paris Avenue.
okay, H,
Identify new, what's that? Sources.
would it be helpful if I go through each one?
I can see it,
Before-
I can see it in there.
Okay.
And I think we have, definitely, we have to have the funding, so we need to identify, new sources, that should be a top priority also,
Okay,
yeah. So those are my 3.
ma'am, do you want to go next?
I would go with E.
Okay,
I would go with the funding sources,
okay,
and I would go with,
there's more here too.
yeah, maybe J.
J,
No, I'm putting mine on there too.
Mayor?
Okay. So yeah, so that continually engage with port developers, that needs to.
Think I
don't know if
had
you just
it
wanna
here.
write port development,
Oh.
that'll be the top one for me.
Okay,
Must
hold.
do.
Yeah, that's not up on the chart over there, but definitely that would be a priority.
All right, so,
Yeah, if you just write port development.
okay, port developers.
We could do must do 1, 2, and 3, and could do
And then
1, 2,
add
3, and should do.
So we may end up having 4 must-dos in there.
So this is gonna be your,
That's one, yes ma'am.
Okay.
And encourage the local businesses. D, consider incentives, and again, I would just, a formula district ordinance that's up there. And then number 3, finish capital projects.
here,
Yeah.
Yep.
okay?
Mine look exactly like the mayor's. Continue with port development, engagement, encourage local businesses, and stay true to those, capital projects that, so F.
Great alignment. All right, so we will, so it looks like encourage local businesses, finish capital projects, identify new revenue sources, and port developers will become your must-dos. So now we're gonna go through, and don't vote on those, so not forget them, but, you know, for the purposes of the next round. Now you're gonna give me your next top 3, and we're gonna identify your should-dos.
Got it.
Why don't we go first with Councilmember
Quadrant
Owens?
meetings. Quadrant meetings.
Yeah, yeah.
B.
B, okay,
G
G, sewer expansion,
and F.
F, finish capital projects. So this is already in your must-do.
Oh, that's right, up here. Okay, quadrant meetings. Okay, I'll just go ahead and select C.
Just so that,
C.
C, okay. All right, who's next?
So I
Ma'am.
would go with B.
E as in Edward?
B is a boy.
B as in
Bravo,
boy,
Bravo.
okay.
I would go with K.
K, over here, enhanced transparency, always a good one. Transparent until it hurts.
And sewer.
All right. Mayor?
I've got, H, Paris Avenue as a destination. I think B and E, we could probably put those together. Quadrant meetings, enhanced community engagement.
Yeah,
I
those
think those are kind of the
yeah,
same
they
thing.
kinda
So
go
if we want to put,
B and
quadrant
E
meetings and
together.
interactions,
Let's
that's,
draw a line to,
that's neighborhood meetings and Paris
Yeah, I
Island,
think they all,
Yeah.
and Paris Island coordination. Those, so B and E, whatever that one is, together. And then the,
where is oh, here.
yes, and then the,
I would say then, because B and E, if we're adding them together, maybe goes into your fifth must-do.
okay.
What do y'all think?
Yeah,
Seems like a,
Well, my other could-do was gonna be youth-focused events and programs.
yeah.
So those were my three, Paris Avenue, quadrant meeting / community engagement, those are B and E, the same thing, and then the youth.
all right.
I don't necessarily feel that we should have such a tall must-do. That's gonna be our core focus of what we have. And again, that would start to water down some of our efforts. I feel, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but having 4, I think,
the
growing
top.
that. I
That
mean,
feels-
we used a significant amount of
That's a lot.
leverage on the last 3.
Okay,
That if we can, yeah, I
Narrow it
wouldn't be
to 4.
opposed to making an additional could-do, but I think the must-do, we gotta maintain some focus on that. And most of those tasks require 2 of us hitting it at a time, and that'll spread us pretty thin. So just to be realistic with that, I think it's responsible for us to keep those short.
So we're gonna do 4 could-dos and should-dos?
I do, I think
we
we
can throw
can,
those
I
in
think
there.
we can.
I think that's perfect,
Because
yeah.
those become a little bit more, we
Yeah.
interacting with the staff individually or going out to the locations and looking at things on our time.
Cool.
But the must-dos, usually we're together, 1 or 2 of us kind of, just looking at a problem.
I like keeping
trying
those
to-
big projects small so we
Yeah.
can stay focused on them.
It helped us a lot this year. We were able to speak intelligently on it. It mattered when we communicated to the community about those things. And the resources we were able to allocate were really focused on solving that problem, and we were able to do that. I think that's critical to achieve them, is why we can say we achieved them this year.
so I think I need your votes,
Need your
Councilmember
could-dos.
Guerrero. Your could-dos.
Yeah, I'm on with B and E there, the quadrant meetings with enhanced community engagement.
Okay,
And then sewer expansion.
okay.
And where were we there?
We have evaluate personnel needs to
Yeah,
address.
No,
enhance-
Paris as a destination.
Over here?
And I think those 2, G and H, are gonna touch regardless, but they are counter, they're gonna meet.
All right, so your could-dos are B and E sort of together, Paris Island, and sewer expansion.
That's Paris Avenue.
All right, now your
So those are
should-dos.
the 3, so we're doing 3 could-dos.
Yes, because we combined B and E,
Okay.
right?
Okay, do we wanna do 4 should-dos or just keep it with 3?
Again, should-dos, I'm just saying personally, I wouldn't be opposed to a 4th.
Just add a 4th one on there?
Again, that's ancillary type tasks, just kind of, that's us engaging with our committees.
I'm cool with that, and it makes it an even 10. 3, 3, and 4.
I think so. I mean, we're
So
growing
we
by one.
have
4.
I think
four
we're.
four
We
should-do,
can handle
4
it.
must-dos. Your
Three
must-dos.
3 must-dos.
I have 4. I have encourage local businesses, port developers, finish capital projects, and identify new revenue sources based on the votes.
How
In
many do we
green.
have for could-dos?
I think we were saying, well, you all guys back me up, because I think that identifying the new revenue sources is very important. But we
Yes.
talked about having 3 must-dos at the top. I was gonna put the revenue sources under should-dos, because that's kind of
Yes, it's-
something staff
It's
can just
ongoing.
constantly be
Yep.
working on.
All right, so this will go to a should-do,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
okay?
So now we'll have 3 must-dos, 3 could-dos.
I'm gonna say must. And port developers here.
2, 3, yep.
All right, and then your could-dos are B, E, G, and H. Right?
Yes,
Okay?
and those remain 3 because we combined B and E
Yep.
as one,
Under the coulds.
or the could-dos, right.
All right.
Okay.
Do you want to just then, your remaining ones become your should-dos?
Well, I can tell you my
Yes,
4. Well, I mean, I think we might have 5
The youth,
then.
yeah, definitely.
Under should-do?
Yeah, here, my should-dos were I got the youthful focused events program,
Yes, that's what I said.
identify revenue sources,
Yeah,
traffic study,
yes.
and then, I mean, the other thing was
Family Day.
Family Day.
enhanced transparency. So those would be my 4 for should-dos.
Well,
And that's all kind of, like you were saying, that's stuff that's just kind of ongoing work.
Yes, yes.
We're always trying to get more transparent. We're going to
Transparency,
do a
yeah.
parking
That's a
study.
given.
We're,
So I'm gonna restate and everybody agrees. So should-do will include downtown parking study,
Yes, transparency,
youth-focused events,
yes. And then
That one ties to Family Day.
And then
yeah,
K, and K.
family day, youth day,
Behind
all
you.
the same.
Yeah.
Uh,
And K, yes.
K,
Yes. Because the family and youth, they tie in hand, so.
They sure do.
And I. the
And
revenue-
I.
The revenue sources.
should, yeah, we are, so I have
You already have
should-do,
mine.
That's a should, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, perfect.
all right?
And family day, like we were saying, that family day kind of ties into
With the
youth-focused
youth, yeah.
events, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Do
tie.
you
That's
want
all
to
of them.
include evaluate personnel needs in any of the categories?
Yeah, we pay them
Yeah,
enough.
go
They're
ahead.
fine. They're fine.
All right, so I'm gonna restate it again to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay? So your must-dos are port developers, finish capital projects, and encourage local businesses. Your could-dos include quadrant meetings and interactions and enhancing community engagement, Harris Avenue as a destination, and sewer expansion.
Yes,
And your should-dos include
youth focus.
downtown parking study, youth-focused events and programs, identify new revenue sources, and enhance transparency.
Yes.
All right, perfect.
How does that sound to everybody?
Because I mean, if you-
Because you're putting A and L together.
the youth and family, that's what she's saying, youth focus and family.
So A and
They
L are
they
going
tie hand in
together
hand. They're
to be
together, they
under
tie hand in hand.
Family Day under
Yeah.
Yes,
youth-focused
yeah,
events?
Yeah, they go hand in hand.
All right, so I'm gonna put this here.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
All right. Wonderful. Well, I'm gonna put all this together.
What was the fourth parking study, new revenue sources, transparency?
Have you all, does council adopt this list of initiatives in the form of a
Get
resolution?
it tattooed.
No,
Yeah,
We'll
we're
get
more
an
serious than
advanced
that.
pack.
no, basically it comes out of some sort of summarization.
when we
of what
mark
we're
Okay.
doing today. Then Brooke and I'll post it behind our heads, and every time they get off track, we just.
Point to the wall.
Yep, that's right.
Well,
Is there-
great.
I got a question for you, Des. I'm sorry.
Desiree,
Desiree,
yes, you
sorry.
got it.
When we do these, we do them at the beginning of our retreat agenda. Is that because we have you for half the day? Or-
I'm here as long as you all need me.
Okay, so maybe, I guess for the council, we should maybe entertain reviewing progress and then in our agenda for next year, setting goals after we hear from all our department heads
Yeah.
to see if there's anything, because the likelihood of these changing after we speak with chief, assistant chief, and these other, is probably real. And again, as to not waste anybody's time or effort, that, we have to come back to the drawing board, getting all the information that we have, and then incorporating that into our decision-making matrix, I think would help us a little bit more, because there's some of those that align pretty closely that I would like to see happen, and chief's gonna look at me like, ain't gonna happen, dude. I would want to know that we're going into this as a town with everyone's effort pushing this cart down the road.
Yeah, 'cause
And,
you're
and,
right, we
and
could-
these can change throughout the year, right?
Yeah.
Priorities shift.
Right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we
And
sit
I
here
understand that,
with-
it's just, yeah, like seeing
the
it from
ideas.
the first day we see it. We gave all the information we had available to us by the sources to make these decisions on their behalf and our town's best interest. Boom. No plan survives first contact. I
And
get it.
I've done it both
And
ways.
that happens,
You have
yeah.
department heads do their updates and maybe their priorities and visions for their departments, and then council chimes in and adds to it, and that's how you make sure that you're aligned.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No,
Okay,
because you
wonderful.
don't want anything, because we sit here with the ideas, and these are the people that have to do it every single day, and we're talking about stuff, and, in their head, they could be sitting there like that.
But that's the dynamic.
That ain't gonna work, I don't know
That's
what
the
they're.
dynamic of a form of government. You guys set policy, we implement.
Yeah,
That's right.
we are the dreamers.
At the end of the day,
We just get to
it's,
dream up here, and,
well, but that is your role. Your
Yes.
role is to set the vision, set the key priorities, and your staff
we are, well,
implements that.
we are the voice of the people.
That's right.
Okay, I think that's a great idea. Do we want to try that again try that for next year?
We hire somebody to be
Department heads first?
over him over there.
As long as it doesn't turn into a budget workshop.
Okay, is that the worry, that it turns into it? Well, I mean.
Well,
as long as-
we can keep what we did, and then just at the end of what they're doing, before we leave for the day, that we should leave all oriented with our goals in mind. I feel that should be, it's like a tasking
I
statement.
like hearing
Now,
from
go
you.
accomplish this. Let's go.
So-
And we get out of here and everybody's happy, and I buy everybody a soda at Partners, like, and, you
I don't
know.
want a soda at Parker's.
You get tea, Miss Mary Beth,
I
you
like
get
a
the tea,
lemon
Mama.
shallow.
There you go. We,
Where's Nick?
They don't sell that at Parker's.
I know, that's why I'm saying.
You see?
I'm trying to help the local businesses.
no, but,
Thank you for
It's your
answering that,
fault.
Desiree.
Of course, anytime. Anything else that you
He's the one that
want
got
me
me
to do
hooked
now,
on
or do you wanna?
when I say as far as it,
I like it.
like, I just want to get this, if we're gonna do this next year, as far as it being a budget workshop and turning into that, I mean, council, we can't make any votes today or decisions
No.
today or anything. I mean, everything is just presentation only, and staff takes that, so, but, okay, well,
Then we start budgets.
we can talk about that later if we want to switch up the agenda for next, but I know what you're saying about hearing from them first. So, okay, is that, did we get all your goals out, Councilman Owens?
I did.
All your goals?
Yes,
Mayor
sir.
Pro Tem?
And I'm gonna type all this down and
Okay.
send it to your staff, so don't worry about that.
Thank
I
you.
need to take pictures.
Anything else, Councilman Carrera?
No, man, I appreciate it.
How's that sound from staff?
Yeah, do a little break.
Okay, break and then jump into fire department. Counterport World Retreat for February 21st, 2025. Just had a great segment with Desiree Fregoso with the Municipal Association of South Carolina, coming up, reviewing some, some of our goals that we set for last year. I don't know about council, but I was very happy with the progress from last year, what we'd said and the things that staff had gotten accomplished. So that was great. And then we kind of talked about some some plans going forward for this year. But now up next, we're into the department head update portion of the day. And up first, fire department. Chief Tim Ogden.
Hey, good morning,
How you
everyone.
doing, sir?
Good, doing great.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. I have a PowerPoint for you, and I also gave you a handout. It's our year-end report that you can follow along with the PowerPoint. It gives you a little more detail about what some of the items we're going to talk about this morning. The first slide is kind of year review of summary of activities from 2024. We had 5,369 incidents with an average response time of 4 minutes and 54 seconds. We broke the 5,000 mark for the first time ever in the department. And if you look back on the handout here, the 10-year volume, you can see that steady increase in call volume. And I'll point out in 2017 was our last expansion. That was when we opened Station 4. We had 2,695 calls, so we're getting close to doubling since we opened Station 4, just to give you a point of reference in our call volume these days. We also had several public education hours. We had over 18,000 of fire training hours. We continue to build our medical program. We're training EMTs, advanced EMTs, and paramedics. We currently have 19 EMTs, 17 advanced, and 7 paramedics on staff.
That's awesome.
And our fire marshal's office is one of the busiest places in the fire department. As we've all talked about, we know all the growth, all the construction, all the apartment complexes. This office inspects them along with building codes, but we also inherit those on our books for every year after, because we go back and do routine fire inspections in all those new businesses and apartment complexes, because they have fire sprinkler systems, fire alarm systems, and different types fire protection systems that we have to go back and routinely follow up on. Some accomplishments from 2024, we had our ISO re-inspection this year, in 2024. It's normally every 5 years. We had our last inspection in 2017. They were 2 years late because of COVID. So we're awaiting the final results any week now on our re-inspection. You know, currently we're at Class 1, and we feel sure we'll hold the Class 1.
Good.
But we'll probably talk about it more in depth, maybe at a workshop or a joint council meeting, once we get that final report, because it is getting harder to maintain that one, mainly due to response times. You know, there's more traffic on the roads. It just takes us longer to get to calls than it did back 5 or 7 years ago. It's just the nature of doing business. So what will that look like 5 years from now if we want to maintain that Class 1? That's kind of the discussion we can have once we get that report back from ISO. We also did a joint medical training program with Beaufort County EMS, and where we're riding along with them. Once we train our paramedics, they go and ride on the ambulance. So we make sure we have that transition of care from us to them smooth as possible, and we're doing the same thing to the patient. They know what we're doing, how we're doing it. When they get there, they can take over and transport to the hospital. And we held our first Sparking Embers Girls Empowerment Fire Boot Camp this past year. We have another one planned for this year. And we had 11 girls attend the camp. And we also already had one apply for a job. She turned 18 and wants to be a firefighter, so she's applied for us just recently.
What were the ages, you think? Was it all kind of high school?
It was all, yeah, we did it seniors down to rising freshmen.
That's great. That's awesome.
And then there was a variety of ages that did join us for that program. And in 2024, we had our first live fire training at our own facility. So at Station 4, we have our own training props now where we can do our own live fire training. First time we've ever had that in Beaufort and Fort Rawls, where we can do the simulations ourselves in-house, so our crews can routinely rotate through the simulators for live fire training. Some primary challenges, some of this is what we talked about earlier in your session, maintaining competitive salaries and benefits and workforce housing for public safety. Those, I think, are going to be a continuing conversation probably year after year. But the city of Beaufort is doing a compensation study this year for city employees, which is going to include the fire department. So we'll be able to see where we are in comparison to other departments that provide the same level of service we provide. And then workforce housing, you know, I would like to promote more incentives for public safety. I think apartment complexes now, they allow police officers maybe to live in apartment complexes at a discounted rate, and they do some for other public safety entities. But anytime we can promote that, you know, where we can have our own firefighters and police officers living in our community is helpful for all of us. Financial sustainability for our frontline apparatuses. This means we've purchased 2 new fire trucks. We have our new ladder truck on order, and we'll have a 4th truck that's due for replacement, so we'll have a frontline truck at all of our 4 stations. The sustainability part is we want to build that into our budget for every 10 years, that those are paid out in 10 years and then replaced again in 10 years. They go in reserve status, and we have an ongoing line item in our operations budget. Fort Rawls has been doing that. They've been on top of it, been doing a great job in paying that out of operations. The city has tapped into some fire impact fees to pay some of those payments. So the goal is to get that off of fire impact fees and hold those for future development or future growth that we may need, and be able to pay those apparatus payments outright out of operations budget. And always, we want to continue in our automatic aid with our neighboring departments. We have good working relationships with all the departments, and we still have the outstanding lawsuits with the Burton Fire District that we hope to resolve one day and move forward with growing either automatic aid or some kind of consolidated partnership moving forward with a fire and EMS service north of the Broad. Some planned initiatives, co-location for county EMS at our fire station on 135 Ribault Road, our headquarters station. That's something that we've partnered with the county with. We've done a study and got a conceptual design of moving the Depot Road ambulance that's currently EMS 1 over to our fire station and house them in our fire station. So that would be an expansion jointly between the city of Beaufort and Beaufort County and funding that. And again, we are at conceptual design right now, and then we'll seek funding from some kind of joint partnership with Beaufort County to expand that.
You have enough space over there?
Having Our current fire station is there now, and having Beaufort County EMS included in that fire
Is
station.
there enough space in there?
It'll be an additional to the back of the building is what is planned. Again, we're in the design phase now, what that could look like and how much that could cost, and then we'll move forward with construction.
And that's across from the government center we were talking about.
It is,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's why I was saying that there's enough space out there. Okay.
It is. There's some space in the back to expand for additional bunk space is the goal, to be able to house both units. And continued discussion for closest unit response model for fire service north of the Broad. As you all know, Beaufort and Port Royal does it better than anybody when it comes to providing fire service to the community with our joint partnership. I think we can use that same model and do the same thing for the entire north of the Broad. We provide a Class 1 fire service, the best you can get, paramedic level of fire service, and we do it at a cost savings to both the citizens of Beaufort and Port Royal because of our shared partnership. And I think that same model can be used across north of the Broad to where we can expand services and save costs to taxpayers. And Beaufort County, I believe, is working with the city to conduct a study to see what that would look like. Now we've done studies in years past, but a current one would give us some insight on what that could look like moving forward. That's an initiative for us moving forward, and also continue to build more programs and partnerships to expand youth engagement, like our empowerment boot camp and CPR classes during the summer and other programs that we can build to engage the youth. Some greatest unmet needs, what I mentioned earlier is a new pumper. It's due for replacement in 2024. I do have a quote for that new pumper. If we were to order it and buy it today, we wouldn't get it until 2028. They're still that far out. So that's something we'll work through with City Council and Port Royal Council and staff and see what that looks like and how do we project that. When you think about it long term, I mean, we might not be paying for that truck until 2029, and that's a long time to plan out. But if we don't get in line now, we'll just push the can down the road on being able to replace those apparatus.
Is it back orders? Is it supply chain? Is it lack of vendors?
They blamed it initially on the supply chain, which I believe. But then once everybody started realizing that it was going to be backed up, they started placing orders for trucks they needed 2 and 3 years out. So that just started backlogging their books, and that's where we are now. They can't build them fast enough for the people that's ordering them to try to stay on target with their replacement plans. So until they ever catch up with that, it's going to continue to be 3+ years out on fire truck replacement. Next is our self-contained breathing apparatus. That's our air packs. We've applied for our AFG FEMA grant to replace all of our air packs. So we hope we will get that this coming year, where we can replace all our air packs and update those. And third is a fire inspector for our fire marshal's office. As I spoke about earlier, the fire marshal's office is the busiest office, day to day in keeping up with inspections, both new construction and existing buildings. So we would like to get our fire marshal some help and have a fire inspector to help with the growth in both Beaufort and Port Royal.
Are there any legislative or code limitations that would prevent cross-training between a commercial building inspector and a fire inspector?
Not really, not that I'm aware of. They could do some of both.
Yeah.
I did that in the past, when I worked for Beaufort County.
Yeah.
I would do some new construction inspections and help out with existing fire inspections.
Yeah.
So
Particularly since y'all have to do ongoing. It's not, my building inspectors, we issue a CO and
right.
adios. I don't know if you ever got to overcapacity and you couldn't find somebody, whether someone could step in or assist when necessary.
Yeah. Sure.
If we have the capacity.
That is a possibility.
Okay.
A scenario we can explore for sure. That's the presentation. Any questions, answers, discussions?
You indicated that there are 5369 incidents. That's combined with Beaufort and Port Royal?
That is.
Do you have a breakout? So how many occurred in Port Royal?
I don't have it with me today. We send those reports out monthly and break them down. I can get you that information. It's about 50-50 overall. We also have in the report here, it's broke down by station. That may help if I can find that real quick for you. If you look on page 9, you see the response by station. Headquarters in Station 2, that's the main headquarters on Remote Road, and Station 2 is by the old bowling alley.
Okay.
You see, it's 28% for one, 20% for the other. The two in Port Royal, Station 4 and Station 3, are 26%, both of those. So it's fairly equal across the board on all 4 of our stations when it comes to call volume.
Okay.
And those, but from those firehouses, they may respond to a Beaufort call or a Port Royal.
They may, yeah,
Yeah.
depending on, and the bottom chart is a unit, so you may have different units. You may have a truck from Port Royal respond.
Cross, yeah.
Crossing lines, yeah, so, you know, again, the great part about sharing services between Beaufort and Port Royal, you get 4 fire stations, 55 full-time firefighters, for a split between the city of Beaufort and Port
And
Royal.
I think that y'all responding to all, the entire spectrum of calls is very important because of your response time relative to, I know EMS doesn't necessarily have the resources. That's why it's so important to potentially have the EMS co-locating in our firehouses. I think we're probably the only firehouses that don't have
We
EMS.
are the only one in Beaufort County.
So
The city of Beaufort and Port Royal is the only one in Beaufort County. that does
Bluffton
not
has
have-
them, Hilton Head has them. All the fire districts have them?
Fripp Island has a QRV, Sheldon
Yeah.
has a QRV, Burton and Ladies Island have ambulances in their fire station, Bluffton has ambulances in
And
their.
correct me if I'm wrong, it's a county service, so county Port Royal residents who pay full share county taxes
Right.
should be receiving the same level of service, correct?
But not.
Okay. Just
And that's,
curious.
again, the goal of partnership with co-locating at headquarters and also here at this station has been a topic of conversation because of the increased call volume from Springer Health and,
Yeah.
the growth in here in Port Royal, that maybe they need to look at ambulance here in Port
So the
Royal.
EMS
Yes, I
is
mean,
run
I'm seeing
through-
you next door on a weekly basis, or here in Springer on a weekly basis, and
So EMS is run through the county,
Yes.
and so the town of Bluffton, their fire department has an EMS
yes,
on site?
Yeah, they're serviced by the
What is
Bluffton
it?
Fire District.
So we're the only ones up here that don't?
don't.
Right.
Okay.
But I thought at one time
Not
they were
here.
talking about it here.
We've talked about it here, and again,
Long time.
the location and.
Well, if they've done it in the other municipalities, then it's been done, it's like,
Yeah,
it's not a, we don't do that thing. It's a, just haven't done it here type of thing.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna ask, cause y'all do go, I mean, when you say the 5,000, the 5,300 calls, that's, I mean, y'all are, anytime somebody calls 911, fire department's there mostly, right?
Yeah, I mean, we do a lot of
I mean, I see
medical response.
62% is medical.
Yeah, a lot of medical response. Again, that's that first responder service that we provide now at the paramedic level of service. So if Beaufort County EMS is out or on a different call or transporting somebody to the hospital, we get there first, and we
Yes.
start the patient care first. And the next unit may come from Ladies Island, it may come from Bluffton, for all we know, depending on how busy county EMS is. So that's the bulk of what we do, and we also do a lot of service calls, a lot of hazard mitigation, when you have some kind of problem and you don't know who.
Representatives on county council from North of the Broad, one's in the room with us here too, so he's taking notes, I saw him writing down, so yeah. Absolutely, no, I mean, because that's crazy, 62% of y'all's calls are medical calls.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, Beaufort and Port Royal, we're the host of the county. Everybody comes to Beaufort and Port Royal for something. You come to the hospital here,
Police.
you come pay your taxes here, you go to jail here.
Go to jail
And I
here.
was about to say also, but,
Here.
and the volume of traffic that we have here, they have to contend with
I
also.
have no idea.
Yeah, with the volume of traffic that we have to contend with, and I see, it seems like a lot of people are so confused. I see when first responders are going, they don't know which way to go, and then they're pulling, you're always taught to stay where you are or pull to the right, but then they're pulling into the left, and and you're trained to go around to the left, and so that also delays and hampers the process as well, so you got a lot of challenges that you.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we all know the increase of traffic just driving our roads daily. And that impacts, emergency response as well.
Yes, it
It's just
does.
The volume of cars makes it that much more difficult to get from point A to point B.
Well, just let us know that study, how that's going, whatever we can do, if council needs to, make a resolution of support or back it in any way, I mean, because it sounds like if that issue gets cleaned up, that would alleviate a lot of the pressure y'all are feeling if that EMS coordination just strengthened. So, any way we can help with that, just let us know, so.
All right, sounds great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
You got anything else for the chief? Okay. Good job with the boys look good in the calendar.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
They said they were doing a calendar show, I was like, what kind of photo shoot?
That was
They
my
kept
first
it classy, they kept it classy.
They kept the class.
It didn't get too Magic Mike on it.
Sure at all. Suspenders only.
They kept it classy. It was for the dogs, it was more about the
It
pets.
was.
Okay. All right, so I see food's here. Do we wanna,
Nice and hot.
it's 12 o'clock, do we wanna eat? Do we wanna eat and then get back to the police? Do we want
We
the
have a
police
work
to?
and eat.
Do they wanna do their presentation while we eat?
Keith Meyer said he had like an hour and a half presentation, so I don't.
I can put it into an hour.
We can do
Okay.
it.
We got an hour.
I don't mind talking while you're eating, that doesn't offend me.
Whatever you want, it's 12 o'clock, we still got,
We can do a working lunch, it doesn't matter.
okay, yeah, we'll probably, if that's cool, we'll just kinda eat while you.
Well, you guys were eating too, weren't you?
I'll grab it after.
All right.
Well, we want them to eat hot food too, so we don't wanna show it then. We want them to be able to eat.
What would you rather do? Would you
Let's do a
rather-
15-minute
Would
break.
you rather do
Okay,
15 and
15
just eat,
minutes.
and then we
That's
do
what,
the
that, you can
That's
get.
fast enough to get in.
We'll do 15
All
minutes.
right.
Barbecue around. So, up next, we're back to our department head updates, going right on to the finest police department, Fort Royal's Police Department.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Nobody likes to present after lunch, so if you fall asleep, the DC has orders to tase you, so do not even think about it. I've been here since October, middle of October, and I think you're gonna, hopefully you've already seen some changes in the police department. This next year and continuing, you're gonna see a lot more. As you can see up there, we're changing our look, we're changing our attitude, and really getting a refreshed commitment to the town of Port Royal and its residents. That is the new badge that we've had.
Let me see, is this the,
And you're done. Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah.
I'll just give you the little gun sign. As you see there, that's our new badge that we'll be introducing in front of council this year. That was incorporated with officers from our department. We asked for ideas and for styles, and also with the community. So we had a whole lot of public input. This is what we've come up with, and I'll explain a little bit more about it at a council meeting when we present our new kind of look that's gonna go with our new attitude and our new commitment to the town.
great, that's awesome. And a new shield.
Fiscal year 25-26, what's ahead? Our priorities, increased professionalism. And how do we increase our professionalism? Big way is accreditation. With accreditation, what that requires is we have over 200+ policies here at the department, and as society changes, so do our policies. We need to keep up with it, make sure we're with best practices. With the blessing of the town managers, we brought in Power DMS, which is if you're not familiar with it, it's a computer program that works with accreditation in the state. So not only are policies kept together in one place, you have to be audited every year, so you have to show proofs of that your officers not only have read the policies, studied the policies, but they're actually conducting business according to the policies. And we do that through pictures, through reports, through body cam footage. All that has come in, and we've given an evaluation at the end of the year. What Power DMS does is it retains all the policies, it warehouses all the policies, which is important. So let's say use of force policy is continually being updated. The town, for some reason, could possibly get sued for whatever, and in litigation, one of the biggest things that they hit on is failure to train. So we're able to go back to the policy, okay, this incident happened in 2019. Well, what was the policy at that point? Because obviously the policy has progressed since then. Power DMS will warehouse the policies. You'll have a history of how the policy progressed. So now the attorneys, when they defend the lawsuit, say, well, the officer was trained on these tactics at that time. That's what the court has to consider in adjudicating the case. Also, Power DMS with the policies is we create tests. So when the officer reads the policy, they don't just check a box that they read the policy. They're going to be quizzed on it to make sure that they understand the policy. It also says in law enforcement, there's a lot of policies that have to be reviewed, signed off on, studied, and tested every year, annually. Power DMS does that automatically. So the officer will get an alert in their inbox saying use of force policy needs to be reviewed this year. You have to do it, and if they don't do it, it automatically goes to their supervisor on up the chain to make sure they get it done. Track signatures to make sure that they are doing it, and it just really helps with the professionalism of the department. Training, you're gonna see training increased. Right now, our training budget is $8,000. Average law enforcement class is about 300 to 500 per class, for about a 2 to 3 day class. But with that amount of funds, 1/4 of our department can attend a class a year. Obviously, that's not appropriate. So you're gonna see, we're gonna request a very large increase in our training budget for this year. We're gonna try to offset that cost with, one of the reasons why we painted the building inside and cleaned it up a little bit is we're gonna be hosting classes. So with that, there's several things we can do. We can bring trainers in, and then charge outside departments to help offset that cost for the trainers. We can also host classes with our own internal trainers and invite other departments to come in free of charge. And of course, reciprocate that. We have a great relationship with the surrounding departments where we can send officers to their departments for free of charge and also get the training from them. So we're working on that. We are also partnering with all of our local agencies. The fire department's coming in March. We started an annual block training. What that means is every 3 months, the whole department has mandatory training. They have to be here, and we hit different topics once every 3 months. The fire department's coming in, they're gonna be training us in CPR, first aid, stop the bleed, AEDs, Narcan, things like that. We also work with Coastal, I think it's called Coastal Empire Mental Health. They're coming in, they have some services that are just fantastic that our officers, I think we underutilize. They're coming to let them know what services they have out there, what's available, and they're gonna train with us. We also need to make sure that we're training for the mission of the department, make sure we're not training just for training's sake. There has to be a purpose behind our training. We're very short on manpower, so time is money, and we have to really make sure we're using our time appropriately. So all of our training will be evaluated before we schedule the training and after to make sure that it is appropriate. Recruitment and retention. Recruitment and retention is the second priority that we have for this year. I got a phone call from the sheriff's department yesterday from the staff sergeant who's doing a recruiting survey. They're adjusting their starting salary. Because unfortunately in law enforcement, it's a supply and demand kind of category. Everybody's competing for the same qualified candidates. So we increase our starting salaries. What do the neighboring departments do? They do that also. So they're in a process of raising theirs also. But what bothered me was that she said, well, don't worry, even though we're gonna increase our salaries a little bit, we'll still send you the candidates that we don't want, and they can apply with you. And that really hit me wrong. And one of the first things I did when I came here was I had a sit down, kind of off the record with every officer here. And it was common knowledge among law enforcement that we were the department of last resort. And that can't be. We're a growing town, we're bigger than Beaufort. As the port gets developed, it's only gonna be bigger, and this town is going places. And luckily, I've gotten to know the officers, work with them, read the reports, watch body cam footage, be out there with them. Luckily, that's not the case, but it's a perception. You should be very proud of your men and women here. They do a great job. It is not a department of last resort, but unfortunately, that's the perception that's out there. We need to change that, and that's part of the new look, the new attitude, the new commitment, because you have great officers here. We actually just revamped our hiring processes where a lot of departments are making it easier to come into law enforcement. We're making it a little bit more difficult. We made our process a little tougher because we are only gonna get the best of the best. We've agreed that we'll go ahead and work short rather than put somebody on there that's not gonna be able to cut the mustard and make it through.
So if we go back one slide,
Yes.
see, you need to take that right there, the priority is having the A team, see your acronym, AT, but see your E is out of place. Okay, there you go, and we have an A team.
We don't want BA bracket.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Part of that, to get the people here, we're working out our competitive salaries. We are up there. We realize that, certain cities have the income that we'll just never be able to match, at least not in the near future. But we are competitive, and as long as we stay competitive with that starting salaries, we're gonna be good. That gets us to the table. But we have other attributes that we can sell as a town of Port Royal that other cities do not have. And we're gonna really push that. We did include, if you may or may not know, this year stipends for things such as being a bilingual officer, being a field training officer, getting into specialized units such as the traffic unit, crime scene. And that kind of attracts people with recruiting efforts also. We're also looking at this year to add in incentives for new applicants that come in for if they have a college degree, or being a military community for anybody that's had military service. So we're looking at that. One thing that we're selling is that even more so than a salary, what people don't realize, and the DC and I sit down with everybody that comes in to apply, is you. To have a supportive town council, supportive town administrators, and supportive residents, all three, I call it the trifecta, is almost unheard of in law enforcement, or really in safety services. The support that officers have here is just amazing. And it really goes a long way. It's very rare, and that's really a huge selling point to get people in the door. We are also, in order to recruit and to keep people here, we're looking towards more specialized units. This year in the budget, you're gonna see I'm gonna put in a request for a K-9 unit. Not only is it great with law enforcement, but it's great with the community. It's a great way to get the residents to interact with officers. You'll see when an officer has a K-9 unit out there, families and people just flock to them. It's really, really a great tool. And that gives the officer something to stay for in the department. They're really committed to stay here. They're allowed to do other things. We're working with the Marine unit. You're gonna see the Marine unit really getting more used this year. Right now, we're getting the maintenance done on it. It's still a solid boat. We should get a lot of years out of it. And we have several officers that have already expressed interest in it. This year, we're getting them the training to go out there to do it. We're gonna concentrate mainly this year on being visible and educating boaters. We're not gonna take a huge enforcement aspect unless we really have to. But that does require specialized training, so that's probably a year or two away. But you are gonna see us out there more. And it's not just gonna be for 4th of July or for certain things like that. You're gonna see officers out there when we can, getting to know the waters, getting to know the boaters, being out there during the week, not just on special occasions. We're also looking to join with the Sheriff's Department to give our officers opportunity to get on things like SWAT teams, hostage negotiating units, things like that. One, it gives our officers a chance to interact with other agencies and other agencies to get to know us and realize what a great department we really are, and people talk. It also allows you, if you have a SWAT officer out there training with a full-time SWAT team or a part-time SWAT team like the Sheriff's Department has, they now bring what they've learned and their skills back to the department, and they're training on shift, how to do high felony traffic stops, how to do building clearing. It's very beneficial to the department. And then plus, God forbid, an incident does happen that we need them, we already have those contacts and those relationships already built when we need them. And that's a big thing to keep people here in the police department. Let's see, growth, we're definitely growing. As you know, the town has grown in the last just 2-3 years by leaps and bounds. We're trying to get our manpower up. We're working on it. It's gonna take some time, but I think in 5 to 10 years from now, you're gonna see a department probably double its size if the town keeps growing at the rate that it is. So we're preparing for that growth right now. Rebranding, I kind of touched on that a little bit. You're gonna see a different look of the officers and hopefully a little bit of a different attitude. Educational opportunities, not only with regular training, but also in the academic area. We encourage our officers to keep taking classes, get their college degrees. We're in talks to possibly work in assisting offsetting college tuition, so hopefully that will come to fruition in the future. Let's see. With that education, we're also giving promotional tests. We're gonna be promoting for a captain, we're gonna be promoting for lieutenants and for sergeants. With that promotional process, we rewrote it, and you will get extra credit points during the process for college education and for military. So that's another little motivational thing in there to put for the officers coming in. One thing that we've noticed when I came in here, I did the study of a salary study. We're very lacking in a competitive salary for middle management. We've gotten our starting salary up, but we're very competitive with everybody else. However, in the middle management, we're anywhere from 7% to 58% below surrounding departments. And that's, like I said, we're never gonna be able to match every other department out there, but we need to be competitive. Yes.
You say, what's the difference?
7 to 58%, from the rank of sergeant to captain.
And then also too, just for my knowledge, when you say middle management in the police department, what rank, what does that mean? What ranks?
I took it from sergeant to captains.
Okay.
And I have it all broken down, that we'll get into more during the budget.
Okay, but so I just, yeah, middle management means sergeant, captains.
Yeah.
And why that is important, he's probably gonna allude to this, is that basically means we've trained them, they've worked for 3 or 4 years.
And then they go somewhere
And
else.
then they might go someplace else.
And if you look at the officers that left over the last several years, it's our middle managers. You have a sergeant that's here making, a pretty good wage, but you can go to another department and increase your salary by 20%.
Yeah, yeah.
But here, we've trained you, you know the town, you know the people, and you leave. We're losing good people that way.
Okay.
So, we'll get into that more, but that's definitely an area of concern that would need to be addressed over the next couple of years. Let's see here, internal movement, we're doing that also. We've created lieutenant spots, where we've kind of sporadically had them here and there, but now having lieutenants running the shifts, again, it gives people, those middle managers, more opportunity to move up in the rank structure, take on more administrative responsibilities. Community engagement is a third priority. Hopefully you've already seen it. We're striving very hard for that. I believe in community engagement. You have to build those resources, those relationships now. Things go bad in police work, and when things get ugly, they get ugly quick. And it doesn't matter how good of a police department you have, there's always gonna be something that people question. Maybe you unfortunately have a bad arrest with all the training that you do. You have to build those relationships now in order to have that community support later. We noticed that during the George Floyd protests. A department that has built those relationships, even though they can acknowledge, yes, police work is sometimes questionable in other areas, they show support for their community police officers. Say, yeah, police work in general may need a little work, but you know what? Our officers are doing the best they can. They're doing great. Our officers are not like that. And we're really trying to strengthen those ties too. Luckily, like I said, the base here is already great. And as a new chief coming in, that's the best thing you could have, because now we can hopefully only go upward. So there's a lot we can do. Social media, we've done that all internally. We've had no external help from that. It's all our officers taking the initiative, taking the direction, creating the social media page that we have. And so far, we've gotten pretty good response from it. I think it's only going to get better in the coming years. Participating. We really encourage our officers to go out there and participate in the community. Hopefully you'll be seeing our officers showing up to more community events. They should be out there talking to the residents. Our officers go to the farmer's market every weekend. They go to anything that comes out here. I encourage them to go to HOA events when they have them. They let us know. We will be there. Usually it's myself and or the DC, but if we can get the other officers out there too, they enjoy doing it, and I like having them out there. With that participating comes informing. Part of the community engagement, it's nice to be out there, but we need to let the people know what we're doing, why we're doing it. A lot of times they'll say, well, you have a police car sitting down on 11th there with nobody in it. Why are you doing that? We let them know, and it's it's a deterrent. It lets people know they're out there. We know there's an issue. And people understand that and they start to respect it. So everybody in our department should be able to talk to the community and let them know exactly what are the goals of the police smart, why are we doing what we do. Acknowledgement. We need to acknowledge the community, and we need to acknowledge what they consider to be priorities. And how you do that is by participating with the community, talking to them. What is important to them? We, as law enforcement officers, think, well, homicides are, knock on wood, down, not a whole lot of violent crime. Everything's great. Well, that's great, but if the community really cares about parking complaints, well, that's what matters, okay? That's what they see, that's what they want. We can address everything, and we need to know about those little issues too. And that goes with understanding also, understanding the needs and wants of the residents that we serve. Look for us changing this year. Again, we're gonna present this to town council later on, but you're looking at the rough draft of our new police patch. That was again created with help from everybody here in the department had input and through our social media. One of the news channels even came out and did a story on us looking for help for, I think it was WSAV, looking for a new channel or looking for new ideas of the patch. So that is gonna be, you're getting a sneak peek of our new patch, our new badge, and our new police cars. I wanted traditional black and white. I'm a traditionalist. However, the younger group wanted something a little more flashy, so we compromised. You can't really tell there, but it's a fade into the white, and it's very sharp. And those are things that I found really help with recruiting too.
Got a big budget over there,
Believe it or not, it's not expensive. Believe it or not. And it's,
I'm sure that look nice, though.
it really helps with recruiting. We know the new generation, they like the flashy things.
Yeah, Andre learned how to paint.
So we're gonna throw some challenges and some Mustangs up in there too, so.
You're looking for consistency relative to your vehicles now.
Yes, looking for consistency. I don't want officers out there in gray and black and white cars. So we're transitioning. We're purchasing new cars this year. We'll start with those, and we'll start backfilling the vehicles too.
no,
So
it
they all
looks
match.
nice, we're
It
just
looks
kidding.
nice, yeah, we just-
But we'll get into more of that. I'd like to, if the town manager allows, a little presentation. When we
you
do
gotta
roll
repaint
it
your truck.
out,
You got to repaint your
let
truck.
you guys know about it. Yeah. Actually, what we're doing too is, where was I going with that? We're changing the colors. What else are we doing? Okay, I lost my train of thought.
I did it, yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to Ford's?
We're going to Ford's, but first we're going to the town cars for the supervisors. Well, that's what I was getting at. Supervisors, right now our supervisors don't have marked vehicles. We're changing that, so they will all have the marked vehicles too. So that way it gives the impression, perception, because the supervisors are out there anyways, now the residents will be able to see them, and they'll stick out a little bit more.
It means put your brakes on a little quicker.
Yes, exactly.
It's still flat tops.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go with the slick tops, you're not gonna see the lights out there, and that helps with traffic enforcement, and again, just looks a little nicer.
Great. Yeah, we'd love to, whenever you do roll it out, we'd love to have it.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it'll
we're
be
gonna-
Town council, yeah. we'd do
We're gonna make a big
presentation.
presentation of it, yeah, as long as you'll entertain us and you don't mind, we wanna go
Any-
big.
Yeah, we wanted
Anytime.
it.
We did it with the new fire truck, so we'll do it.
And we always have to one up the fire department,
There you
so
go.
we'll do what we
Good luck
can.
with that.
That came from town manager.
Also with that, we're looking at officer wellness. One thing we're looking to put in this year is a voluntary physical agility test. They have a physical agility test that they have to take to get into the academy. And just because an officer is on a job for 20 years or so, doesn't mean that they're not gonna have to jump a fence someday or do whatever. So one thing I found that was pretty successful is you make a voluntary physical agility test. You set the times, and if an officer gets it in a certain amount of time, they get a certain amount of little bonus at Christmas. Now, that's something I haven't run by the town manager yet, so we're in discussions for it.
Can I qualify for that?
You may, you could do whatever you like, sir. So we're looking at things like that to help physical fitness come back into the lives of the officer. We do allow them to work out on duty right now for up to an hour, as long as they are available for calls. Now, with that comes some challenges, because obviously, as everybody knows, anything can happen at any time. So although you're there maybe walking on the treadmill, you may get called out, it's tough to do, especially with the low manpower that we are. One thing that I'm gonna request in the budget is looking at the feasibility of paying an officer an extra hour after their shift to be able to go to the gym if they cannot work out on duty. That's, everybody goes to the YMCA, yes. We have a great relationship with them. And
How many
they're still
officers down
fantastic.
are you?
We are down 8. And really, with the feasibility study that I've done and looking to the future, when we fill those 8, I'm gonna be coming back for more. We should be right around the 35 to 40 officer range, and we're at 27. To give some perspective to that, we're larger than Beaufort. Beaufort has 51 officers, we're at 27. So we're about half their capacity.
Do you have applicants in, or?
We
you
do.
had an interview?
We actually hired one yesterday.
Okay.
Or one day before yesterday, he started today, and there's one that is going, he's in the last step of this process, and we still have applicants coming in.
Okay.
We did get an influx of applications, but like I said, we're not lowering our standards, we're increasing them.
Good.
So we're being very selective of who we're taking.
Great.
But I do see, not just here in Port Royal, but the law enforcement angle starting to shift a little bit, where 2 years ago, you couldn't even get an application. It's starting to come around a little bit more. And I think with what we're doing, we're gonna be able to fill those spots. It's gonna take us some time, because once you hire an officer, you're looking about a year before they're actually effective.
Yeah.
So it takes a long time, and it hurts if you get somebody, train them, and then they leave. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. We gotta get them in here, and we gotta keep them. And that's what we're really working towards. We're looking towards the future.
Do we have a policy, or am I just thinking of it, that if you get hired and you go to the academy, they should reimburse us if they leave within a certain period?
That's statewide legislation.
Yeah, that actually, with the Criminal Justice Academy, they mandate that if they're here, they have to be here for 2 years. If they leave before that, then we can request that they pay up to whatever's left and what we put into that officer. That includes the training, uniform, it includes everything.
Okay.
And most agencies, they kind of shy away from it until they hit that 2-year mark.
That's good.
Then they start pushing.
Yeah, but they're chomping at the bit at that point, right, is where a lot of what you're proposing, chief, catches us before that. With the establishment of culture, again, those things, the promotion incentives, education incentives, that make a strong officer, but also create a root system for him here, or her
Yes.
here, to have an incentive to stay, so.
Right, because pay is great. We all know, what happens when you get your higher pay? You spend it. So you always want more and more and more. What really keeps people here is you have to pay to get them in here, but they have to want to be here. They really do. Pay isn't going to keep people here. It's nice and it'll keep them interested, but they want to be here. They want to serve the town of Port Royal. And we're trying to develop a culture that really wants these officers to stay here. And that's why I say it's so supportive to have everybody here in this room supportive of the police department, because they see it. They see it.
Yeah, again, man, I don't mean to say man kind of flippantly, but, I mean, chief, the way, again, your approach and your recommendations and stuff, it's making it, there's something to be said about being in a police department that has standards-based expectations. That's on the wall for them to see. If you work here, if you're lucky enough to work here, this is what you have to do, man, every single day of your career here.
Yes.
You know, I mean, there's a lot to be said there. I mean, creating that, having a framework for it, and then having, again, your mid-management, your council, your town staff, pushing that same message with them, and the community sees a difference in that. I mean, there's a lot, again, just being a citizen now, on the other side of that photo, not being a photo on a wall anymore, bringing that to them, can we or will we entertain the opportunity at that point to renegotiate their commitment to this department? Right, so every time I get promoted in uniform, more often than not, unless I'm accelerated promotee, I have to re-enlist for 4 more years. That comes with the commitment, right? Like, are we gonna expect that from them to say, hey, you're moving into this new billet with this new pay rate, we're gonna go here? You know,
Well,
it just-
the only thing that I know we can legally do is we put them on probation. So there is a probationary period where if they don't make it, PIPs and stuff exist.
Got it.
As far as moving them up there and they want to leave to another department, there's nothing
Can't
legally
stop
we
them.
can do.
Right,
We're
okay.
an at-will employment state,
Right, yeah.
so we can't really, we have to be very careful.
But we
Right.
can make it to the point where they'd wanna be here.
That's the
because
thing, you
the
want to make it till they
relationships
want to
y'all
be here.
have.
Yeah, and that's what we're striving for. We want to create the right environment. Let them be policemen.
Maybe you can talk a little bit about what we've implemented already in the second part of the fiscal year. You came to Brooke and I with that menu of things that you wanted, and we were able
Yes.
to implement some of that.
You were able to implement a lot of it. Everybody got a 5% pay raise, up to the rank of captain. So what that did is, for our starting salary, I can't remember the exact figures, but I do have them if you'd like me to send it to you. Our starting salary was roughly about 5 to 7% below most of the other agencies. With that, we are now slightly above Beaufort, about literally maybe $100 lower than the sheriff's department, and about $200 or $300 lower than Bluffton. So that's huge. That's huge. Now when we advertise and we go to these seminars, to recruitment fairs, we're right there with everybody else. So that's amazing. We initiated the stipends for people that, bilingual officers, we have a very large Hispanic community here, population. So bilingual officers are now getting $50 extra every 2 weeks, every pay period. And that, again, attracts other officers to come in. People to encourage and offset, because training is getting so expensive in law enforcement, and it's so needed. that all of our training officers, if they are training at if they are a certified trainer, and if they are training our classes in an approved curriculum, they get, I think it's 1 hour of paid overtime for every full day that they train. So there's incentives that way also. There's also stipends for we have some officers on the crime scene unit that coincides with the county. They get a $50 stipend. What else? SROs get a $50 stipend. What am I missing here? Traffic units, a $50 stipend. We initiated a $1,000 sign-on bonus for anybody who would come on. Am I missing anything, Dan?
I think that's it.
I think that covered most of it,
Yeah.
And we were able to do that because of the number of openings we had, so we had some capacity within the existing budget. So we started addressing some of the concerns that the chief brought up.
Come on, application in. Come on.
Please. And what's crazy is with all of those perks in law enforcement, I never thought in my career I'd see law enforcement being a supply and demand kind of industry. If you look, I just got an email today, because I belong to all kinds of different sites. One of my local departments back in Ohio, they're starting, and it's the same kind of economy here, at $78,000 for an entry-level law enforcement officer. It's crazy. Plus with a $10,000 sign-on bonus. It's, and I'm not saying we got to be there. That's just crazy. But that's what law enforcement is these days. It's supply and demand, and as soon as we increase it, our neighbors are going to increase it, and vice versa. That's the way it goes. So besides the money, that's why I say it's really big on establishing the culture. Because money alone is not going to keep the people here. You got to have an agency that people want to work for.
And I think that's impacting everyone, because, I mean, in my organization, we just recently had to submit a slot reduction approval because, we didn't have the staff. So we requested, for slot reduction, and we got that approved, and we were able to bring everybody's salary in line with the competitors in order to keep people, because people were leaving and so forth. So you just got to come up with those creativity and those witty inventions and stuff.
Yeah, it's a societal issue in almost every profession.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I would just add, encourage y'all to look into, I know like Chief Ogden hit on it, Ogden hit on it, getting into the schools. And
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Because my ultimate goal, if we get the manpower up, there's grants out there. We've been very lucky getting grants. I would love an SRO in every school.
Yeah.
Every single one. We just don't have the, even if we had the money or whatever, we don't have the manpower to fill it. Because the first priority is we've got to answer calls for service.
Absolutely.
That's first. I actually talked to, what's his name? The principal at Riverview, Singleton, is that his last name? Devontae?
Yes.
I talked to him this morning. We're developing, well, not really a new program. I think you guys did it years ago. Since we can't get an SRO in every school right now, what we are gonna do is have officers make sure they stop in there once a day. So that way the officers get to know the layout of the school, they get to know the students, they get to know the faculty, and faculty and students get to know the officers. So we're gonna do that in every school. We are meeting with Riverview, I think, next week. I've been emailing back and forth, we've just been kind of missing each other. The new principal of Low Country Montessori. And then we're gonna hit the remaining schools too. And then obviously we have an SRO full-time over at Port Royal Elementary. So until we can get the SROs up, we're gonna just start trying to visit the schools more
We have
often.
at Bridges.
Bridges, we have nobody.
They have a director of security there.
Yeah, they have
again,
their own
because-
security guy.
Because we weren't able to provide some, they just took it, and they fall under a different type of budget.
Yeah.
For they're allocated some of those funds, to do that. Nonetheless, my kids go there, and, I mean, Eric's a good guy, but he's one guy, and the last time we had kind of a call there, we were back in the room because of our reaction to each other. Our SOPs and their SOPs didn't mirror each other.
Right.
Pretty imperative that we can do that with all schools.
Yes.
That are in our jurisdiction, so I think, it was you, me, right, and
Yes, sir.
and Beach met, and we just kind of made sure that a lot of the accountability, I was still on the school board at that point, I did, and I held them to count as well. I wanted them to appreciate that we can't plan in a bubble in those types of scenarios.
Correct.
I mean, learning at the time of execution is the worst. You don't want to learn in that experience, like, you don't want to create that, and that's exactly where that was going. We started to get in each other's way, And I think you guys know that better than most people in the room, that when there's firearms involved, no one wants to be in anybody's way.
Right.
Because it gets, there's very indiscriminate stuff that happens at that point, not by people, by objects.
Yes.
Things, flying projectiles. So, I do appreciate that, Alan, that you got, or Massey, that you guys did that, and sat with me to understand that, and I'm glad you're talking about that, Chief, because that does become important.
Yes.
And oftentimes they are, because they're a charter school and they're kind of over there. But if we have any interaction with them, I do think it's responsible for both of us, them and us equal, to understand what that SOP is gonna look like. So when we say bread, we know we're talking about a specific type of bread.
Absolutely.
Well, I think it's good too, because if you go in there once a week even, you get to know them.
Yes.
You see their layout, and you can kind of work with the person in there and saying, what do you need? And if something happens, what are you gonna do? Where y'all gonna come in? What are y'all gonna do so we can work together and make this happen? Otherwise, you got a bunch of people running in and nobody knows who's in command there.
Right.
So I think that's good that you're going in and meeting with them ahead of the game. Let's hope for sake we don't ever have any problems, but.
Resources,
No,
that's,
it's
that's what it
definitely-
is. Although we
Yes.
may seem like we're a small department, he's way smaller. And he doesn't provide the resource that you have,
Yeah.
the manpower and capacity, operational planning, skill, those things are, you do it every day. Right, it's different, so appreciate that.
Well, I know
It's awesome.
one of the, I think the city of Beaufort, just with trying to locate students that might be interested in a career in law enforcement, I think the city of Beaufort has an Explorer program they do with the high school. And you were talking about how you had the Night for the Girls, or whatever, that led to hiring of one. And so just trying to tap some of those local kids that might want to stay around. So,
Absolutely. We did that in Fort Myers. We started in the 9th grade.
Yeah.
We had Explorer programs, and it was very successful. The biggest issue we have right here now is we don't have a high school in the town.
Yeah.
So you don't want to step on anybody's toes by going into their high school.
Actually, we do. We've got two. Look after Montessori and Bridges.
Well, yeah, that's true. They are technically a high school.
Yeah.
That's true. They are a high school.
Complete student.
But it's that, and we're going through so many
Complete student,
changes
right?
right now in the
So
department. I would like to get that up and running, but when we
Gotcha.
do it, I want to do it right.
Yeah, of
And we
course.
just don't have the manpower to commit to do it 100% yet.
That's awesome.
I
Just
think in
put
a
it
year
on your
from now.
radar.
Oh, it's definitely on the radar, yes, yes,
Great,
ma'am.
great job with the, I can tell, and I think everybody can, since you're higher, the community aspect, I think, has been, I've seen you at everything, seen Potato at all the events, and they really appreciate that. Your, social media posts, I think, is really good, especially putting out those big arrests, you know, like you said, that deterrent of showing, like, if you come through Port Royal and you've got guns and drugs on you, we're gonna get you. And then if you'll just help us out when we get to the budget talks about, because, I mean, if I heard you talking about competitive salaries, training, K-9 units, and when we get into that, of just kind of prioritizing those with us, like, you know, would you rather have, like, if they were buckets, do you want a little bit in every bucket? Do we gotta fill up this one and then maybe not this one? But
Absolutely.
just kind of helping us prioritize for you what's the most important?
Sure.
Out of all that. So-
Absolutely.
And I know Van and staff can make it work and work with you,
We'll have
so.
lots of conversations, I'm sure.
Yeah. But we don't wanna be like over here, be like, well, let's get them the K-9 unit, cause that's how, who doesn't love a dog? And then you're like, man, we wanted the salaries, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, just however you could help us prioritize.
It's communication.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
The key word is communication.
And that's it from me.
Absolutely.
And if you need something, make sure to ask for it. Don't wait.
Oh, we're not
Take
afraid
the
to
hesitate.
ask.
We gonna ask.
We're not afraid to
Well,
ask.
we've had that in the past.
What- This is the M&M show.
One thing too is,
Housing trust.
I didn't address, you were talking about traffic safety.
We'll get them in.
I do want to put another traffic
No one's hanging
officer
the rest
on.
of the day, right?
Again, it comes down to manpower. We have officers that want to do it.
Who's
We
doing
just
your
don't have the manpower to do it right now. As soon as we get our manpower up, I'm really hoping this time next year, we may not be 100% there with manpower, we're going to be a lot closer. But I definitely would like to get one. I would like to get a motorcycle that's very effective for traffic enforcement. So that's on the radar too, also for the future.
And that's another opportunity for advancement in a department. And that
Absolutely.
continues to put, you know, for lack of a better, I guess, you can put hooks in them that way. you
Yes.
know? It's
Absolutely.
something about them tall boots. I don't know
There
why
will be-
police officers like those.
There will be a line item, because to insure a motorcycle in South Carolina is through.
That's the biggest
It
thing.
is.
right
Yes.
And it's-
Kirby will wear that. Staff can take care
Well, I
of
think
that.
I think y'all are doing a good job, and I think you're going after it, and you've kind of laid the ground for us to look at and we can see some priorities, and I think that's important. And, you know, maybe look after some grants. I mean, we've had grants in the
Oh, yeah,
past.
they're
that
good.
hold
We actually have.
officers 3 or 4
I'm in
years.
conversation, I've been in conversation since the day I got here. I brought all my contacts from Fort Myers with DOJ, CRITEC, and cops. We're already in the running for several grants, for
Okay,
license
good.
plate readers, for K-9, for an assessment. I'm requesting them come in and do an assessment of our priorities at the police department. They come in and do a 6-month assessment and make sure that we're prioritizing what we should be prioritizing.
Okay.
The problem we had is with the new administration, everything was frozen. So
Yeah.
where I plan to be able to come to the town manager and announce, hey, if you will accept this grant, we've got it, everything's been put on hold. So we're probably about 2 or 3 months away from that because of the change of the guard. But we're looking at every single grant opportunity. If you ever hear of any that pop up, let us know. I love grants. Ones that have been approved already, correct me if I'm wrong, is we were approved for our bulletproof vests again, the traffic grant, the cameras, and
SRO.
the SRO.
Oh, good.
So
okay.
those are the ones that Port Royal consistently gets, and I don't see any indication why we wouldn't get them again this year.
Okay.
But we're
That's
going after a
great.
lot of new ones.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely. And I'd say, again, too, just also want to say thank you to Deputy Chief Massey, that, you know, this was a big change coming in and having a new chief for the first time in how many years? And so I think this dynamic right here has been great. You staying on with that institutional knowledge, the knowledge of the men, the town, I mean, being here. And so, like I said, having the police chief and deputy chief right now has been really, it's a new thing, and I think it's been working really
Well,
great.
it's a working
And so-
relationship there now.
Yeah.
So thank you for being here. And
It's completely a team effort. I couldn't go, luckily our officers are next to each other, because I'll hear about the DC, or he'll yell chief, and we bounce ideas off each other. It's,
Well, like I said, I
It
looked over
couldn't be smoother.
today, it was the first time I seen that.
They
Chief,
should-
deputy chief, you guys had the uniforms on, looking good. I
They
was
should have had a bowl of M&Ms over there.
so, like I said, just thank you to, just wanna say thank you to Massey for everything you've brought to this process and.
I'm gonna bring you some M&Ms on Sunday. What time is dinner?
all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank y'all for
Thank
your
y'all. Anything
hard
else
work
from
on
the-
that, too.
Thank you.
All of y'all done a good job.
So, well, gentlemen, I was gonna let you know, we're gonna move into some other departments, also hear from the Beaufort Jasper Regional Housing Trust, so do you not feel like y'all need to stay, it's, right, they can,
You're good.
all right, just like I said, just,
Take a good.
just, yeah, it's Friday, like I said, don't feel like y'all need to stay here with us, you know?
I got no job. Yeah. You wanna bring in your office?
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
And broadband.
Broadband, yes, I know.
Yeah, can we see that?
Rural retreat, skipping around a little bit here, but that's okay. It's not an official agenda, and we're not taking any official actions. So, up next, we are still in our department head updates. Up next is judicial.
I have judicial department that I will update you real quick, not a whole lot, well, a whole lot, but, not a lot to go over. We have Tracy Haddock, who is the municipal court clerk, and Judge Grimsley. This year, well, this past year, 2024, they disposed of 3,037 cases. They're still utilizing the solicitors program, such as the pretrial intervention, alcohol education, traffic education program, as well as the Alive at 25. The judge is continuing with his CLE training, as well as Tracy goes to the Municipal Association for the court department, as well as she's going for her certificate in court management, which is a national accreditation. I believe she said she has 2 more years for that. Really, the big topic is just the public defender. We terminated the contract as of, well, we sent a letter in as of June 30, 2025. It will be terminated with the county. That was a joint service that we had with, it's the town, city of Beaufort, as well as Bluffton. The cost of that was $263,000. We feel that we'll be able to, we've already actually put an RFP out for the town for a public defender. It closes on Monday. We've received one proposal in. I think we might get at least one more. This would be a huge cost savings. We're also considering doing a joint public defender with the city and Bluffton. And with that, that would still be a reduction in price. And with that, the only additional item we might consider is having to switch over to a new system called case management software, and that would be an additional cost of $3,500. And right now, we currently have 100 cases pending, and that includes jury trials, general sessions, and professional programs.
Good deal.
Okay. And maybe this might be a question for Tracy. Do our police officers, do they have the ability to negotiate, because they are the prosecuting?
They were.
Can they, I was saying, do they have the ability to negotiate sentencing with defendants in the way that a solicitor does? Like, you know, right now, if I got a client, just to save time of how much they go to court. I mean, so I've got, you know, like, if I've got a client and they've been charged with assault and battery, I deal with the solicitor, and we usually work out a plea deal before it even goes to the judge. And then when we go to the judge, it's just as a real quick, jump into an agreement. Okay, what is that? Now, do officers have that ability, or is it, I wrote the ticket for this, this is what we're doing?
They do now.
Okay.
But I've authorized the chief to utilize the services of a lawyer that we've contracted with on an hourly basis to handle more or less what I consider the heavy lifting cases, and we're looking to go more permanently to that in the next fiscal year. In the past, we have used a lawyer to handle some of the more difficult cases, more complex cases. Obviously, we can handle DUI cases, which can be very complex, particularly if the offender has a lawyer.
Defense attorney in there.
Yeah, so we're transitioning away from police officers also having to be prosecutors.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it removes that, and of course I hear it from the guys that do criminal defense, but it removes that personal, you
Yeah.
know, the association that they have with the ticket. It's like, you know, yeah, because they, you know, you write the ticket, and then you got a defense attorney telling you, well, you shouldn't have written that, and then you wrote that wrong, you did it wrong, and now they're basically going at it kind of like, you telling me I'm doing a bad job, or you telling me this? And whereas if you got the solicitor, they're kind of removed from that, and they can be be objective about it. Where, so there is a posting for us to have for the public defender's office?
Correct.
Is that on our website?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Maybe, when does that close?
Monday.
Okay. Might know some people that might be
and
interested.
we do know that the city put out an RFP
Correct.
and did not get any responses.
For public defender?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna send that
Theirs
out.
closed. We have one so far. I believe we're gonna get a second. Bluffton still has theirs open for another week, and the city, I think, closed theirs about a week or two ago.
Okay. Well, no, I don't have anything else. You got anything for judicial? Any questions? No? Anything?
Nope.
Cool, you good?
Try to stay away from that part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I didn't know the contract was that much. I mean, 200 and,
263,000, and I.
we could hire our own
don't-
public defenders.
Oh,
Like, that could just
yes.
work out of the office the whole time. I mean, yeah, that's pretty wild.
Way less than that.
Yeah. Is the,
That was three.
That was for all three.
there's three
So
of
we're,
them?
so no.
All three contributing to the pro rata share.
Oh, it was together, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay.
I believe it was 80-something thousand dollars, but then we were,
Then you had the office supplies, there's some
an additional 75,000 per
bundle.
municipal.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just a reminder, the Public Defender's Office receives state funding, county funding, and funding through a portion of whatever tickets are collected on the side of the road, traffic tickets.
Yeah.
And so our citizens were paying through the county, through the state, and through the tickets. And so we were basically mandated to do this. So there were 4 bites of the apple to fund the public defender's office here locally.
Yeah, well, and like I said, we just gotta get, I mean, the town's responsible for running a courthouse.
Yeah.
And so, we need to make sure it's being run as efficiently as possible.
Yep.
All right, we'll try to do Public Works real quick, and then we'll go over to our friends at the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust.
Just real quickly, we did a very comprehensive review of Public Works last year. So from a equipment perspective, we're fine. Our challenges now are basically driven by personnel. We are short, at least 2 staff members, and we're also putting together a job description for more in-house repair work, carpentry work, things like that. I'm hoping to realize some cost savings there because we are having some challenges when we need to find and get repair work done quickly, particularly in our parks. Something needs to turn around. Kevin pointed out some things a couple weeks ago. If we'd had somebody in-house, we could have sent somebody over, popped it, and been done with it. But I think that leads to a larger discussion of where we see Public Works going as a department. Right now, we seem to be primarily focused on bulk removal and yard removal. And so that requires a lot of large trucks and personnel that has CDLs. And we're having issues finding them. But it leads to a larger discussion of what do we see our Public Works Department doing. We understand what Jeff says, he's everywhere. But Jeff is having to be 3 people, 4 people at a time, and sometimes he can't manage the department because he's doing the work of the department. And so we need to make some decisions about the future of the department, whether there are things that could be done through a contract so that we can ensure that we have the labor to do those things on a more regular, somebody on a retainer, somebody like that. Because right now, we just seem to be moving stuff between here and the landfill. And I think that we probably could be doing a little bit better job of making sure we're monitoring the parks, monitoring the signs, monitoring the things that we should be seeing that are right in front of our faces. So
Right now we have
that's the discussion.
Landscaping is contracted, all
Yes.
landscaping is contracted.
Yes,
So
so
Public
it's-
Works so the majority of their time is being taken up by bulk pickup,
Bulk and yard debris.
yard debris and bulk pickup. Okay. And that's
And,
just-
we chose several years ago to sector out yard debris. We were happy with letting people put their stuff out on the street unbagged, and we would pick it up with the equipment that we had. Most municipalities require it to be bagged, and I even believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that the city of Beaufort does have a contract with Waste Road to do yard debris also. And we've used, when we started to get behind, we contracted with Waste Road to come in and assist with, I think, yard debris, and maybe even bulk to some extent.
Southern Palmetto
Yeah.
has been helping us out as
Yeah.
well.
So, with the manpower challenges, we just want to make sure we're providing a very good service
Yeah.
that is all encompassing for Public Works, not just putting stuff in a truck and driving it to the landfill.
And that's time consuming.
So you want to contract that out?
Well, I think what Brooke and I would like to do is really, really kind of dig into the department and discuss
Okay.
what we think it should be doing, what it could be doing better, and things that we maybe shouldn't be doing.
Yeah. Because you're right, I mean, those just front of your face issues are the, park stuff being broken and
Right.
signs just
Right.
almost falling, just like that kind of little.
All things that we all see.
That you just see on a day-to-day basis. And,
What's our framework there right now, Van? What is our head count there?
3.5,
4.5.
4.5. Yeah,
Which
that's a
explains
half-day
it.
person. Yeah.
That's amazing, 4 people will do all that.
Right now, they're
That's a
driving
lot.
trucks.
Right now, I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's a lot.
amazing.
That's a lot.
And then
Just-
we have
just
some-
passed me earlier.
But you're
Today,
right,
there's 2 in the department.
Yeah.
you're right, we've put out,
Yeah, 4.5
Requests for
people,
applications that
2 on a
haven't got
truck.
any.
That's okay, exactly.
Is that we just haven't
People
gotten
get
any,
sick.
or have we got some that, they get the details and then they say, no, I don't wanna do that?
We're not even getting that far.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not even responding.
okay.
So that explains why the stage was.
Yeah, I agree 100%, because, a lot of what we talk
Yeah,
about
so-
with that up there, we're just gonna put you in a corner and them in a corner that they can't get out of.
Yeah.
With saying, we're gonna get this much more infrastructure for the community, which is Public Works' responsibility. Some of them we get away with because the county, partners with us for some of the bigger parks, but all that internal Port Royal stuff, I mean, that's a lot. I mean, I don't know how 3 or 4 dudes maintain
No, that's
Port Royal,
amazing. That's insane.
the Live Oaks Park. I mean, that's pretty
Yeah.
tough.
Okay, so next steps, sounds like y'all are.
Yeah, I think we want to dig in a little bit and,
And
I
then just
think
come
that's-
back to us with
Yes.
something, maybe around budget time?
I mean, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Y'all good?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, Public Works. That's amazing, just that. So we did have one more department head, planning, building codes, that's with Noah, but we got so many questions for him. We're just gonna be on him, so we decided to, we'll give you guys, we'll move y'all up, just so you don't have to hang out with us
We
all
gotta go,
afternoon.
gotta go put
Friday
our gloves on
afternoon.
for Noah.
So yeah, so up here, y'all were, D, we're moving you up to A. Beaufort Jasper Regional Housing Trust. So just so you know, this is our topic section. We were planning on going through and spending, just 10, 15 minutes on each one. So kind of let y'all give you that time frame going into it. But yeah, go to Beaufort Jasper Regional Housing Trust. Thank you.
Thanks for having us. You don't have the word regional in there.
Okay, good. Beaufort Jasper Housing
So
Trust.
it's just BJHT, doesn't have. any-
BJHT.
Yeah. But thank you so much for taking the time to have us, and I think by now you probably all have met Claude Hicks, who's our executive director, and Jennifer Tuckweiler, who you may have already known anyway, who never seen her before. I know she's kind of hidden usually. So I will turn it over to the experts. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for this opportunity. It has been a little under a year since I got here last April, and I think in my second week here, I was making a presentation to Port Royal and trying to figure out exactly where I lived in Port Royal. I still live at the Preserve. Ready? This is, as a reminder, the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust. It's made up of 6 municipalities, both counties, and the state of South Carolina is not a member of the trust, but it has participated in the trust. Next slide. Our mission is the same as it was since inception. It is to create and preserve workforce and affordable housing in both Beaufort and Jasper counties. I will tell you that we have other interests outside of those 2 counties because they have looked at the regional approach and seen that it works. Next. I wanted to introduce or reinforce 3 terms that we use and have caused some confusion out in the marketplace, but they are industry standards. Area median income is simply what is the income, the middle income for any specific area. HUD defines this and they change it on an annual basis based on how population increases or decreases or rates of pay increase or decrease. Workforce housing is defined as any housing that goes up to 120% of area median income. And affordable housing is 60% or lower than of area median income. So when you hear the term low-income housing tax credit, it most often refers to affordable housing at 60% or less. Workforce housing may be a combination of those credits. It may be a private activity. It may be a public-private partnership. Next, please. The 30% threshold, we have been talking about this since I've been here. HUD and the marketplace have determined that no family should pay more than 30% of their income in either rent or house payment. In a couple of slides, we'll demonstrate how well this area has done in trying to achieve that 30% threshold. Next, please. These are the current limits. If you look at 100% of median family income, Beaufort is $106,000. Based on the 30% calculation, their maximum affordability would be $2,600. So for a family of 4, let's say currently if they're looking for a 3-bedroom apartment or house to rent, it's slightly above the $2,600 based on where you are. The closer you get to Hilton Head, the higher it gets. In some parts of Hilton Head, it is above $3,000 a month.
We're seeing those numbers here already.
Yeah, yeah. So where I live in the Preserve, their rent schedule follows the military pay allowance. So if it goes up, we get a note that says rents are going up. So, and so my complex, you all know this, is probably 75% Marines. They have other problems in that Marines can be deployed in the middle of a lease, but they follow that schedule to post their rents.
Which is interesting because the military bases theirs on the average here, on zip codes.
Yeah.
And it's a self-living ice cream cone
Yeah.
that we all look at and we just say, oh, well, it's a finger pointing thing, really, at the end of the day. Because, I mean, yeah.
Well, there's one guarantee, it's not going down.
Yeah.
So it continues to go up, and as we continue to add people into this area, it's going to continue to go up.
That's
A couple of the new market rate complexes are well above $3,000 for a 3-bedroom.
Claude, would I be correct that the 100% median in the town versus the entire county would be closer to what the median is that you see for Jasper?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Maybe. It just, you
It
can't,
depends.
they don't break it down, HUD does not break it down that way. So it's only broken down by county for HUD. But you could find another organization that might break out town of Port Royal, but it's all sketchy when you get down to the town, city level.
Next slide, please. So the Federal Reserve, on an annual basis, looks across the country to determine if a family was buying or renting a medium-priced house or apartment, would they spend more than 30% of their income making those payments? So the Reserve went back and looked, and in this area, Beaufort and Jasper County, nothing has qualified for the last 21 years, which means that people had to pay way beyond 30% of their income for rent or for house payment. Dr. Ulrich had this slide at a symposium that we all went to. Wendy was there as well. And I think it was shocking to the room that at no time in 21 years could somebody really afford to live here and not pay more than 30% of their household income. Next, please. So when we look at sales prices in Port Royal, they've risen 17.1% year over year. That's the highest increase in northern Beaufort County. And you all live it, you all see it. The prices, especially after COVID, began to rise on an exponential basis. Beaufort has now overtaken Hilton Head as the most expensive place to live in this area on a price per household basis or on a rental basis. The fact of the matter is, there is nowhere for service workers to live. There is nowhere for young professionals to live. So they're going further and further out in the county, and the trade-off is an hour commute to their job. Or in some cases, in many cases, families are doubling up to be able to afford the mortgage. Next, please. So we have 3 platforms. One is to create and preserve affordable workforce housing. One is home repairs, and the other one is home buyer assistance. When I got here, we actually selected the 8 grantees that received these funds, and they ranged from the hospital to Habitat to Deep Well. And we put $500,000 into Carrington Manor, which is right off of Boundary, and has put a sign up that it's getting ready to open. I don't see how, because it's still a lot of open windows, still looks kind of like that. We sent out $619,000 for home repairs. I can tell you that home repairs is the #1 question that we get and the #1 need that we have throughout both counties. $364,000 in grant funding for home buyer assistance. That's probably the most difficult to achieve given interest rates and just given lack of any housing stock out there in the marketplace. We got $3 million in additional funding from the state of South Carolina, and the county asked us to be the fiscal agent for $600,000 in grant funding to CCDC, which took those funds along with other funds and purchased 21 rental homes that they are now re-renting to lower income families. Next, please. What's next? We applied for and were approved to be a qualified sponsor for South Carolina Housing Trust Fund. We also are a qualified environmental lead renovation company. Both the trust and Jennifer and I individually. Very painful class we had to go through down in Charleston. But we have that, so that allows us to look at any home. Prior to achieving that, we could only look at a home for repair that was newer than 1978. Now we can look at anything. It's primarily the lead-based paint issue that we now have to look at. We have developed a partnership with the City of Beaufort for a home repair program. They came to us and said that they wanted a bigger focus on the City of Beaufort, so they put up $150,000. We put up $100,000 into a fund to serve home repair needs for citizens of City of Beaufort. This will probably launch early summer. We're going before the council next month to get final approval, but it has passed through 2 work sessions. We're looking at this as a model of what we may be able to replicate in other areas. Hilton Head has a similar program. Bluffton has a similar program. They're very successful, and they've run out of money very quickly on an annual basis. We also are looking for potential land acquisition sites with developers. You can probably appreciate the fact that when I got here, I came with 30 years worth of investor and developer relationships who wanted to know why I came to Beaufort, South Carolina. And it must be because there are opportunities here. So we have some really, really good workforce developers who are looking at developing. This morning I met with one close to Hilton Head who's looking to develop workforce for teachers only. So there are a lot of good thoughts, good ideas out there about how we tackle this problem. And we are facilitating a solutions forum where we're bringing together representatives from municipalities as well as Home Builders Association, contractors and developers to talk about what are some ideas that we can put on the table to get developments out of the ground faster. I'm sure it's going to be an interesting and lively conversation, but everybody has ideas they want to put on the table, and we think this is going to be a really good forum. Next, please. Developing workforce and affordable housing must be intentional. What we mean by that is there is not enough money on the state perspective, from the local perspective. We don't even know what's coming from Washington anymore. I suspect we won't know for at least a couple of months till the new secretary gets in, other than the fact that he cut $4 million from the budget the other day. We believe that he's going to be in favor of opportunity zones. When he was in the administration last time, he was a big proponent of opportunity zones, as was Senator Scott, who has already said that he is going to put his name behind opportunity zones in the future. We need to, and we have, I think, come before you 3 times, asking for an exception to the moratorium. We're not sure if you're going to extend the moratorium, but if you are, we're asking for an exception. Next slide, please. An exception really to house the people that you see on this slide. We're working with the Beaufort Memorial Hospital right now, who has no housing for nurses. We're working with developers who have no housing for teachers. We're working with developers who are looking for general workforce housing opportunities.
How will a moratorium guarantee housing for those people?
How will keeping the moratorium?
Are you building the developments solely for those people or for low-income families?
Next slide, please. Here's what we're proposing. That we recommend an exception to the current moratorium on multifamily development when 50% or more of the units are dedicated to workforce housing earning up to 120% AMI. So you can play with this there's 100 ways to do it. What we are trying to do is, if you have a workforce developer who finds a piece of land in Port Royal, it does not, we're not suggesting at all that any other exception other than they have the right to submit under the normal land development process, under the normal process before council, all of your normal requirements are still in place. It's just that this would be looked at outside of the moratorium if the moratorium continues. Next, please. We have said this, I've spoken to over 100 groups since I got here last April. We've said this to every group. No housing equals no workers, equals no economic development, equals no community. One of the things that Dr. Ulrich talked about from the Federal Reserve was that the entire state of Maryland is being considered a dying state because there's more people leaving than there are coming in. What we are saying is, if you don't house workers, if they don't have a place to live, convenient to where they work, they'll go somewhere else. And before long, we're going to have the kind of issues that we had at the hospital this past summer, where you had an overabundance of patients that showed up at the same time and no staff to take care of them. You had people on gurneys out in the hallway because there was nobody there to treat them. That happened twice during the summer. So as you consider what you are doing going forward, we would ask that you consider the exception to the moratorium. You have been a great partner with us in moving forward. We hope that you can see the progress that we've made in both Beaufort and Jasper counties. And we have a lot of things on our plate to make things even bigger and better than we did during this past year. So we thank you for your support. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. If you have any questions, we're happy to take them.
So no, well, I was gonna ask, and genuinely, we've talked about this before, and I've talked about it with a bunch of people, just trying to figure it out, because this is an issue that's happening everywhere, and this place is unique with the military, as we were talking about earlier. But so, in y'all's, because y'all study this a lot more, and so who is moving here? Because every time I talk to people I hear, you can't afford to live here, there's nothing to do, and everywhere I go is packed. Everywhere I look, they're cutting down and building. Not everywhere, but I see developments happening. Every festival I go to is full. When the weather's nice, the river's full. Sands Beach will be packed. So it's like I see people everywhere I look, but then I hear you can't afford to live here and there's nothing to do. So I'm like, well, then why are my eyes telling me this place has grown at 20% in the last 10 years and projected to continue to do that? Is that just all RV? Is it just all retirees? Is it just all everybody from up north? Because we are growing, so people are living here. And they are working here. I mean,
it's a combination of three things.
Okay.
Number one is retirees who are coming here looking for a specific kind of living behind a gated community, more in the Sun City style of house, something that they can easily maintain. They're coming here with pockets full of cash from equity that they sold their house in New York and came in here and say, oh, they don't care what the price of the house is. If they like it, they're going to buy it, which then drives the prices up in the entire neighborhood. So you have that segment of the market. You have, and a part of that is Marines who retire here want to stay here. They want to be able to afford a house here. They want to stay in an apartment here. You have that segment of the market. You have the segment of the market that says, I want to be close to the water, but I can't afford Charleston and I don't want to drive to Savannah. Those people are looking here at what are my alternatives here. The domestic capacity of this area with respect to income, if you look at what people spend here and what they spend it on, the demand for more restaurants, the demand for more shopping, the demand, all of those demands are going to keep growing. My cousin is part of the team that developed the new TJ Maxx Center out on the Parkway. When that Home Goods opened, it had the single biggest opening in the history of Home Goods, because people were used to driving to Hilton Head to go to TJ Maxx or to wherever. Now it's here, and anytime you go over there, that place is packed and they're not even built out yet. So you have that segment of the market. You have young professionals who are either working at the university, working in the hospital. You have them, but no one can afford a house at $650,000. So they're looking at what are my alternatives.
They might come, but they don't stay.
They don't stay.
That, I think that's one of the bigger problems we're seeing, is they might come for a little bit because it looks great. You've heard in Fort Royal, it looked great,
Yeah.
great life, but then they figure out they can't afford it. And if they're staying, I'd be willing to bet you their debt to income ratio is pretty high.
Yeah,
Because they're affording a lifestyle that's really not feasible.
And we are growing like crazy, especially Port Royal, but it's people who can afford to come here as it's currently valued. But the services, they all want services. Whether you're talking
No,
medical stuff or whether you're
Yeah.
talking housekeeping.
No, and you don't wanna see, I mean, Hilton Head was dealing with that problem, like they gotta like basically bus people in to work at the hotels.
So 14,000 people a day cross the bridge.
So,
in
yeah,
Hilton Head.
and we don't wanna get into that. It's just, it's difficult, I guess, when we're looking on our end, that with the Marine Corps being there and them having, and they're, you know, we just talked about how important they are to the town. Without the military, I mean, this place would dry up. So the military's here, we need them here, they're gonna be here forever. They do give stipends to people, so people that work there get this check. As we just stated, anytime they go up, the rents go up. So it's all like, can we build ourselves out of this problem with that there? I mean, can we just throw enough houses at it and enough apartment rooms that fixes it? And that's a genuine question. I mean, these are, you know.
Are you talking about fixes just the military?
No,
Or
that
everything?
provides
Supply
it.
fixes demand.
That applies
Yeah,
for
supply
life.
fixes
Yeah, but
demand.
supply and demand also affect other things that we say people come here and they're gonna keep coming here if we continue to provide
They're
that, right?
coming regardless.
I get that, we can all say that, but we're saying we're already behind the power curve. So we're continuing to build big shopping centers, that's exacerbating that because it requires more service industry type
Right.
workers
Right.
to do that. So whether, I know they're coming, I know they're gonna come, I get that part, that's a simple math problem. But if
Well-
we're looking at something like that, when we're asking for, the multi-unit moratorium to be waived, by doing that, how do we contribute, because it's $127,000 is what the AMI is, 120%, right? 106, 20%, 127,000. My police officers don't make that. A Marine doesn't make that, a firefighter doesn't.
But do they make it in a combined income family, husband and
They
wife?
might make
Well,
it
okay,
work.
so again, when I look at that, I'm not in a combined income family, because I'm gonna spend more money on childcare than I am with my wife just sitting at home. So my wife sits at home, I'm single family income guy, someone who shows up, and this is, I don't know how we do this, but it's a question, I guess, for you guys when we consider this. When we approve somebody for an application to get into an apartment, we use income, we use history, we use credit, we use all those things. If I got somebody that's making $127,000, the likelihood of him being a constant in that apartment is what I want. I want that apartment filled if I'm an investor. It's more so than somebody who's making 37,000, who's gonna, how do we say that I'm gonna put someone not at 127,000 in, like, in that place?
Do we just lower that AMI requirement?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's my concern.
You can do it any way that you want.
Because that's what I was thinking the same thing, I was looking at it, and I think that we do need to do something on that, and hopefully we will extend the moratorium, because again, since we've started it last, we've still got, 1,000 units coming down the pipe, so future apartment complexes that go in, you know, how do we make sure that over half are for actually the people that work? So I think you lower that AMA, right? I mean, instead of having 120,
But that's your workforce, I mean, that's your workforce, that's a 2-income earning family, that might be a nurse and a teacher. That might be, I mean, that's feasible at $120,000
no,
a year.
and that's what I was just saying, just to, maybe when we look at it, lowering that
Right.
AMA requirement to make it more
I mean, you
zoned
could,
in on, specifically on teacher, police.
You can
F&B.
lower it, but your incoming policeman probably would qualify for a low-income housing tax credit bill.
Right.
They would probably, work at Pintail Point, the other family development on Boundary Street. Those entry-level type jobs qualify them for state housing tax credit.
Okay.
Affordable housing, and I think that's the differentiation we want you all to understand, to start learning the language between affordable and workforce.
Okay.
And tax credit versus maybe a public-private, so they're all kind of different. And you can shift it within some of those numbers, but when you're talking about state and federal tax credits, you're at that 60% and below.
Okay.
Okay?
And what you're asking us is just to do an exemption, an amendment to the moratorium.
Yeah.
Stating that if you build half of the units
To accommodate that.
to accommodate 120, up to 120 AMA.
Right.
And we could, and as you said, we could tweak that and work with that.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
make it 100% AMA. That makes it a little tighter.
Right.
AMI.
AMI.
And it would be contractual. It can't be that 2 years into it, the developer
Right.
says, oh, well, you know, now I can't do it.
Well, I
Because
think
that's the other thing you kind of have to prevent happening.
I think that's great. I think there's something we can totally look into. I mean, that's with Noah over there sitting next to you.
Okay, Noah.
What are your thoughts? Noah, what are your thoughts?
He was making notes.
Wasn't my time.
Yeah. Now's your time.
I think that there's, oh, thank you. I had it in my lap. I think there's my forte and the things that I can recommend are regulatory things. And there are tools there. We've talked about how to get more density in the places where it's appropriate. There are ways that, which would have to happen at the state level, but North Carolina just had legislation that changed their, they added 3 and 4 unit buildings in with their 1 and 2 unit residential code, so that there's a multitude of ways that makes it easier, both for the developer, for a buyer, and it also increases the amount of housing. So my thoughts would be continue to focus from a zoning perspective, not a long-range planning perspective, on where do we want this kind of, do you want your workforce housing? Do you want to increase your housing in the downtown core where people are closer to services, they are closer to their daily needs? The theory being that also starts that circle where now there are more folks living in this area, the workers are there, then there's also the possibility of people coming in and saying, well, now you have all these people living here and I would like to develop this business here. So I don't want to ramble, but my suggestions would be, one, we have a comprehensive plan review coming up where we can talk about what are we missing in terms of priorities, strategic action items, principles that do drive this conversation and can set us up directly. I think there may be mention of the Housing Trust in the 2020 plan, but it wasn't fully realized yet.
We didn't exist yet.
Right. So to bring this organization in, we are a partner, so we absolutely should have a plan that mentions it and talks about how we should be working together.
When is the comp plan review?
We passed the 10-year plan in the beginning of 2022.
Okay.
So that means ideally starting in 2026, we start the review.
But also,
So
you're
that's-
doing the code
And we're
review
doing the
now.
code review, which is the zoning
doing that
side of
right
things.
And the code review, also, you can look at, because there's, a lot of architectural standards, the whole code is based on design, essentially. But you can make it easier for less expensive housing to be built. You could use wood instead of hardy. I could go on the internet and probably research it, but people who develop know how you can.
And we've implemented little things, and there's
Yeah.
more that we'll be proposing. We have kept what increases housing supply and attainable housing supply in our conversations. So, looking at increasing people's opportunities to build ADUs, so not just behind a single family or a duplex. Why can't a carriage house have an apartment behind it on the back of a Main Street building, that kind of thing?
And it can't be a short-term rental.
Right.
Which now it could be.
We've talked about
Yeah.
height. Those things do matter.
Okay.
And density, and this is a town. And it's growing like many, many other towns, certainly in the state of South Carolina. But we've learned how expensive it is to have the sprawl go down the road. And then you've got to widen the highway, and then you've got to build schools, and then they need police, and they need fire. And it's expensive for current taxpayers. And if you don't have the ability for the fire people to live in the community they service,
Yeah, no, and we definitely want to, I mean, I'm completely open to it and want to work on it, so I'm sure we can get something done. It just, I guess, our, Port Royal, we're very kind of limited in our space, and we're just kind of looking at, we just don't want to get into where we just build apartment, and like I said, just throw doors at the problem, and then in
Right.
5 years, it's like, because of the housing stipend that everybody gets on the base, that everything's still very expensive, and now we've just built a bunch of capacity, and it did not do anything, to values.
But if you income restricted, it.
That's what I'm saying, so that's what we have to do.
So don't look at market rate, and I feel like, I know your market rate stuff is coming out of the ground in one glut right now.
Yeah.
But that's partially due to COVID. Those projects were stopped, and then they all kind of came online all at once, and so there's a big glut right now in the market of apartments.
that are not affordable.
No,
Well, let's
but-
talk about the complexes that are affordable now. Port Royal Apartments, Shell Point Apartments,
Marsh Point.
Marsh Point,
Yeah.
Stewart Town. I mean, all of these places that are affordable now within our corporate boundaries. Some people might say too affordable. So you're probably gonna have people that don't want to move into those apartment complexes. But they are below market rate. Are we talking about them at all?
No.
What are we engaging them and saying, what do you intend to do when your tax credits run out? Are you gonna renovate and you're gonna go to market rate? Maybe we can do something for you if you'll guarantee that half of them remain below market rate.
I think.
Because
those-
because I'm gonna be honest with you, we've been affordable housing for 100+ years.
Right.
Right here
You
in
know-
Port Royal, yeah. I think we have more than anyone else.
Not anymore. You used to have more than
I'm
that.
not talking about the new one over there on Salem Point in Beaufort, but I'm just talking
No,
about, like
even
you
the
said.
old ones. If you
talking
look
about
at the prices in the village for pretty small houses, they're 600,
No,
700.
he's
I'm
much
talking
more.
about, we're talking about multi-family, like
Oh, okay.
Stewarttown apartments and
Right, right.
Port Royal apartments, we're talking about those. We have.
But I mean, they're
So-
gonna be due, once those guys run out of their, the tax credits are over, what do they typically do?
So
Yeah.
you have the right to
Renovate,
rescindicate.
jack them up.
Yeah, and you have the right
That's
to
right.
rescindicate every 15
Right.
years. It's a legitimate question to ask the developer and the
So
owner.
what can we incentivize there? All right, you wanna go to market rate, but, maybe there's some sort of tax abatement or something that we can do that you will guarantee, even after you renovate those units, that they remain
Affordable.
affordable.
Even, Marsh Point was built 2 stories and sprawling along Rideau
Yes.
Road because of
Right.
height
Right.
concerns. Oak Hill Terrace is 1 story.
Yeah.
But nobody's concerned about
No, you
Laurel
got
Hill
2
right
stories
next
on
to it,
Oak Hill
which is
Terrace.
4 stories.
Right.
You have-
Yeah.
you have some
And
2
it's
stories on
not,
Oak Hill
it's not an
Terrace.
issue at all, so.
Except when the elevator breaks down,
Yeah.
which we get to hear about ad nauseum.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, okay, well, thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
No, again, the only really way we can do it is with the income restriction. I mean, that's the only way to really.
Oh, yeah,
force-
you have
Yes.
to.
And make sure that you can build this apartment complex and half of them are
And
gonna
you
be.
want to make sure that you're building it for the right people and for the right reasons for your workforce, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And so, that's something we can definitely, I mean, I think we should work on, look into, yeah. so-
Oh, yeah.
And just, yeah.
Just because it comes up frequently, it has to be some kind of incentive program or something where the developer agrees. We can't adopt any kind of ordinance that requires a certain number of units in a development
So what is
to
it?
be.
So we'd have to,
Certain
we have to
income.
create a program.
No, the developer does.
I'm just,
Has
yeah,
to-
We have
it
to
has
have
to
the
be a
tools to
choice
allow
of the
the
developer,
developer to
exactly.
utilize the tools.
So when the developer comes in, you can say, hey, because we can't make a zone.
We can't
That's
pass
just-
anything that's part of the zoning ordinance that says if you're building 100 units, 10% of them have to be
shows any kind of
affordable
preference to it.
to
Because-
60
because the
to
state
100.
doesn't have
The state
it.
doesn't allow it.
Yeah.
You have to shake a carrot in front of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we just have a program set up that if they want to participate in,
Yeah.
they
Right.
become exempt to the moratorium or something.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
participation in an affordable housing program exempts you from moratorium, I guess.
Meeting all the criteria
What
of the
we would need
program.
to do. Okay.
then the ordinance would specifically give the criteria, the pricing criteria, so.
Well, I get it. Thank you all very much. I think it's.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. So, because we do want to
Thanks, Noah.
Yep, no problem,
stay
thank
on
you.
top of that. Stay on top of that.
Yep, absolutely.
Like I said, I would even lower that 120 to
No more minutes again next week.
Make it a little more tighter. Because, yeah, I mean, police officer and teacher. Thank y'all.
Can I get my flash card? Sorry.
Predicted the single income.
Take care. All right, good to see you.
Single income.
And yeah, how do we lower it? Like I said, I want
You guys
to
are, yeah.
lower that and make it tighter, make it more specific on.
Oh,
Take care.
can we just move that in? Sweet.
You know, like this job, see, so he was.
Closing my jacket around the mic.
That was pretty good.
Oh, it's still, okay.
Thank you. Is this on, Tony?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that study needs to be done without the military in mind.
Because they skew the study.
They skew it all the time.
Well,
Again,
that's
it's,
wrong to
that's,
do it just because they get a BHP.
It makes it very tough when they're like
We
talking
only
about
get it
market
because-
rate, and it's like, well, 80% of the market gets a check every
the,
month.
the military doesn't create those numbers. Those are created by this market.
Right.
We
Right.
just, because it's a part, it's like a retiree, social security, you get a COLA
But
increase.
they're using the
Based
military.
on what it is for
So that
the
is just
area.
like a
It's a
death
vicious
cycle,
cycle
yeah.
that nobody wants to get out of
Because if
because
you're-
everybody continues to say, and this is the truth, I was about to say something, the F word in there. This is, because it frustrates me when you look at something and you know the face value of it, and if somebody comes and says, you're not looking at it the right way.
That's
No.
price gouging.
Everyone uses the military as a crutch.
Price
The
gouging.
military reacts to its community. It's a part of a community. But our commitment to those military servicemen and women is that they move from Plainview, Texas, and they're gonna have a comfortable place to stay, and if we can't provide it to them, we give them the stipend that they need to live an average style home life here. They will never struggle to live, just like when housing prices got so jacked up, the military bumped up their BAH to accommodate that jump
developers are doing the
in
same
the
thing.
average. Because they can't live below, is why military housing exists. So when we say, oh, this thing, it's $106,000, that's a lot of money for somebody to be at 120% of that to qualify for affordable housing. There's no way. I mean, how can we expect that a developer is gonna come in here and say, yeah, I'd rather get somebody who, you know, is making $40,000 a year, is gonna struggle to make rent every month, and just go with $120,000 a year, who's gonna write the check on the 24th every
Yeah.
month? You know, that's just what it's a math problem.
And they're talking about this
But
stuff.
we're
now.
using skewed data. If we're saying that the military's doing this, okay, cool. Then do a study with and do a study without, and I think we'll get a different number.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think we're gonna get the number I think we're thinking of when we go below 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
And families now
And
have
that's,
their 20
and that's
in and
fair,
30
because, and the
Living at
truth of the
home.
matter is that the military sleeps here. And that's not saying it in any, and I'm a retiree, and I retired here, I live here now. Until then, I slept here.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what building another apartment complex is gonna do. People are gonna come here to sleep, they're gonna go work in Hilton Head. They're gonna sleep, they're gonna go work on Data, on Fripp, on Harbor, they're gonna do all that stuff. They're not gonna turn the corner, and then they're gonna expect that they want things.
Yeah.
They're gonna want a development too, like Beaufort Station, it's wonderful. That Hobby Lobby or Home Goods or whatever was the greatest opening in the history of whatever. Yeah, ask Bluffton and Hilton Head how they're gonna struggle once they start seeing that tax revenue go down because all those people are shopping here now. They're
Yeah.
gonna be stuck in the same predicament like we are. I don't know, man. I mean, I get reviewing the ordinance, but until we get accurate numbers that,
Yeah.
I think it's skewed, man, and maybe I'm just looking at it singularly, and I get emotional about this stuff because the military provides well for our men, servicemen and women. They make sure that they're not gonna do without that, but we use that internationally, all over the world. Even Japan uses this in their calculations, how much money they get. The Japanese economy determines how much they get. The military doesn't determine that. So we're essentially throwing that, we're blaming it on them.
Yeah.
It ain't their fault. They're going off of what our people need to be, so my wife can sleep at night when I'm doing the Lord's work in another country. No, not a scapegoat.
So we just, yeah, so like I said, instead of the 120, we drop that lower, make it tighter. So, but no, that's interesting. That's, because like you said, it's that cycle. So that, because the military's sitting there saying, well, that's how much it costs to live there, so that's what we're giving them. And then the developers here are going, well, that's how much they're giving them, so that's what I'm charging.
This doesn't.
I was talking to somebody the other day about it, and she was to Megan at the chamber. I was like, in the early 90s, and Van, you probably felt this too in or towns talk. Camp Pendleton, California is stuck right on Oceanside's border. When that Marine Expeditionary Force got activated to go to Desert Storm, Desert Shield, the whole base left. That town, they didn't know what they were going to do.
Yeah.
Because again, my wife is gonna go back to Arizona with her family.
My stepsister went back to South Carolina. That's where they were.
I'm telling you.
And she
That's what
said-
happens. Again,
She
that's
went
why we can't use our number for that.
Yeah, no.
Well, I was saying earlier just now also, and I'm finding that more and more, 28 and 38-year-olds are moving back home with mom and dad.
Yeah.
And they're talking about the two-house income, but you have 3 families living in a house now.
That's right. Those are real numbers, though. I mean, that's
Yeah.
true.
3 families living in one
Well, we
room
got a lot of places in Fort Royal already.
to afford
I
it.
mean, I'm all about, I agree with you, Van. Why are we not talking to those development communities? They have the opportunity through the housing trust to use those monies for home repairs, for those kind of things. I mean,
That
how
was a
much
good
money
point,
have we
man.
been feeding them?
That was a good point. That's right.
I mean, and how much of that has been, used here in Port Royal to have those conversations? Because we do have to get creative. I just don't think another structure is gonna solve that
That's why I
problem.
was like, can we just throw enough doors at this? Like,
No,
I don't
I
think
don't think so. Not before we do an exhaustive review on what we have now.
Yeah.
It's already in place. We're zoned right. It's all, we don't have to change anything. Let's take a cool look at it. And maybe we can build those and give those owners an opportunity to revive those, refit those buildings.
And not go up on the.
I know there's government programs that'll do that, right? The state and the county likes to rebuild or reuse buildings.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm sure we can figure something.
Yeah, when you look at the way Oak Hill Terrace is laid out, they could utilize their own property significantly.
There's so much space
It's
there.
so underutilized.
There's a lot of space
That's
over
kind of
there.
what I was getting at, was approach
Yeah.
a struggling in, existing development and.
But Julie Davis says, that they need
Expand.
more property and so forth. They got property right there.
Yep.
I mean, you could put a
They can
second
do it in
story on every
phases.
one of those duplexes with outdoor stairs up to
Break
the
it up in
units and have 4
phases, yeah.
units per
Well,
building
like you
instead
said,
of 2.
People are gonna have to start getting creative with the problem and not just build more, build another building. So-
You throw a door at a problem,
Build
you
another
you have to create 3 more of something, right? I mean, I always use, again, just because of my stupid military brain, but 1 infantryman is supported by 7 supporting staff. 1 Marine infantry guy requires a supply guy, a communications guy, medical, pay. 7 others support this one thing, 1 rifle supported by 7 other heads.
So every building we build,
It just,
is all the, everything that goes with it.
then we can put everything else aside, say, let's just throw them up. Bring storage units back to the front, because that's where we're gonna need them. We're gonna need every bit of space
Yeah.
we can get, and I don't say it in a way that didn't, until the military retires somewhere, we sleep places. We don't live in places.
Yeah.
We do contribute to the community, but it's, again, in a planning way, like Noah would probably appreciate me saying this out loud.
I appreciate all of that.
We sleep places.
Yeah.
We come here, I was here in 2008, I left in 2012, and they still use my data for something.
Yeah.
I'm temporary.
Yeah.
I'm just, these are my orders. I leave, I just wish we would use,
No, you're right, that's a great call. Can we get numbers without the military? So-
just to see what it looks like.
I'm gonna
just
look
to-
back at, the county did that Boeing study in 2018, housing needs assessment. I'm just curious if it does include military families, and if
it will.
if it's broken down enough to kind of just cut that piece of it out to look at what it says without the military. But you're right, I mean, we have a bedroom community issue, which to me, until you just mentioned this, says people are living in an apartment complex and driving to Bluffton or Savannah. But it's bigger than that, because there are entire military families that they have to do it that way.
That's right.
So that's something to consider. It's not just, do we have job opportunities here for people to live and work here? So, all right.
Oh, yeah, well.
All
so-
by yourself over there.
So, I know.
Now we're gonna go back to department heads, planning, building codes with Noah, and then get into these topics over here. We are shooting to try to get this done we got 2 hours.
Yeah, I'll keep my actual presentation very brief, and I know there's plenty we want to just discuss.
Yeah.
Slide 2, please. Yeah. So this is just a glance at every project that is I've either had pre-application discussions with, in review, permit issued, or it's under construction.
And these are all coming.
These are all.
Which is great, look at that.
These are all what I am currently working on with people.
I was saying, 216 units, 123 units.
Yeah.
15, 264, 343. It's like, all right.
3 and 15 is the same project there on London Square. But still.
152, 77 units, I mean,
Castle Rock Road.
I think I counted on this list, and including if Shearwater towards the bottom converts to
145
single family,
townhomes.
which they're talking about looking at detached single family, it's like around 600 single family units on this list.
Yeah.
Which is, we have gotten a couple of applications for single family since the moratorium, which is kind of what council wanted.
That's what we were pushing for.
So we're seeing that.
That's awesome, 600 homes.
Yeah, and multiple that are townhouse that are probably fee simple. I know that the Mariners Walk is fee simple, and the that Richmond Court is cottage court. So the homes are situated around a courtyard area with like alley with vehicle access behind the homes. So those will be fee simple as well. So a couple different housing types, but the more fee simple than just the single family. But that's just there's also a few pre-application projects that I didn't list there because I ran out of space.
And what do you mean
for
by
one.
those are fee simple?
Fee simple would be, somebody buys it.
Somebody
It's
buys
not,
it.
it's not for rent.
Right, just wanted to clarify.
By the owner. The owner, the occupant doesn't have to be renting it. They could be the owner or they could be the owner renting it out. And this is how, we've talked about the GIS mapping that Michael Klinke is doing a proposal for. This is the color coding that will exist for that. So I wanted to start with that to get y'all used to it. This is what the monthly reports will look like from now on.
600 homes.
Yeah, and I assume we'll be able to click on that and you'll be able to pop up a site plan.
That's the goal. Like if I make this a PDF that's updated every month, you can click on the project, it'll take you to that map where it is. So that should be cool. But yeah, keep in mind, all these projects going on, it's a lot of time and effort into all of that. But we're making do. And some of these are in the ones that are green, in construction, don't take as much work on the planning department. It's more so
And
the
these
engineers.
are the projects you're dealing with. This isn't just like the single house that somebody's just.
Right.
Or just someone's just doing.
These are new site development
These are site
reviews.
developments, yeah.
This doesn't have anything to do with single-family
Somebody
homes
comes with
or
a
any other
pool
permits.
application.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next slide, please.
Well, that's great.
Okay, so where we're at with the code review, this is really basic. There's 2 slides here. I don't go into too much detail on the actual proposals because we'll get to that here in the next month or two. But we started in the fall of 2024. We started knowing that we had a deadline for the multifamily moratorium, so we are working especially hard on any regulations there that will affect multifamily or any kind of mixed use with residential development. I wanted to outline what we've done and what we haven't done yet, because we've basically finished or are near finishing with 4 chapters. We have 6 to go, but the 4 chapters that we've completed, as you can see, are 3 times the weight of the other 6. So we're well on our way to having proposals ready. We just need to get through, once we do finish with the chapter on use, and make sure the procedures and the development review bodies line up with any of our new, any of our new amendments, then we just have to check, do the definitions all line up, and really simple stuff, so we'll be ready to go with that. Yeah.
If you could, for us, just put the code review, the process you've been doing, and like I said, I know we're gonna start getting specifics eventually, but what's been the point of this, of the code review? What has been the guiding kind of overall mission of it? Has it been to remove redundant stuff, non-working stuff, increase density? I mean, what's kind of been your guiding light?
Yeah, so multiple of those things. Okay. So there's a lot of redundancies. There are a lot of regulations, design standards, building types that overlap but don't line up. A certain zoning district could have a minimum or a maximum lot size or a minimum lot size, and it allows a certain building type, a large single-family home, and then you go to the section for single-family home, and it's a different lot size, so you can get away with it in that district, or vice versa. There's just a lot of mess there.
Gotcha.
And it makes it confusing for applicants, and it makes it confusing for staff to try and explain how things should work simply if there's not a simple answer. So we're doing a lot of that. I'm hoping that this 480 pages that I have on this slide will be reduced, but we are adding new things, so maybe not. So there's that. What we're doing is heavy on what we call the multi-building development in our code. So that would be your apartment complexes, or it could be a big box center with out parcel buildings, that kind of thing, like the new Beaufort Station, which we haven't seen, but if it were designed better than that, could happen in the town, certain areas. And so what we did was break everything down into a spreadsheet, which eventually you will see. You can have access to it whenever you want, but it's kind of hard to understand unless somebody's walking you through it. We're looking at things like diversifying building types. So if you were to go out to Integra at Wrights Point right now, stand on the street that runs the whole way through it, you see the same building. As far as the eye can see on either side, it fades into a point in front of you with the same building type the whole way down the street. So we're looking at things like, if you're over a certain number of dwelling units or a certain number of building sites, you have to diversify your building types, so that it's a mix of buildings. It feels like more organic neighborhood. And then we're also looking at something called a traditional neighborhood development overlay, which a developer could use if they have T4 NC zoning, which is most of the residential area downtown and most of the greenfield area on the west side of town. There would be a ratio where, okay, I am neighborhood center right now. I can keep a certain percentage of my land at that zoning. A certain percentage can be upzoned to urban center or Main Street, and a certain percentage can be downzoned to T3 suburban neighborhood. So you can kind of create that village feel within your neighborhood. So it's kind of the way that a PUD has worked throughout, the last 30, 40 years. Picture Habersham, the way it's a village, it's apartments, it's smaller single-family lots, it's larger single-family lots. There are things you can do within your neighborhood. So giving developers the opportunity to do that, and potentially offering some ways to get more density and then give us some aesthetic things that we like. And also possibly office commercial space if we have some certain needs, or we've talked about a police substation. If we were to have one of those developments occur, we could have discussions with the developer to see if that's a suitable location for that kind of thing. So those are just some of the tools that we're starting to look at to get us away from these homogeneous apartment complexes, 300, 400 units with really no character to them.
We're looking at things like in the village with height and density.
Yeah, so like right now, everywhere except for, I don't have a map on here, but I can explain it. So
Other than if I'm messing up your presentation.
No, you're fine. Other than Paris Avenue, West Paris Avenue, and then Rebo, for most of the stretch of Rebo, the building height is at 2.5 stories. I think it makes sense to allow 3 stories, but maybe not as part of the zoning district. Maybe if we're looking at, we've talked about the formula district for downtown. If that were to be Paris Avenue with additional standards for everything else south of Rebo, but Richmond West or something like that, I don't think it changes the character of downtown Port Royal, other than a building might be taller. And I think that the reason that the building height conversation gets so difficult is there are people who want to live in a more urban environment where there's live, work, play, and action going on. And there are people who want to live in a quiet suburban feel, but still be close to those things. And if you just look, planners talk about human scale, and everybody gets bogged down in how tall something is. If you're on the street, if it's 4 stories, it feels no different than 10 stories. That's fine. It's not a good argument for people who don't want to live next to a 4-story building.
Yeah.
But the way to explain it better is it's just as out of scale if you're next to a building that is an entire block long of the same windows and maybe a door or two. That feels ugly and doesn't feel like you're in a nice human scale place when you're walking next to it. Yeah. So I think if we were to say, yes, you can do 3-story, but every application has got to go to the design review board and staff needs to present it in a way that is very contextual, You know, the design review board doesn't just look at a site plan in a bubble, it looks at photos of the whole block that this is proposed on, talks about what this is gonna feel like in real life and not on a site plan. We could get there.
Could height, let's just say, additional height, be allowed if it's triggered by the need to do tree preservation? I don't know if you, let's
Yeah,
just
we
take
do that
12th
with-
Street as an example.
We do that with setbacks already. It's in
Yeah.
the, you know, I can give an administrative adjustment for setbacks to save trees. So we could do it with building height as well. You know, you don't have the floor, you're allowed to have this ratio of land coverage or lot coverage, but you can't because there's this landmark tree, so you can go up another story is a possibility. You know, I'll probably couple that proposal with some reading material, just to make everybody understand and see what their comfort level is with it.
It's like I tell people, architecture is really important. You know, you look at the dry stack, it's the same height as the Buford Inn,
Right.
but you don't feel that with
No.
Buford Inn.
I'm just looking at a big metal sheet compared to it. Like,
Well, and likewise, downtown Beaufort, I just, you know, Beek Webb passed away a couple weeks ago, and he wrote an op-ed several years ago about the first hotel in downtown Beaufort, which was 3 stories tall and was torn down to build the Best Western. And his point was, that was a beautiful building, and it actually spanned the whole block with a second wing on the back, on Craven and so forth. And now people are scared of 3-story buildings in downtown Beaufort, but the first place to stay, to have lodging in Beaufort was 3 stories tall.
There was a 3-story hotel on London
London.
Avenue in Port
Yeah.
Royal.
Old haunted hotel?
Well, that's what I'm
That's
saying. I
awesome.
mean, when we're talking about, I mean, we're looking at people that are gonna build, whether that's a
It's in the town
mixed-use
hall.
building that's got commercial on the front and they rent the top 2, or it's just a rental building. I mean, right now, they're sitting there, we're talking about affordable housing, we're talking about density, we're talking about people, I mean, they right now can build 2.5 stories. Like, so what is the difference in making it just 3 and getting
Yeah, 2.5.
getting that extra unit?
I can tell you, just line of sight being next to a building, the difference between 2.5 and 3 stories
2.5
doesn't
story.
change. It's all about your experience on the street. If your experience on the street is good and it's engaged with the street well, the building height doesn't matter so much.
Well, and I'll tell you, going forward, I mean, my thing is always with the fan of density, heights is not a problem, it's just parking. Making sure that as long as their parking's being considered, that's,
Yeah.
that's really it.
And some of the unique solutions for parking in that kind of scenario don't exist for us, because you can't go half a story underground to do
Yeah.
tuck under parking and that kind of thing.
Okay.
But, again, that could be part of, we need a parking study if you're gonna go that high, that kind of thing. I think it's a different scenario too between downtown, maybe it is right now, between downtown and our redevelopment district on Rebo.
Yeah, oh,
You
yeah.
know, we do want, just because we want more density doesn't mean we're willing to give up the beauty of downtown
Absolutely.
for it.
Absolutely.
And so that's something to consider. Next slide, please, Lisa. I just wanted to go over the timeline for this spring. So you saw that we have 100 and some odd pages, but most of the easier work in the code review left. I have a planning commission meeting next week on Thursday. You're welcome to attend to kind of hear the update right now, but these are work sessions that are very focused on where we're at in the current review, so there's not much of a broad overview. And then we have another planning commission meeting on March 24th. I was thinking that the moratorium's expiration was April because that's when first reading was. We were told it was, even though it was pending ordinance, it expires when the second reading occurred. So we have discussed maybe presenting to council at the workshop on April 2nd with kind of a full package of proposed amendments. And then we also have another council meeting or another council workshop prior to the moratorium expiring. So my recommendation would be that we do present in April, myself and Lauren Kelly, give you a very good idea of where we're at, because there's kind of 2 options. One is we present everything that has to do with multifamily or could potentially impact multifamily development, and you all say, okay, we've got what we need, we don't need to extend the moratorium, but if you were to do that, I would prefer to see something built into, and I don't know how exactly this would happen, but I'd prefer to see something built in where, okay, we're passing all these amendments, but any other amendments for the next 6 months or whatever it is that are proposed need to also be adhered to by an applicant for a multifamily development or something like that. So basically, short version of that is we are not 100% done with our code review, and we'll be very close for you all to have a thorough understanding of everything and vote on it by the time that the moratorium expires.
Okay.
My experience has been giving yourself a little bit more time is a much easier process than not giving yourself enough time and trying to squeeze it in. I'm not at all saying we need an additional 6 months from the end of the moratorium as it is right now. But maybe another 2 or 3 months to make sure we've done everything we need to do and council's had time to review it thoroughly, and those readings can take place before it actually ends.
Yeah, perfect.
So just something to consider. We'll continue working as hard as we can to get as much done. And like I said, we prioritized anything to do with multifamily or multi-building development. So that's all there, but there's a lot of supplemental stuff that I would have to say, can we please have some kind of bubble period where people who apply during that period are forced to retroactively adhere to the new stuff that came after.
Well, one of the reasons we did the moratorium was to give planning department time to review all the codes, so if you're not completely done, then
Okay.
we're fine.
Yeah, just want to make you aware, we can push as hard as we can, and we're close. But
Now, bring those recommendations that you kind of alluded to with you. Again, I don't, our goal was not to go into a perpetual state of extending
exactly.
that thing, right? Like, we did well with our short-term rental task force, hit them hard. This is a little bit more detail critical. So we appreciate that. Again, just so we know and we're aware of those, so we can additionally debate those among ourselves. You see if we're gonna want to see that, and it does buy us that time. What we do owe our community is a pretty firm understanding as a council, and for them to have and share with us, this is the reason why we're going another 60 days. I think we've been pretty transparent with them at that point. And again, if it's needed, we're gonna support what you do. We don't wanna rush you on that, but I think having a good understanding of why, and that we have some recommendations coming as to why, I think that's critical for us to gain what we initially set out to do, right?
Right.
That we give them a more comprehensive codes book that you can use, and Van and all of us can build the town that we see.
I think still giving a presentation at your workshop, either in April or May, it's a tangible, we've done work, we just haven't done all the work. We've done most of the work, just not all of it. So I think a little later this spring, I'll be able to tell you exactly what's left and where we're at, but we're almost there. Next slide, which has grown in my mind over this last 4 hours or so. I just wanted to highlight some of the work that we need to do, some of the work that I'd like to do from an actual planning perspective, because a lot of what I do is reactionary. It's difficult to find the time with our project reviews and a lot of on-the-ground stuff to sit down and work on some longer-range planning stuff so we can be proactive, have a plan in place. It's not just something on the shelf and say, here's how we should deal with this because it's what we decided during the planning process. So one of the things I did this fall was after we held the Arbor Day celebration and did the proclamation, I reapplied for us to be a Tree City with Tree City USA through the Arbor Day Foundation. We have the sign, but we haven't actually been certified in that program for a few years. And that opens some doors for us for some grant funding. I've wanted to do a street tree inventory, see where we can build up our canopy, do an urban canopy plan, and think, people treasure the trees in the area that they live down here, so, build up that canopy downtown, make it cohesive throughout is important. So those are some planning initiatives that I'd like to take on here in the near future. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we're required by state law to do a five-year update of our comprehensive plan, which was adopted in, I think, spring of 2022. I think the first reading may have been at the end of 21. And that just, the Planning Enabling Act for the state requires that if you want to have zoning regulations or any other zoning tools or planning tools in place, you have to have a comprehensive plan, and you have to have a 5-year review on that every 5 years. So
we'll do that next year?
So we'll start that next year. But I will say that I came in at the tail end of our comprehensive planning, 2021, and there was not a lot that could be done to get community input through that process, because it started, I don't know exactly when, but I know most of the process happened in 2020. And so the surveying was not very great. You couldn't have people come in and do workshops. There were some issues with the consultant, which I experienced at the county before I came here. So I knew about them, but there wasn't really the time to circle back and start over with some certain items. So there's a lot that we need to do with that. We have like a vision for future land use on a map in that plan, but we don't have future land use designations for areas of town where we can say, this is really what we want this to feel like. It says, here's a circle, it's a pedestrian shed, and we want to have people live there and work there and go out to restaurants there, but there's nothing else about it. We need to have more there. So there's a lot that needs to be done with that plan. Obviously, we can probably expect more development applications once we are through with the moratorium. Hopefully those applications will come more from thoughtful developers and less from folks with a formula who just know what they need to make their dollar. But nevertheless, they'll come.
Does it look like, what you showed us at the very beginning, you've got plenty to work on?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So I'll need 2 slides if another project comes in. And then, we've talked about other things that we want to start looking at here, the parking study, more sidewalk planning and that kind of thing. So it's a lot. And that's why I think it's important that in the near future here, we have somebody at least part-time to help with some of the meat and potatoes stuff. Okay. Lisa, if you could go to the next slide, please. The last slide. Thank you. I'd really like to look at getting a planning technician. It could be part-time. There's a lot of routine stuff, interaction with the public, where they come in with a really basic zoning question, but I'm not here or I'm in a meeting in the conference room and they get sent away with a phone number instead of an answer, which is important to us, that people get the information as fast as they can. And I don't feel like I'm present enough to just walk up to the counter and answer their questions. There's a lot of permit applications we have that I spend a lot of time on weekly. I try to pile them up and do them all one day a week. Our fences, our signs, our trees that are simple. The more simple single-family homes like in HOAs where we already have basically approved the plans. I just have to put my stamp on it. Those take up a lot of time. They could take up, 4 hours one afternoon and 4 hours the next afternoon, and then I've spent a day on looking at making sure that fences are 4 feet tall. There is a certain level of administrative assistance that I have great help with Amber, the newer Amber, and Kayla in the past for committees and agendas. But the site development review stuff is more technical, and there's a lot of material there, so it'd be helpful to have somebody else to make sure it's all organized and also be able to bounce ideas off of. Then just some other odds and ends, code enforcement comes to me with a lot of zoning questions. If they had somebody they knew was gonna be there in their office more frequently or not tied up with something else, it would be helpful. And technical assistance for boards. I've been lucky to have Arshay come and take notes for minutes and stuff, but it's also helpful to have another planning staff member who is knowledgeable and able to assist with those kinds of meetings. So that's something I'd like y'all to consider. And that's it for me, so.
All right. You got anybody in mind?
No, well, the city keeps hiring every new person that moves to the area, so. There's always somebody. Planning is kind of, not me, but planning is very much, let me pick up and move to the next municipality for a new experience.
Okay. All right, any questions for Noah? Yeah, but that first sheet you showed us, that was very telling, man. Like I said, you definitely got your hands full.
Yeah.
600 homes coming down the pipe, so. I did like what you said about developers going forward. We want to work with developers that are thoughtful and not someone that has a plan that we've built 10 of these things and now we're just looking for the next spot where we can just put them, little,
Yeah, the biggest
apartment in a box.
The biggest things with those kinds of developers is they've got their bottom line, they've got the things that they need you to give them in order to make it happen. And if our answer is no, and they can't get the variance for it, they move on.
That's fine.
I think Victor Dover gave that speech in the city a year or two ago, and he basically said, you can tell people no, you just have to have your regulations in place for what you want to see, and then if the no is regulatory, it's not like you're telling somebody they can't do a by right use, they just can only do it your way.
And that puts us in the, you out of here, Councilman? Thank you for stopping by, sir.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Have a good weekend. But that's one of the great things about being where we're at is that so many people want to live here, move here, develop here, that you can't say no. It's not like, there's no worry about like, oh, well, are we gonna die? Is no one gonna move here? Like, no, people are moving here, people want to build here, so it gives you the strength to say no. Because you know there's, if you don't want to work with us, there's someone else that will.
They coming to Port Royal.
You're not the only one in town, not the only developer around, so. Okay. All right.
That was our attitude a year ago.
Exactly.
They're coming.
And look at us.
They're
All right.
still coming.
They're still coming.
So, moving over to the topics now. I guess we're just, staff, you're gonna lead with these.
Well, we'll start talking about it. I mean, I think the first one is pretty self-evident. Capital project sewer.
Sewer.
I think we know what the
We
priority
talked about
is.
that as, put it up there. Well, you just said, I mean, you said downtown essentially will be,
If we get
almost
15th
be done
Street
soon.
closed out, and then Rebo Road. Those seem to be our
and
priorities.
then we move over and then now we're just trying to work on Rebo, which is, we need partners on that and money.
And I think Clink is talking to Daley at LoCog CDBG. I'm talking to a private group that's helped us with some grant writing previously to explore sources, so
Okay.
I think we're covering that one pretty well. Road projects, obviously, we did a significant amount with the general obligation bond that we're underwriting. And we're also dealing with a lot of ARPA projects. But I think the larger projects that I have in mind are ones that are going to require partnership between us and the SCDOT, and in particular is Ladies Island Drive and Rebo Road, the intersection of Savannah Highway and Paris Island Gateway, and to be quite honest with you, Savannah Highway and 170. The last two really are accident driven. I mean, yesterday we had one in each location.
Getting more and more
And
serious
it's
each time.
ongoing. Yeah, it's a rollover.
So what can the town do?
Well, we're gonna have to figure out if a referendum is being contemplated again.
Okay.
You know, there's been some discussion about limiting the scope, number of years, and a dollar amount to make it more palatable. But obviously, the first thing is finishing the 2018 projects. So, you know, ours was finished pretty early, the one that we had for $50,000. So the other, whatever, millions of dollars worth of projects need to be finished. But I think we still should be advocating for, at minimum, something to be done at Savannah Highway and Paris Island Gateway and Savannah Highway and 170. Those are really dangerous. Ladies Island Drive and Rebo is really a capacity issue.
Right.
And how we're gonna address
Turn lanes.
moving those cars through that intersection. But I think we have a really good argument. We need to talk about either end of Savannah Highway and how, what can we do? Dual left-hand turns off of the gateway onto Savannah Highway and something at the foot of the bridge as people come off. I mean, we've had some significantly dangerous, and I cannot believe we've not had a fatality there. Speeds coming off the bridge.
When we did the safety action plan with LATS last year, and I think all of those locations are included with very vague, brief recommendations, but it does open up funding for, you know, Safe Streets for All funding and stuff, so there might be a few new tools there because of that plan.
Okay.
See, Van, as you said, also, that's why nothing's happened, because we haven't had a fatality.
Right. I mean, but they are bad. I wish these guys were here to.
Let me just, let us know what we need to do. I mean, because right with the town, we can't fix that road. Like, we just can't go out there and do it if we raise the money. So when you say advocate, is that us writing a letter? Are we talking about it more at our town halls? Are we, you know, just let us know what we need to do. We need to make phone calls to county people, state people, letters, you know, just, because really advocate is kind of.
Right. I think we might require some legislative involvement and real advocating to get those addressed. And I do every time something significant happens. At 170 Savannah Highway, I bring it up with DOT and say, here we are, we're doing it again. So, last one is sidewalks. We touched on that earlier, how we want to fund what might be considered the second phase of the volunteer program, as well as filling in the gaps. I think we'll evaluate, I mean, do we, sidewalks themselves, the reality is what we spent in that last contract. I mean, it wasn't much. It wasn't $1 million. You know, so maybe we decide an appropriation on an annual basis that says we're gonna do at least $250,000 worth of sidewalks this year. Whatever we can afford, and just say, let's do it. And we can leverage that against some of the cost share ones. And maybe we identify where we think the most critical. We obviously identified Port Royal Elementary as a really critical one. And maybe step up the efforts to fill in some of those gaps. And really, where we see ridiculous gaps, we fill them in. Take maybe some of the less challenging ones and just get them done. And the ones that we have to like walk and be like, all right, we got to work with the person that lives there and be like, hey, we really need you to move your rose bush or whatever. We understand you park there, but you're in the right of way.
I do want to see, is it long as, I mean, we're not taking away potential parking with it?
Or are we situated in such a way you can still park?
I think
That's
that's
the issue we ran into before, is that it's the tree. We were very sure we'll do this for you and move it out towards the pavement with the last round.
Yeah.
And then it ended up being an issue for parking. And then there truly are a lot of places where trees are just planted like 6 feet from the pavement because it looks nice without a sidewalk, and that's the worst possible location for it.
Yeah, no, I know.
And this is something that's gonna be included in that GIS program too, where we can simply go in, see where the donut holes are, and
Right.
it'll be a quick assessment for us to be like, okay, let's go on and try to get this path. And, Noah and I were talking about really, connectivity between Cypress Wetlands, YMCA to Bruce Edgerly, the new Sands Beach Park. Those areas are gonna be probably ones that we're gonna be focusing on. Yeah.
And I think Van touched on, we just spent $1 million on a mile of sidewalk, and so moving forward, if you do $250,000 each year, and you identify those high priority areas, I think, that's still progress. We don't need to do a mile every year, so.
No, that's good. Yeah, as long as, because ideally you would have the road, parking, and then the sidewalk on that side, so people can still, park, have a sidewalk too, but yeah, I know that's not gonna happen everywhere, so.
The other big thing was because people just kind of pull into their lot and park wherever feels comfortable for them, a lot of houses don't have a clear driveway access where we could say, okay, we need to do a thicker sidewalk here. So like we would come into situations where people wanted the thicker sidewalk for the whole span of their property. And we'd have to say, well,
your home is situated on this side of the lot, there's 15 feet on the other side of the house, that's supposed to be your driveway.
But I'm still
So
seeing.
pull in there,
also-
please.
I'm still seeing people, and I'm, like you said, they're not here, I'm still seeing folks parking on a block and obstructing the sidewalk.
Oh, yeah.
They're parking on it, and you can't walk around.
Well,
And I look
yeah.
at people in
No
wheelchairs.
situa- I take pictures and send them to them and go
I'll
deal
start
with
doing
that.
that.
What you said is probably the best approach right now, is just kind of identifying those high traffic areas, hot spots, and then make sure those are connected. And then we can go house by house from there, but make
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 the
sure-
long runs.
Make
Make
the
the
big,
long
yeah,
runs.
where like this park, you can
Cell
walk
phone
from this
and
park to this
stuff,
park to the
sending
Sands, like the traffic areas. You can go from downtown to CC's to the Sands Beach, and that's all connected. And like I said, and then get surgical on just, 50 feet over here on 13th Street and all that stuff, so. But I think that's probably the best, so. All right. With, road projects, real quick, because I just saw you pull it up, so, where are we on speed bumps? Just waiting on some concrete?
I haven't updated in the folders, I'm not sure.
Just
if
waiting
the
on
council received access to it, but I'll be adding it in the March folder. It's an updated speed humps to show the ones that, we had a couple additional ones down in the downtown area, but we're also placing a few up, north of Rebo, Smilax, Venus,
Right.
those areas that are starting to see more traffic.
And pushing,
And tell me, what's going on with the DOT in Casablanca again, with those speed humps?
Those were approved.
those are
That was
approved.
I know
approved.
they were approved, but I mean.
That's included in this project.
Any timeline?
They're the same time on March.
March,
We can't get
At least.
Oh,
asphalt
no,
until March.
no, you just answered because I didn't realize that
Yeah,
we
yeah.
had a March, okay.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
we're just waiting for them to open back up.
Yeah.
Oh, good, okay.
and if we could.
That's not long.
No, I
Just
hope
because
so.
I gotta remember my people over there, over on Drayton, just keep
Oh, yeah.
checking on that.
We're plugging away.
Because they're gonna go ballistic when they see speed bumps go around them. They're gonna go.
We had to do a study
I know,
over
and
there,
we'll tell them all that, but
and
all they're
that's-
gonna see is just the sidewalks go up, and they're gonna go, we're the main drag.
Yeah.
Like, why did the street that's not the main drag?
And we were
is-
given
Well,
the
they ought to come
DOT
on down
contact
Rochelle
and decided
Road to the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, no, I lived on it, yeah. It's just the cut through from Battery Creek to
Yeah.
get to the bridge. I mean, it's the cut through from.
It's a horrible
It's
road.
Mossy, if you're in Mossy Oaks trying to get over the bridge, that's where you come down Drayton
They
Drive.
had speeds of almost 40 miles per hour on that. That's not necessary
Oh,
on
yeah,
those
I
roads
I was
whatsoever.
there. I lived there for 2 years. But yeah, so as long as we just tell them we are looking into that, they are doing a traffic study, because what was it? The speed limit, you can't put a speed bump there because it's not slow enough.
30, yeah,
So they would have to lower the speed
correct.
and then approve that. So as long as we're pushing on it, and I can just tell them we're working on it.
We are,
Okay.
and so's Michael with Full Waters.
Okay, great, thank y'all.
All right, green space, typically that's not something that we would contemplate in the downtown or just a municipality. But, I don't know what I should say publicly.
Well, here's the challenge. I would just say this is where
Yeah.
this, because I think I kind of put this on there. As you know, we had the penny space, the green penny sales tax space, and they raised $100 million. And then we were at an event, I can't even remember what we were at. It was a county council meeting event. And their group, they have a penny tax group get up there, and they even said, they're like, we haven't really got any applications. Like, nobody's asking us for this money. And so I was like, then I just asked Van, I was like, is there anywhere in Port Royal that could benefit from this? And so that's kind of where we got there. They've raised $100 million to buy properties and put conservation easements on them to where they'll never be developed. They said nobody's beating the door down to get this money, and so I just kind of threw it out there. It was, do we have anything in Port Royal that we'd want to preserve and project? And so, and that's how that got on there. So that's what we're talking about when we say green spaces. Do we want to, and so I was saying to the staff, maybe present your ideas for a lot or two or whatever that you think would be unique, and we submit it and see if we can't get it purchased by the county.
Yeah, and I think
So there was the backstory.
Yeah, and there's one that's ideal. I mean, guess we could talk about that.
Yeah.
I mean, you coming off the Broad River Bridge, the property on the right-hand side. With the traffic accidents through there, DOT access is always going to be a challenge. And it's, adjacent to what's basically been preserved as you cross the bridge, Widgeon Point, everything through that corridor. I just think it might be an ideal.
Would that give us, because, okay, I like where you're going with that, man.
Yeah.
Because that area over there is awesome.
Yeah.
So there's that there, right? You're talking about the corner right off of the bridge next to Park.
Yeah.
At
Yeah.
Broad River, right, on this side of the bridge?
Yeah.
would that then give us the opportunity to the property across the bridge on the left?
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Like
It's
if you,
like 20-something acres over there,
Yeah,
right
that's-
next to Widgeon Point.
yeah, that's unincorporated if you count.
Right.
But, I mean, I certainly would advocate for them to pursue that.
Because having that would be amazing.
Yeah.
I mean,
What's ironic
so
is
much
that
opportunity
they,
there.
back during
Excuse
the
me?
annexation wars, they did approach us about annexing.
It's for sale right now. But it's just land.
Just the
It's
one,
like
with the
25
Chuck
acres.
Anderson sign on it right there.
Welcome to
Yeah.
Port Royal,
Yeah.
welcome to Port Royal sign right there,
Heck
coming
yeah.
over the bridge. So does everybody kind of, so how do we need to pursue with that? Because was that a vote thing from us? We need to talk if we're open to it. Do you want to bring it up at a council meeting?
Yeah, I can more formally bring it up.
This has
I
been
mean,
the
you know, I
identified-
think, we have to present, there was a
That's
real
matching dollars,
problem
right?
with the process, and apparently it
That's
was
matching dollars.
They don't have to, we don't have to put it in.
bureaucratic.
Yeah.
It wasn't even getting to this board to consider.
They have since.
That was part of the
It gets you
problem.
like a point.
Yeah, they've since hired a green space planner.
Okay.
So
But it's
if
not
we
a
have an application approved, you're also saving someone's job probably.
Very good.
Well, we'll do that. We like
That's a
to-
good plug.
I'll doge it. Let
Well,
me
no,
see.
so I mean, that's really where it
That's
was, came from, was they said, we got $100 million sitting here to buy property up, to preserve it. That was the whole point of the penny tax, and they said, nobody's really using it. So I said, well, let's see about what we got.
There's
So,
so many reasons that property on our side of the bridge is good.
Yeah.
I mean, Van mentioned several, but it's also next to a historic cemetery, which was parceled out from the park
From the park,
PUD.
that's right.
And so there's really you
No-
can't
no
get
going.
access to that property from 128 anymore. You have to come in from the turn lane coming off the bridge, and the way you have to site it won't meet DOT standards. So
Yeah,
like, the best way to put a location to turn in, which would be the curb cut that's already there, they won't approve it anymore
So just go ahead and
to be
take-
used for a new development.
and just get it, and then we don't have to worry about anything developing there, any developer trying to figure out how to get around there and put
Well, let's-
another apartment there.
Talk about how to submit an application.
Okay.
Okay.
They've given me a little tutorial before, I was
Okay.
asked for a refresh.
Okay, well, that was green
Sounds
space and
good.
how that one got there. Anybody else, anything on green space?
No,
Okay.
that was exciting.
That's good.
Budgetary donations.
Yeah, typically you guys have a portion of your budget that's set aside for donations. And I don't know if you want to talk about a policy or potential groups you want to consider in the upcoming year. This is more budget driven, so I don't know if it's necessarily needed, but if you want to talk about it for sure, we can. get
Well, I'll
into
say
it.
these, because these things can get real political,
Yeah.
real quick when you just start throwing money out there. I don't know, in the past, how we've done it. It's just kind of been whoever came and talked to us. Do we want to, moving forward, we're going to designate this much money every year? Or do we just going to keep it how we've been doing it, where it's, come give us an application? Do we want to cap, like, the most we do per group is this? Or do we, you know what I'm saying? Because right now, it's just kind of been whoever wants just comes and gives us a presentation. We say yes, we say half, we say something.
Yeah.
We usually are always very accommodating to anyone that comes, but I didn't know if we wanted to, as we grow and the groups grow, do we want to put some sort of restriction on it, where it's, we do $100,000 a year, or we do a percentage of our budget every year towards charity donations. I don't know, I'm asking what y'all think the best way to go forward is with it, because right now, it's really just, come on and ask.
I think an annual recertification process would be appropriate, so we can hear from those organizations annually on what has been contributed based on our, how much money we give them. So not like, oh, I gave you $5,000, like we used it like this. No, like our organization does this with the amount of money we get,
Yeah,
right?
show us what you
And-
did.
Yeah, does it contribute to what Port Royal's vision continues to be?
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be attached to us. So again, going all the way back to my initial, going with Desiree, like, are we being good stewards of Port Royal's name? And are we enacting our vision into those other locations and places that we're interacting with, right? Do they feel comfortable saying, hey, Port Royal's hooking us up, or Port Royal's contributing to us? Because I think that's important for where we want to go.
Yeah, I definitely want to, I mean, it's like you said, prioritize Port Royal, our mission, our people, what we're trying to do. But again, I just didn't know if we wanted to kind of formalize the process a little more and say, we're given X amount of dollars. There's the time frame to get in your application. It's a 30-day, I don't know, because again, y'all put the budget together for years, and how's it been in the past? It's just, they just kind of come ask you, and you.
Yeah,
and-
that's pretty much it.
And they come do a presentation at the budget workshop, and then we have an executive session, and we come out of it and either say yes, no, or we'll give you this
That's
much.
pretty much what we've done.
Well, in this past year, we started with the ATAX committee too.
Yes,
So
yep.
that is
Mhm.
another area of where these different organizations can apply, but go before
Okay.
them and get, I think it's up to $20,000 that we're doing, something along those lines.
Okay.
So,
Will y'all let me know? Like I said,
All right,
just how
we'll
y'all.
give some thought to that one,
Yeah.
yeah. You might say you gotta be a 501c3 and you know, what's your mission specific to Port Royal? Yeah, and you have to mention us by name when you,
When you do stuff.
Port
You're getting-
Royal.
yeah.
Like I said, do we wanna limit the amount that we do, just so we kinda tell people, do we limit that for the size of the organization, or do we just say, we'll give up to this amount? Well, the thing is, whatever you say, once you say that number, that's the number they're gonna ask for, so,
I think it would be wise, especially hearing what even, the police department's talking about. I mean, prices aren't going down, so at least having that to stand by and, not only for our council, but for staff too, of being able to, this is what our limit is, and then at least we know everything else is getting covered as well.
Yep, and you also too, with the, and I want us just to be always doing that as we grow, with the formal process, it tries to limit that politicalness of it, where it's just, well, you let that group talk and you didn't let this group talk, or they only asked for this and you gave them that, you gave them the full amount and get that, and we don't have to explain our executive sessions and when we talk, but when you have that system in place, it kind of takes away that well, why,
That perceived
that,
lean.
that perception of impartiality, so. But, okay, I'll let y'all do that, because, yeah,
We'll come up with it.
yeah, because, I know, because, I mean, even, Alpha Act asked, and so it was like, all right, it's a new one, the, Economic Development Corp, that Daryl, they always ask, they're kind of wanting to get in front of us too, and so, I do want to open, our donations up to more people, but I think when we're doing that, we just need to have some system for it, so.
And hold them
Yeah.
hold them to account on being good stewards
Yeah,
to
right.
Port Royal
Right.
in their actings with it. I think that's critically important to what we're doing.
Right. Beaufort Jasper Regional Housing Trust, I mean, we just had a presentation, had
Yeah.
a discussion, I think.
That was good.
I don't think, we're not going to participate financially or as a partner with them. I think we just want them to maybe use a little bit better numbers when they figure out what the heck they're asking for.
Well, and no, I mean, just, you never know the numbers. They put up a house, and it was like, a house that cost this much, and this much, this is much your mortgage is. I was looking at it, I was like, my house didn't cost that much, and my mortgage is not that, like, just the numbers, I was just looking at it, I was like, no, that's all right, but, so, just getting the right numbers from them. I think we definitely wanna, we always are gonna,
We don't have a rep right now, we gotta get somebody on the board.
yeah, but I'm saying when it comes to affordable housing, we're gonna do what we can for workforce housing. I mean, if we need to put some kind of exemption into the moratorium or whatever we do there, I mean, Port Royal's always gonna support workforce housing. You just kinda get frustrated when like I said, I genuinely was asking them that question because nobody can answer it for me. They're like, this place is so expensive, we can't afford to live here, there's nothing to do, but every time I look up, more people are moving here.
Well,
That's
you know
where,
what?
again, it's important, like,
To get the real numbers, like,
us,
what is going on?
Us and Hilton Head different, and you can see it in their own data, like, Ladies Island is like $479,000 a house. Yeah, you got Fripp, Daughtah, Distant, freaking Harbor, of course. Like,
That's in there, that's in the Ladies Island.
that's skewed data. Like, come on, but she's saying, and I appreciate what she said. She said we don't get the information like that.
Yeah.
It's not broken down to the municipality level for us. It stops at the county, which is where the data is skewed because it's just skewed like that.
And what
Imagine
percentage of your neighborhood would you say is military? Shadow Moss.
permanent military? Like,
Probably
Yeah, that's
80.
true, because like the way you said, you go, we're just sleeping here, but yeah, what's permanent?
Probably 80,
not less than that, Maribeth.
you think?
The rest of us are retired in there.
Oh, okay.
There's
Half.
about 50.
So half?
About half, I would be comfortable
Okay.
saying. We're a 610 unit community.
But it's just good to
So
know, so
half.
half of that is people that actually are lived here.
Whose basic allowance for housing is redone every year by the Department of Defense based on geographic location,
Okay.
dependence, and pay grade, which are three other things. A 19-year-old Beaufort kid is not gonna be making $47,000 a year.
No.
That's what a 19-year-old Marine Lance Corporal makes with a wife and a kid, and a housing allowance, and allowance for subsistence, and goes on TAD, and a deployment pay, and all kind of stuff, right? Like that, there's and thens to that, is all I'm saying, like, when we consider those things, so. I like their mission, I'm about it.
Yeah,
You know?
no, you just gotta
I love
figure
it.
it out, right? Because
Because again, I want to say that I'm a good steward for Port Royal, because I want people to live here. I don't want them to sleep here. I want them to live here in those units, and we're providing
Take an interest.
Officer
in where
Potato a place that he has a permanent puppy bed. That's what we want, right? And our vision for that is the single-family home model.
Which you said,
And,
yeah.
but we gotta understand it, and I like the way you said it, right? Do we just keep throwing doors at this problem? Well, no, those doors call for warehouses also.
Yeah.
And that gets difficult, because if we're already struggling for a workforce, we're not gonna find anybody to work in those.
Well, and that's it. I just don't want us to get to the place where we build apartments, and then in 15, 20 years, we look up, this place is all apartment complexes, and they're expensive. And it's like, we didn't do anything on affordability. We just we just made a bunch of developers really wealthy, which.
Or when the demographics shift again and they're at 50% occupancy, next thing you know, they become problems.
And they do become,
I'm a fan of
we said they become very affordable.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I thought that was great from them. We are gonna keep working with them, because I think that the issue is a little more nuanced than just
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
build more
No,
apartments. It's
absolutely.
like, that's not the fix.
Safe harbor.
How's it going with them? I just got an email from, not an email, a text from John Ray saying that he'd sent over the easement.
Got it right here for you.
And so, yeah, once we sign that, the easement's done, but, so we
Yay.
got the Spanish Montreal easement.
Nice.
Congratulations, everyone. That's breaking news on the retreat news right here, breaking news. If you're watching right now, you at 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon,
Yeah,
if you're watching the
Sean,
full
we're
road
gonna need
retreat.
That was Morse code, but.
a breaking news banner on the video once it's edited.
Spanish Montreal retreat, and so that sums, so we're done at that point. I mean, not done, I mean, but the easement has been accepted by the town.
You got it.
And now they can get to work on,
Got it.
on their, or they're gonna start issuing out bids to get to work on the
Did you,
the
Dean,
build over.
meet with the county?
So he-
Oh, yeah, I met with them. We're there. I met with Brian,
The light
squaring all
still
that
is
away.
across
Yeah,
it.
that's awesome.
Work. The signed easement.
Ooh, next one's pretty exciting.
About seafood processing facility?
Okay.
Can we throw that?
So Safe Harbor, we're just, one last thing on it.
Yeah.
We still gotta get through the next 3 months. It's already been a week. Well, has it been a week?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been over a week since we accepted the settlement agreement, so 3 months will be here quick. Those are the big markers I'm looking for from just, in 3 months, we've gotta have the amendment done, accept that and then in 6 months, have that master plan. And that, at that point, I mean, by then, Spanish Moss Trail, probably construction will be going on. And then once we have that master plan, we can really have something to look forward to. We can start shooting forward and know what's going on there, so. So yeah, so those are just the really big things with Safe Harbor is the Third Amendment and the master plan.
And we got Lot G.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of which, nice segue.
We'll take official ownership of that once that amendment is made.
Yeah.
And that is added to the development agreement. And then we'll take ownership of
Have a
Lot G.
ribbon cutting?
Oh, absolutely, we better. We do wanna have a ribbon cutting when we get when the boardwalk opens back up.
Have it on our radar.
Okay. We're gonna have a,
Kind of a
oil or-
rededication.
I think that'd be cool.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll have Henry's family out there.
That's awesome.
Okay, seafood processing facility.
Yeah, so now that we are well underway to securing Lot G, we met with the marina consultant to discuss our permit for reconstruction of the dock. But along with the dock is the landside seafood facility. And, you know, previously, we said, all right, we're stuck between Fish Camp and Shell Ring. There's some cross easement issues that have to be addressed. There's obviously a parking issue in that area, so how do we best utilize the property? And initially, there was this concept when Gray Ghost was in the picture, that maybe we have a multi-use facility that would we usable on the first floor for seafood processing, and then vertically, we add some uses. Maybe some sort of office, and then third floor rooftop. So obviously, the property was sold by Gray Ghost, and we kind of got lost with this whole Lot G thing until we resolved it. But now that we are back in the game, what does council think we should do? You know, I think obviously we really want to make sure that whatever we build can be used for seafood processing, but if seafood processing goes by the wayside, we want to be able to reuse the space.
Convention center.
Right, and you know, Brooke and I talked about this yesterday. We do not want to stay in the business of managing a shrimp dock or a seafood processing facility. That will be handled by a third party that actually
Does
such
such
that.
things.
Yes.
So we will have a properly constructed dock. And now, what are we doing landside? What is council's thoughts? What do you think? Do we do a 3-story building? Do we do just a single-story processing facility?
I like you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. I think, you know, the original proposal, I like that concept, you know, a rooftop bar or a rooftop whatever, you know, it sounds good. It's a great place to watch the sunset.
Right, and this gives you an idea of the second and third floors. Is there an exterior? I can't remember. If you'll go down just a little bit. Yeah, this should give you an idea.
Now, see where's your rooftop though?
Well, that was a different concept. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a beautiful place to watch the
Right.
sunset.
So you still have you see the big door, you can go in, and yeah, the second one left, see the screen is up on the third floor. But that's where the forklift goes in, it's all single floor, seafood processing. You know, you don't need much space to process shrimp. And scroll down, I don't know if there was another image, I can't remember.
Well, we gotta put pictures
I
of
miss
Mary
being
Beth when
able to
she used to
buy
pop
seafood.
heads in there.
There,
On the
yeah, go
walls.
down a little bit more.
Murals.
But this just gives you some ideas of looks and things like that. Exteriors, and we use a pretty reputable firm out of Charleston.
Rustic.
No, we can make it look however you want.
I was having a conversation with Megan from the chamber the other day in her office, and that's why I kind of mumbled convention space. And she mentioned that Beaufort County is missing convention space north of the
Big
Broad.
time.
And kind of all the kind of stuff that's coming here requires that. That's kind of their missing middle right now as a chamber, and nobody's been talking that. So maybe if you guys find a minute in your day, just reach out and see what her thoughts are on that, and if there's anything. But to have, Daryl's right, I mean, having a sunset down there, and, you know, if we're gonna go and let somebody do that, then, I mean, that's a nice location, but I don't know if we've considered that before.
So, let me ask
Do
you,
whatever.
when, timeline-wise, because right now you said they're working on the permit for the dock.
Will take a year.
That's gonna take a year. We build dock first and then this thing next, or are you building on the ground, on the land first and then dock? Or is this dock first and then we build that? And the reason why I ask is just when it comes to this, right now, should we just focus on the dock and getting that in? And then while that's happening, we can.
That's
again,
what I would prefer to
Be
do.
looking at this
Yeah.
and seeing what we're thinking about this, seeing what money we might have for this and left
Yeah.
over for it.
Right.
Gives us the opportunity.
But there might be ability, because that shared space building was not going to be constructed by us exclusively. We would contribute our portion of construction, and then whoever we partnered with potentially could second and third floor. So we might have an opportunity to make some money because we're providing a waterfront opportunity for somebody to build office space and potentially a third floor.
It's kind of similar to Presley's on Edisto, or the first floor is office, retail or something for the marina, and then there's second floor, it's only 2 stories, but second floor is restaurant with
that's right.
indoor, outdoor,
Yeah.
on the docks.
We don't want no docks hauling in the river like they had up there.
So
Their dock fell apart.
ours will not.
Pleasant.
When you've got that, I mean, we're building back the day dock with, like, public, like, whatever, promenades, or whatever you call them, like, viewing stations on that. We're gonna have the day dock, we're gonna have a lot more public out there using this, so, you know, just having some space that the public is using too is great. I mean, it literally is on Battery Creek in between Shell Ring and Fishing.
Be up there on the
It's-
third floor watching them work.
It'd be
The
nuts.
Shrimpers cuss, they'll just have to use that.
Signs up.
Yeah, cussing a lot.
Okay.
A lot of cussing here.
But I, you know, if the idea is for us to explore kind of a shared space building, I think that's what we understand. This was just a concept. We're not wedded to this at all. And you know, this may require an RFP to say we're looking for partners on this.
Yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
smart.
I mean, once we get that land, like I said, first thing we need to build, the dock construction needs to go in first.
Yeah.
but-
The dock needs to start.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, we've already met and got the ball rolling.
On the dock, so that's great.
Yeah.
Design, bid, build.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, because we could do something really cool back on that space. I think that
Now we're
could
saying
be
dock is
awesome.
a year, start to, like permit to
Permit
build?
takes a dock. The
That's
permit takes
permitting.
Permits a year. All right.
That's right now. Anything can change. You know, Corps of Engineers is a federal agency, so we don't know.
It might be longer.
Is that who's gotta,
Might
is that
be
who's
4
gotta
years
go?
from now.
Is that where it's gotta go?
4
Oh,
years
yeah.
from now.
Corps of Engineers.
We have two fronts. We have Department of Environmental Services and Corps of
I
Engineers.
wonder if do we know anybody?
Might
at
be
Corps of
next
Engineers?
election.
And that's all about being, yeah, that's pushing out the channel of money.
She wants to be a governor, let's,
There you go.
let's pull it,
Yeah, so there
pull
you go.
that string.
Okay, well, you let me know
All right.
when they have everything they need, because, yeah, we could start reaching out.
And we can do, you know, we get the conveyance, that's when we formally submit the application. Because we don't own the property yet.
Okay.
But we're starting, we'll have everything teed up to basically sign it and go here.
And you let us know once they've had it for a little bit, so then we can start reaching. I don't want to reach out and be like, "Where's this thing at?" And then be like, "We got it yesterday, dude. Call it out."
That's fine. All right.
Yeah, well, whatever, where's it at?
Yeah, where's it at?
Might take that opportunity.
Yeah. I guess the next one's Sands Beach.
Might take
Did
that
I put that on there or
opportunity
something
to
else?
do it.
I don't know who put it
No, that's good.
Well, I guess Sands Beach, I mean, the concept, I guess we need to start thinking about the former beer garden site
Yeah.
and how we want to integrate that into, you
Well,
know,
let me ask you
We
this. So
definitely
right
have to
now,
build that area up.
when it comes to Sands Beach, we've got, so the causeway is being built. That should be done by June. We just gotta make sure we're putting out that information. I'm already hearing from people like, "You gotta close it already."
We
Why
have a
can't-
pre-con on Thursday, so we'll have more information
Why
after
can't you
that.
close it during the winter? I'm already hearing people talk about that, so, but, I was
Well,
like,
you wanna get stuck between
we
now
wanna,
and
yes,
then?
exactly, we're trying to get it done as fast as possible, it's just what the time is, but, so we got that, the boardwalk's about to open back up, we're gonna have a ribbon cutting for that.
And
Sands
the
Beach-
tower.
Sands Beach Park, the tower's all
It's looking good.
revamped,
It's looking good.
so now we've got, the park. Do we have, what's the time frame on that? Like, how's the
I
funding on
think
that? I
they,
mean, who-
well, that's what we got to talk about.
How are we paying for that thing?
Well, I think once we come to a final plan,
Okay,
I think then we could sit down with Tiller and we do an estimate on what it's gonna cost to build.
okay.
I really don't, I mean, we've trimmed the trees up, it's some trails, there's some vertical construction. I don't think it's gonna be that expensive.
Okay.
I honestly don't. Now, what may get expensive
The
if we
washroom,
do,
the bathroom.
you know, trees on the road and we do something with the parking. I think we can probably do something with restriping to address
And
parking.
that bathroom
Yeah.
facility gonna be a little expensive?
That could be, yes.
Yeah. I
It's
think
right
we
next
need
to a lift station,
But I
so
think we
That's
need one on
true.
the other end also. We need a bathroom on the other end, also down on the marina side.
that's when it's gonna get real expensive.
Can you pull out from this picture and show like the whole Sands Beach area?
No,
No,
that's
no.
that's just the concept.
But we do need one over there on the boat landing side. The bathroom here, here by the,
Pump station.
by the pump station, but we need one actually on the Sands Beach side.
Then that's sewer all the way to Sands Beach.
Yep.
That's probably $2 or $3 million.
I think about that, having to get pipe down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You better keep up with them stalls.
Yeah, no, I know.
There's a reason that's such a good location for a bathroom.
Yeah, it's really close to that.
The pump station,
Right there.
pump it right on
So,
out,
and.
recycle.
Can you, Lisa, can you pull?
We can we
picture
go to
of the-
It's
GIS?
a start.
Of just the whole area? Because I wanted to show council something we were talking about,
It'd be good.
if we want to keep going.
Google Maps.
Because we got that, so is that task force still meeting?
Oh, yeah, the last thing they're gonna do is come up with some recommendations. They wanna look at the final plan, and then they want to, maybe give you some recommendations on names.
And then we'll make that call, and then
Yes,
at that
yes,
point,
and yes.
we can get a price potentially.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And then that's a potential grant as well. I mean, there's PRT money, there's there are grant
I
opportunities
mean, is
for
that
parks.
looking like something realistically that,
Just trying to get to
could we be
regular
looking at that
business.
done next
Yeah,
year?
that was it.
There you go. And then
Actually, you can,
If-
Is
now,
that,
go back,
Public mapping.
go back. Go to online services. Click on GIS mapping.
That's what you did.
In the
No,
middle.
Scroll down.
Go down,
Scroll
right
down,
there.
scroll down.
No,
Nope,
not
nope.
right there.
Nope, nope, nope.
In the
In the middle.
In the middle, down.
Keep going down.
There.
Right there.
Sorry, the pressure.
I know, I can feel it mounting on you, yeah.
Fast, sorry.
Now,
Oh, no.
now just close that X on the right. Yeah, scoot that over. Drag it over.
Is this the same mouse that doesn't work when you're using GIS?
Oh, boy.
The poor world.
It's the,
Quiet, y'all, let her do it.
yeah.
The one in council chambers is screwed up, so you can't, you try to zoom and it does the opposite of what you want.
Get rid of the X.
Then you go in and out, in and out.
Close that out.
Close that. Put a big X on that thing on the right.
Do you want me to put the West Speech and just do it that way?
You just keep zooming
Yes,
out.
I don't,
Close
really.
that, yeah, there you go, bam. There you go. Now,
I know, I hate just throwing stuff on you. Hey, pull this.
magnifying
I'm
glass.
I know, I do that in meetings, so y'all, I'm so sorry.
The struggle is people to watch them.
Especially when everybody's watching.
You always
Got
have
the
the
last bit of it.
disclaimer.
I do, I always.
Haven't had that in a while.
Man knows where it's at.
This is where we need a mouse. This mouse actually works.
Oh, and I have my mouse,
there we
my portable mouse in the car.
Nice, now you just zoom in a ton. So, and just when we're looking at Sands Beach Road,
Is that good enough?
that's perfect.
It only took me 10 years to figure
Close
that out,
that.
so don't worry about it.
So,
Voila.
everybody knows, so we've got, so here's, of course, Sands Beach. What we were getting in the property swaps is this.
Yes.
So now we'll have this, and so that's what Van's talking about, discussions on that. That could be, well, the restroom facility was bad. I've heard people talk about a venue down there, it could just be more parking, it could be something for music. But then we also, the other pieces that we're getting in the swap is, you've got the boardwalk here, boom, 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 boom. You get right here to the tower, and essentially,
Yes.
Marsh, we're gonna get pieces that go back through here. So, and the thought was, essentially, really just to continue the boardwalk, have the boardwalk hit here, have it connect. I think what makes it, like, would be really perfect is if it connected right there. Because that's where that Sands Beach Park is ending.
Yeah.
And their walkway, and so you literally could get on, you could walk from here, down Sands Beach Park, right here, across the road, into this, get to that, and it's just all a big lap that it goes. So, but that's what we did just get in the settlement agreement, is this area, and then this, and that's not defined yet, but it'll be a portion through that marsh to connect that, and so now we've got this park up here, this up here, this down here.
So we can go
It's
through
like, how do
when
we
it floats away.
connect
So
it?
bring it all together.
Make it amazing, so, like I said, this is, okay, so here's the park up here.
Yep.
All right, cool. So like I said, I just wanted you to kind of, because when you see it all together, I mean, it's, we talk about Portwood being a destination, but I mean, you really come spend the day. Park, this whole thing will probably be a mile long, this park going on.
Well, you see people using it now, exercising, they walk around the whole thing right now through the marsh.
Yeah, I think the
They're
easiest
doing
thing
it
to do
now.
is just do one grade boardwalk,
Yeah.
That's
where
what
the
I'm thinking.
path already is in the marsh.
Yes.
And, yeah, because it already does connect right there. I mean,
Yeah.
the trail, the trail is right there. And that's where their walking trail ends, is right there. That's where the whole thing is.
And even thought of maybe a boardwalk that extends out the park and runs parallel to Sands Beach Road on the outside that would take you down to the sands.
Yeah.
That would be expensive, but
Because now
like
you're
that.
completely out of, over water that whole way.
Yeah.
And now we're about to have this bridge causeway going in right here, so there's a lot going on. I don't know what, I mean, that's interesting right there, right in the middle, I mean, that's,
The beach looks good from the aerial view.
what do you, what are your thoughts? Just right now, it's, I mean, we just use it as parking, I guess. but-
Do donuts in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
We gotta
it's
give
really
them something.
limiting.
We cut off the sand.
Because I've heard people talk about like a venue down there, and I think that would be cool. It's, the sun sets down there, it's beautiful.
Didn't we used to host,
Just the beer
food
garden.
trucks down there, like beer garden?
Oh, yeah, the beer garden
The
was
beer garden was
packed.
there, but it was portalets.
Yeah,
But that's what I'm saying, but it's just
Rotating
gonna, it's gonna have to be
vendors.
serviced by porta potties.
Yeah.
I mean, there's porta potties right across the street there for
Yeah.
Sands
Yeah.
already.
So,
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I think I'd love to bring in a park planner and to really think about that.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Because the
big
reality
space.
people get upset because it drains to the middle. What it does for a reason, it has to be that way. Because you can't drain off of it into the marsh. So it's gotta be captured. So we're gonna have issues there like that. So we have to think about what sort of use, whether it be passive parking, can we utilize that for?
I mean,
But I think it's good to have even for overflow parking.
if it were some kind of, like, not like actual building, but like a deck structure of some sort, even if it had like an elevated pavilion.
Yes.
yeah.
You
that
know,
makes sense. Yep.
that would probably trigger less regulatory stuff than a building.
Yeah.
There's always, little restroom shacks with stairs up to it so you can compost the waste below it before you get it out.
I was
Instead
thinking
of
like,
sewer.
what Safe Harbor has up there right now, one of those portable trailers,
Long right
one of those
ways.
air-conditioned portable trailers, it can still
then
be
nobody
pumped,
runs
but at
into
least
it.
it's more permanent than those porta
Yeah,
potty.
you can do nicer versions for sure.
Yeah, rather than porta potties. I like what, Safe Harbor has up there behind the shed, get one of those units and let it be pumped out.
I like like you were saying, the raised platform over there on it, being some sort of
It's just an
space.
open air event space.
Yeah, open air
Event space, exactly.
And if it's wood into it, goes with the boardwalk and everything
Event
down
space,
there.
yeah.
Didn't we have plans for almost like a semi-aquarium on the bottom and then event space on
We
the
had
top?
a two-story facility that, like, back when we owned the water and sewer operation, that would have bathrooms on the first floor, and then the second floor was going to be some sort of, almost like a bait shop or whatever else. Cooter did the drawing. I thought
seen
it had
those.
some.
I have it,
closet.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
got
similar
it,
to
yeah.
what Tybee Island has.
I've got the original Cooter's thesis project, or
I'll give
whatever
you
it is.
some music. I don't remember this, but I came to y'all when we didn't have any money. And so we can build this, but it's gonna cost us like $75,000 to do the sewer. We're like, no way, that's way too expensive. I was like, we couldn't do it, we didn't have the money.
It's gonna cost us $850,000
Yeah.
now.
That's when we could've run the pipe though.
That's awesome to
Well,
see
there's
that.
things to think about, yeah, I mean, that, like you said. I
So
like
we'll
that.
brainstorm
The-
it and-
The platform is some sort of,
Yeah, something you can use.
have like our own little wind jammer down there.
And we still gotta think about parking also, so.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I love that, with the
The
Sands Beach
overflow
Park,
for the boats.
how they added that parking to the Sands Beach Park, like along the,
Yeah, I'm talking about those boats and trailers,
Oh, yeah.
those guys, because when you
They
get all
use
those
that
boats and
spot.
trailers up there, they don't have any place to park. They start migrating back down on Sands Beach Road and parking
yeah.
out there. So we gotta think about all that too.
cool. But yeah, I mean, and then when you look at this too, it's nuts, because there's gonna be a big marina right there, and then there's docks coming in that we're building up there, and it's a lot.
Are we gonna have our promenade deck still?
Yes, oh yeah.
But that's gonna be,
That's part of it on the
All
other
that on the other
side.
I will also say, I was down on the beach a couple of weekends ago when the PD had forgotten to take the chain off of the entrance in the morning.
Yeah.
So everybody was parked, at the boat landing or in the parking lot,
for that waterway.
the beer garden parking lot. So just imagine that with even more growth along the port and people coming over there just to stop by, to walk the beach or whatever.
I just
Every
wanna
little
see
bit of parking
our
is gonna
own
matter a
waterfront.
lot.
And
Very
connect-
soon.
I wanna see our
Already
version of
does.
Henry C. Chamber, that's what I wanna see.
See what?
I wanna see our version of Henry C. Chambers,
Oh, yeah.
that's what I wanna see.
I wonder what they're gonna do to Water Festival.
Bring it over here.
Waterfront can't be held up.
I asked Chris if he had any insider knowledge, and he hasn't heard
Well,
anything.
we're the only place they really could have it.
We haven't heard anything.
But we don't have that Henry C. Chamber feel.
Well, what they
we'd
gonna
have
do,
to-
they ain't got it either. Now they got every sinkhole in
We'd
the
have to
world
work
down
with
there.
this.
They're gonna go right over there to Whitehall Plantation.
It could be a good opportunity for Safe Harbor to work with everybody. I mean, Safe Harbor's got their marina in the city of Beaufort. They could open up this field to some stuff. I mean, we could, if they want us to, I've told them we're really ready, willing, and able to make whatever
Well, I got that
happen.
big slab over there on the waterfront, that big slab, that's a perfect
can
place
do
to
so.
hold stuff.
But
a festival.
So Sands Beach, well, right now, we really just need to
Get the
get
cruise
this
buses coming
amendment
up there.
done.
Yeah.
Get the ownership of everything.
Yeah.
And then once we know that, and
601,
then
that's
Sands
what it is.
Beach Park, you're gonna.
601
we'll
where
get
the
some-
waterfront festival can be. That's
We'll get
601.
a cost. of exactly what cost we're looking at
Yeah.
for Sands Beach Park. And then we'll
Definitely a lot of parking space up there.
So,
Yeah.
okay,
Water Festival at 601, right there.
there you go.
601.
601 is
All
where all
day.
the buildings are, isn't it?
There's no building there
No,
now.
that's
It's a concrete pad.
Concrete slab.
It's a concrete
Oh,
slab.
601, okay, I'm
Yes.
looking at 501, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the dry stack. So, short-term rentals.
I think y'all were asking us if we could kind of ascertain what the potential impacts were.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't
yeah,
think we're there yet. We don't know yet, other than I can tell you that Amber's about to pull her hair out. because Despite the fact that we got this thing settled, there is still no clear process for proper payment being reconciled against the unit that actually generated the fee.
That's horrible.
And so we're peppering the lawyers about that, but I did recommend to Amber that she reach out to the other litigants involved and maybe work out some way to either set up an audit process or a reconciliation policy to work with the portals, because they know we're litigious, and say, all right, guys, we do not want to audit you. Just give us some background information on if so-and-so on 12th Street is rented, 42 times last year. We need to know that 42 times whatever the rate is times the fee can be applied to that
That's,
unit.
I mean, they know exactly who's paying them.
Of course they do.
And
They know,
that moves
they
just, I mean,
credited the
it's
money to
a,
them.
yeah, they're a pass-through. It shouldn't be too hard for them.
It
It's
shouldn't
an
be too
algorithm,
hard
right?
to do.
It's a clip.
We
But-
received our first accommodations tax form from Airbnb, and it said 0, as we still have residents, short-term rental owners saying that they're paying through Airbnb.
Yeah.
So there's
And they said they didn't pay
some,
anything.
they're saying that they didn't receive any, there was no
Well, the
rentals.
homeowner's the one's gonna have to do something about it, the people that own the short-term rentals.
It's easier for them to contact us than it is Airbnb. You cannot get a live person.
Yeah.
I'd quit paying Airbnb. Well, we don't wanna be in the rental business either.
Nope.
Well, I'll tell you from the ordinance that we passed.
Are any of our districts full?
Oh,
Have
yeah.
we had to turn?
Oh, yeah.
No, we haven't got, the left hand, or whatever you want to call it, I can't remember the numeric.
West side, east side.
1 and 2 are
They're at capacity?
We may not have gotten any applications, but I've had a few questions
Yeah.
about short-term rentals in those districts and told them they were already at
Full.
capacity. Yeah.
No, and I'll tell y'all, from the residents, I've heard nothing but great things about the ordinance that we passed, so I hope you guys are all still proud of it, so. A lot went into it, and I hear people all the time.
Best they give us a little time and we'll really know,
Yeah, cool.
like, yep, our collections are up, down, sideways.
Just
Just
like to know.
Yep. All right, multifamily developments.
What you got? No.
We already put that screen up.
I was gonna ask, I'm guessing for a part of, I'm sure y'all are looking at this, so just for my knowledge, going forward, because I remember that was one of the issues when we did the moratorium was, multifamily was basically everything. It was from duplex to 500 unit building, and so I'm guessing y'all are looking at like slicing that out to small, so this is your, petite multifamily, and this is your mid-size and your
Yeah.
large. So then if we ever do in the future need to do moratoriums, we can be more surgical with them and not just be because I do think
Right.
that those mansion apartments, those quadplexes, like those look really great. That like, looks like a house and you got 4 units in it, and duplexes are great, all that stuff.
Yeah, we have those and nobody thinks they're egregious.
Yeah, no, those mansion, they call them mansion homes, but I mean, they just
We're
look like.
changing the names of them
It
too,
looks like
so
a
they don't
nice
sound
house,
like
and then
that,
it
yeah.
looks like a nice house, and it's got, you go in, you go upstairs, there's 2 rooms, and then you go downstairs, and you got 4 units in one house. I think that's a great use of space.
Yeah,
in a
so,
town.
so we're doing things to change building types, setting aside single-family attached versus if it's attached, but they're fee simple, they're subdivided townhomes, that's single-family, even though it's attached versus a multifamily complex that's townhomes. So like Azalea Square would be single-family. Any future development where they condo the townhomes would be a multifamily.
Okay.
And then,
Because right now, under our moratorium, Azalea Square would be considered multifamily, right?
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't do that neighborhood under our moratorium.
Right.
And it's townhomes that people own, right? I mean, those are all single-family owners.
Yeah.
They just live in townhomes, which is fine.
So a lot of
Okay.
that will be taken care of by saying, and we're also doing, we're kind of reorganizing, so like, right now it's single-family detached, two-family detached, and then it's multifamily dwelling unit, and all of those other fall into it. We're gonna switch that up, so
Okay.
the categories for what makes multifamily don't include things that are the smaller, missing middle types. And it really follows the residential code, which is why I was saying, all the planners in the area have been talking about, how do we push at the state level to make those exemptions, or rather keep those 4-unit buildings in the residential code so that it's easier for a developer to do it. And it also comes down to like disclosures and things at sales. It's easier when it falls under this simpler, uniform code than it does all these crazy commercial code requirements that only the United States has, and it gets passed down from the International Codes Council to the states, and the states don't normally make big changes to it. And then I think that we can probably look at a unit cap to say this is a large scale versus a small scale.
Okay.
We are, one of the things we're proposing is a small scale infill development use as well, so that kind of takes care of that.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Anything else on that?
Look forward to shooting holes in that one, Noah.
Yeah, I'll start over in June.
I'm just saying, man, I'm pretty passionate about that one, just because of what it's perception as you drive into a town. The same approach we took with storage units and that kind of stuff, I think it's important.
Yeah.
And we gotta give it our most exhaustive effort,
Absolutely.
I think. I agree.
So, Town Hall, tell us about your dream
Well, Town
office.
Hall, you know,
Sam wants a view.
you heard that Noah needs 4 employees today. And, no, just kidding. So we're, you know, when we purchased that building, you know, we thought we'd never outgrow it. We had a whole left-hand side that was completely empty. But we've started to fill it up. And we've got, what, 1.5 offices left in there?
Can't go up?
And, well, that's what we need to talk about. Do we renovate the existing building?
I like the location.
Do we relocate because that property will be too valuable and could be utilized for something else? Do we have a long-term parking problem and that property is ideal for a structure?
Where does Town Hall go? On
Do we,
Remote
that's a
Road?
great question.
On
So
Remote
do
Road?
we,
On Remote Road
do we look at Rebo Road?
Welcome to your new town hall.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, do you
Then I have to
talk
drive
about
to town
property
hall,
here?
they have to drive the meetings, shoot, no.
That's also get you a bicycle. Get you a bicycle. You'll be able to walk down the new Spanish Moss Trail, and if we're on that, you know, down there, that end of.
Well, Pender Brothers is a good location for a town hall, you know,
Well,
you can walk there.
well, you know, that part of the property, you know, that were the thoughts was, you know, if we have something adjacent to the Port property that might be more properly utilized.
You can sell that,
and
get some
create
money.
real income.
Yep.
Revenue for the town, and we relocate to where we can build another facility on Rebo, more central,
Pender Brothers,
adjacent to the Spanish Moss Trail.
Pender Brothers.
Yeah.
Also have back shed building.
We have the back shell building if we needed to, sorry, Sean.
Where? No, we can't. throw
No,
Sean
he's
out.
upstairs anyway, so I'm just kidding.
Oh, the dance
to
studio right now, the dance
utilize-
studio.
But, you know, we have a long-term tenant who pays every month, so we're good. So it's just, we need to start thinking about that. Because,
That's not a
if, you
bad
know, he
idea.
has needs, we need to hire another building inspector, we need to,
If we did that parking lot, that's not a bad idea where Sean is right there in that parking, redo that parking in town hall, be right there.
we own the gravel lot.
Me and my
you know,
4
next
staff
door to
members
town.
will just take over. It looks nice there.
And then you got Safe Harbor right next to you, 4 lots right next door to you.
Where that fish thing is right?
Yeah. And that, and
And
gravel
just Sean
lot
can
right
come
behind the,
downstairs and,
Now, would you say do that as like join it or two separate?
I mean, we have, you know, we have options. We could change the roof line and we've had, what's interesting, we do have a second floor.
We do.
A town
Right
hall
now,
now?
it's- Yeah.
Who owns the land behind, when you pull in behind the sign, the Port Royal Town sign? up on
I
Rebo?
like that property.
Who has
It's
that?
Wendy's.
Yeah,
Wendy's
owned by
property.
Wendy's.
Triple L.
Maybe she'll bequeath it.
Wendy's,
Right.
Ms. Wendy's up?
Wendy's, like, pigtail, make Frosties Wendy's.
Oh, Wendy's,
Yeah.
Wendy's?
Yeah.
They own it?
Yes.
Are they gonna put a
Why
Wendy's
they
in
put a
there?
Wendy's
I think
there?
they got an option on it years ago and contemplating where they may end up, and so they purchased it, probably nothing.
The other thing is,
I hope they're not gonna put a
when the port
Wendy's in.
develops and there's potentially, you know, you come down past Town Hall and you can turn either at 8th Street where there is no street at the shed, or past the existing building where the dock assembly is. If you can turn right into the waterfront area there, Town Hall being kind of halfway into the right-of-way as the terminus of Paris Avenue doesn't really make any sense
No.
anymore. It made sense when it was built. You see it as you're coming down, but, so, you know, talking about parking structure, put the parking structure to the left.
Yeah.
And there could still be usable commercial space along Paris
You wrap the
Avenue.
garage.
Exactly.
So, we just, you know, we need to start thinking about it.
Yeah, we've said it for a few years now.
Well, Mary Beth and I
So-
will be on
Yeah,
council.
so we could, we have room for Noah's next
Talk about 100
employee.
years from now.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I mean, since
Yeah.
we can do 2.5 stories, we'll do a half an
That's right,
employee.
we're gonna
I
hire.
said, no, I'm talking about by the time they decide whether they're gonna
Short-statured
relocate. Town Hall, we won't be there.
The process of,
That's a good
how does
15 that's a good 15 years.
How does the process of this work?
10, 15
Like, how does it, like?
Well, I think.
Is it identify the property first, then
Get
build
one more year, one more year.
something for it, then go get the money? Are we trying to look at property that we own and we could build on or acquire, like the Wendy's lot? I mean, are we,
Yeah, I will tell you,
What's the
I've been
process?
through
What's
this
the
process before. We bought that building. The town tried to purchase what parking lots. And we wanted to utilize a portion of the property for town hall, but then have them invest what we were going to pay them in infrastructure on the site so they could do vertical development on it. But the owners at the time weren't interested in a one-time purchase. They wanted monthly income, so they signed 50-year lease of parcels.
Gotcha.
So we, you know, abandoned that, and then when that building became available, we purchased it, even though we helped build it in the first place. Well, that's a whole different story, I'll tell you all there. So, and it was perfect at the time, because we were able to renovate it, create a good space for, you know, council meetings. You know, we were here, this is where we met. And it was more than enough space for the personnel we had, so.
Yeah.
But we slowly started to fill the building. And we could renovate and stay there, which might be a short-term solution, because you might spend another 7,500 grand.
You're talking about the building we're in now.
We're in the
You're talking
building
about
right
that,
now.
the back area could be.
Yeah, we could do something, Hell, even the office that's in the back now that we were supposed to be the deliberation.
That's just money.
You know, that's gonna be an office, to be honest with you.
Would we want to look at that first?
We could, yeah, that'd be the short-term solution. Long-term solution might be where we relocate, because where we are now is more valuable to the town as a revenue-producing.
Right.
Commercially owned piece of property.
Yeah, I think.
You know, even if we partnered in the construction of a, you know, TIF, you can build a parking garage. And then, you know, we participate in, you know, revenue sharing on a.
What makes that spot so valuable? I mean, you can kind of glimpse the water, but.
Because it's adjacent.
To
Oh,
the-
yeah,
to the-
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That lot's probably.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's worth now.
Well, maybe we look into just the short-term fix
Well-
of getting you some more space in the building they have, because I think we have to do that.
Too
Tell me
bad
if
we
I'm
can't do
wrong,
something with this whole
because,
complex here.
I mean, to build a whole new building, that's like,
A lot.
how
A
many,
few million bucks.
how many,
A
and how
lot,
many years
a lot.
away? If we started now, we don't even have,
10.
we don't have like a site
10.
plan, like, I mean, we're 3 years away, 4 years, 5
Brooke
years?
will do a great job managing that project.
So that's what I'm saying. So to me, so that tells me that solution
Didn't
is
you say
long-term.
Madison?
It's long-term, that's what we're doing. We're just
So the
thinking-
short term, let's get
Think
you,
about our
let's get you
existing
some,
space.
yeah, let's get you some rooms in there and see what we can just do with what we have right now. And if we need to, when the budget comes up, if we need to,
Right.
you know, if y'all need to put up some drywall and
Yeah.
windows or something, maybe that just gets us, that holds us over for the next, 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
We can put a desk in the middle of the.
Well, just bring out a modular.
Because, I mean, I'm just saying.
Bring out a modular unit.
Because to build a new building, I mean, really, we're talking 5 years from now, minimum.
But
Longer,
at minimum,
longer.
you might think about, all right, we need an option, a piece of property, we need to
Yeah.
contemplate a property swap.
Yeah.
You know, and be like, all right, this is our long-range plan.
Yes, absolutely.
If you could put one somewhere, Van, where would you put it, seriously?
Oh.
Back parking lot.
Office looking out onto the Battery Creek.
Yeah.
No.
The back parking lot?
Lot G.
I was gonna say Lot G.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if we are going to talk about seriously
No, I
about
honestly,
making,
I think
about
a
making
Rebo
Port
Road
Royal a
location.
destination.
You think Rebo Road?
Rebo Road location, I mean, we even, I don't remember this, I mean, we were at one point talking about building a building at the Naval Heritage Park.
See, I mean, every big city that you see Austin, Texas got Congress Avenue coming down the hill and the state capitol's at the end of that thing when you drive
Well,
in. You can see it from the road, you know, those things are, that's what captivates
Look
citizens,
where the
right?
city of
It's-
Beaufort is, bam, right there at the corner.
I
Same,
remember
you same thing in the center of Savannah, you come off of, what is that, Waters or something, I don't know, but it's right there anchoring, you know.
Well, too, we don't know what's gonna happen at Naval Hospital.
Yeah.
It's a possibility,
Yeah, that's very true.
because your economic development.
Okay, I just changed my ideal location.
Well, does
Well, that's
does
why
anything
I-
happen
I
with
mean,
the
I
Naval
thought-
Hospital
No,
affect
not
Naval
concept.
Heritage Park? I mean,
No, not conceivably, but who knows what might happen on the 120 acres.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I like the location that we were talking about, the,
I
right
kinda
behind
like
the
right here,
flags.
this corner.
Like,
Yeah, that's where we actually, I may have a schematic for that.
I'll have to,
right behind the flags, I mean, you're driving down Rebo
Yeah,
Road.
that's what I said, right here.
Town of Port Royal, flags, town hall's right there. I mean, that kind of makes sense.
And we'd even come up with a concept.
Let's
plan to
commandeer
restructure
Dollar
the
General.
roads To make it a little bit more easy to move through. But yeah, we looked at that.
And you could have a building right there with the sign and flags in the front. Welcome to
Who
Port
owns that?
Royal.
Like, new sign, it's already
Cross
there.
access behind all of
Yes.
the civic buildings
And I can
along
walk
Paris
there.
Avenue, yeah.
Yep, I can walk there.
Well, and then you've got fire department, police department.
Right.
One of
Town
them,
hall.
yeah, there was the Trask, Marks, and then Wendy's.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, let's see.
And
if
we
we
had come up with a solution that's sort of shared driving to complement the Trask property, Marks property, and then ours.
Let's see if Wendy's will sell.
Well, that, they don't need it because they built their locations.
Yeah, exactly, so let's get
So
Wendy's
maybe
to,
they'll flip it out.
and let them know, and we'll condemn it if we need to.
So the next one is landscaping. I just think that we need to enhance our contract to do a better job of planting our outlying flowered areas. I think we need better maintenance, more regular maintenance. The bed in front of Food Line drives me absolutely crazy. I know it gets plowed over constantly.
Oh, yeah.
But maybe there's some things we can do to address that. You know, I just think that I want to beef up that contract. And I think if we can afford it, I think we need to think about it. I think we can do a better job of sprucing the town up.
I think you're right.
When's that contract come up?
we're working on it right now.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're gonna price it out. and-
Because it's year by year, right? When we sign them, it's just. for
We
1 year.
typically, like, we'll do a year or two with an option, and if we're happy with
That's
the
right.
performance, we'll extend it.
'Cause I
But
mean-
they performed to the contract. I mean, not perfectly, but for the most part. But I just think that we can do better.
So let's make the contract a little bit.
That's what I mean, yeah. Exactly. That's pretty straightforward. And
Okay.
then the easy one, parade policy.
Yeah.
We figure we'd wrap up the subject matter with that one.
I got
I think
one
in
more to add after this.
there are some examples that, I think Brooke and Lisa put in the folder for you. I mean, just gave you an idea what the city's policy is. The difference between them and us is that we own our roads.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my take on it, it's like, we need to have the conversation. Do we want to have individual group parades down Port Royal streets? Or do we just want to have community parades that we already have, and whoever wants to be in those can be in those? Or do we open it up?
Community.
Well, here's the challenge right now, on the ground. He's 8 officers short.
Right.
And there's even a disclaimer in the parade paragraph, if you read the legislation, that where manpower is available. I mean, right now, if there was money to fund SRO positions, we couldn't put officers in those schools. Because I don't have full shifts right now. And so I think, we do what we can for the festivals and events. When they're contained in the park, it's pretty easy. You assign an officer and it's a done deal. Parades are a little bit different.
It's the whole neighborhood, it's the whole town, it's the whole
Yeah,
street.
yeah.
It's-
And they've been pretty big.
And
Getting
we don't prohibit anybody from being in the parades.
No.
Not a single person, not a single group, period. The parades just present a whole different challenge.
I think the way we're doing it right now is perfect, if we can
Yes.
just, however, we stick to that. Like
We
we
can
have,
do it,
we have
yes.
community parades. Right now, we have 2 community parades a year,
Christmas and Mardi Gras.
Christmas and Mardi Gras. We got one in December, and then this one's in February.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's just like the easiest way to do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we just, we will probably come back with something that lays out what the policy would be this way, more formally moving forward. So it's just easy. Like I said, anybody can participate in our parades.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and that's the thing about,
Well,
we talk
we'd
about
never
Port
turn
Royal.
anybody down to participate on.
Port Royal's a community, Port Royal's a community, Port Royal's a, place for everybody, so that's why we have community parades, and everyone can be in them, and they're awesome, and it's not a parade for this club or that club, or this nonprofit or that nonprofit, or this, and
If you don't like it, don't
it's
go.
just everybody. It's
Go
just
down
the
and get a
community.
permit down in the city of Beaufort.
We have a big community party.
That ain't happening.
Well, and some of theirs, for the city of Beaufort, make a little more sense because they've got the cemetery right there. So Veterans Day, Memorial Day, like those make sense coming out and walking, past the memorial cemetery. I mean, that's what they do. So, whereas with Port Royal, we're a little different. I mean, we own our streets.
I think because of our, it
We're
makes a lot of
basically
sense.
we're just a
because-
little downtown area
Yeah.
too. Like, they're going down Boundary Street. We're talking about a neighborhood.
Yep.
I mean,
Right.
This is a neighborhood. It's an urban neighborhood. But
Yep.
what were you saying?
No, I agree with you. I mean, it does create a certain challenge that our police department has to, God bless them, whenever we throw something at them, they kind of untie it for us and make it work for us. And, how much it would probably present as an encumbrance in the neighborhood, we have to consider that too, right? We have to consider, peaceful enjoyment of one's property, and not take advantage of that. At a certain point, we start taking advantage of that. I think 2 years is great. They're both, based on the town's, kind of, not liking so much, but it's,
A holiday season
it's
and
a
of
holiday
course,
season
now
that we
we're going
share.
to spring.
The ones in Beaufort matter because we share that lineage with them. Our military service and all those other parades, we share it with them, so. I think that's awesome, man.
Yeah, we don't need
And
one or
again,
two parades.
if you want a group thing, I think we're to do that, right? Live Oak Park, anyone can go sign that out.
Absolutely.
We rent that thing out probably,
I think that's good.
I wish I knew how many times.
I
a
think
year
that's the
Live Oak
most,
Park's rented
probably
out.
the most used park.
Almost every weekend.
That's probably
100
the most
times a
used
year.
park, yeah.
Now, big events were police requirements, not as much, but it's all the time.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, is that good? Does that give you all enough you need for
Yeah.
draft? Okay.
Okay.
One I wanted to add, and you'd mentioned it before, and it's always awkward and weird, but thinking about the future, salaries.
Y'all.
And the reason why I bring that up is I'll say it because, we're always going to look bad. People will be like, oh, these politicians just want to get rich. I mean, I'll go ahead and say it. I think council members make $4,500 a year. I make $6,000 a year being mayor of the town.
It's about 43 cents an hour.
Yep, and so what it is we obviously, clearly, we don't do this for the money. None of us have signed up. They haven't changed that
For
pay.
30 years.
I
that
found
income-
my old paycheck
Is
from
exactly the same.
1990, from thing, and I think it was the same thing.
It hasn't changed it. So this isn't about us. This isn't about this council trying to anything. And we're even talking about modest increases to keep us on par with other municipalities. And what that is to me is when we go forward, we talk about this all the time. There will be other councils. There will be other mayors. There will be other people that run for this office. And do we want to cast a wide net for that? Do we want people that are young, people that are entrepreneurs, people that have their own business, people that are raising kids? They look at it and go, man, $4,000 a year, I can't make that work. But if we got it to something that was a little bit more, then maybe now all of a sudden you get that working parent is now running for council, whereas they weren't. You get that young entrepreneur working for council. And that's one of the things that I think makes our council so great is just the diversity of it. I mean, we all have different
We don't want folks
backgrounds.
looking at this also as being a job opportunity.
No, exactly. I think like the city of Beaufort, I don't know what theirs are. Theirs are like 12,000 a year.
I see that. I
Something
need to
like
move
that.
to Beaufort.
Yeah, exactly.
Pays the
I
car
think
note.
if you look at the study, I think they're between 12 and 15.
Yeah, there's something like that.
But
And
that's the
again-
way all of them around
Yeah.
are.
And it really, again, it's because at some point, again, we're not gonna run, at some point, we won't be here, and someone else is gonna run. And I want us to be attracting diverse group
Quality.
of people that really wanna get into it. And, like I said, one of the great things about this council has been the diversity of backgrounds, the diversity that we all bring, and to bring that, I mean, it's tough. You talk to some younger people, and they're just like, how do you even do it?
Yeah.
Luckily, we make it work.
Yeah,
'cause
council.
we care.
Yeah, council is 12,000, Beaufort, 12,000 a year and $50 stipend for attendance fees. Hilton Head is 12,800, Bluffton is 11.
Wow, so we really, a third of them.
Somebody said in public, right,
They didn't even put us in
most
the-
politicians are either doctors, lawyers, or retired.
Yeah,
You know,
well, that's
and-
true.
And you breed a very specific
true.
type of thinking.
That's right, you're right.
There, not to crash
No,
on
no,
the
no,
lawyers,
no.
but, you know, you miss a lot of the lower kind of hanging
And the way it would work
ancillary stuff.
is you guys, if you were to vote to change it, you don't get to enjoy it immediately. There has to be an election cycle that
Right.
passes before.
Right, so if we did it now, it wouldn't come into effect till next.
No, and if
till the
people are so
November
upset
election.
about it, then they would say,
Yep. Well, and again, I'm not trying to.
He's
trust
thinking
me.
about next, he's thinking about a future.
I've
Yeah,
done
that's
this.
what I'm
I've done this job for 5 years now. 4 years as council, 1 as mayor. Y'all have been doing it for a long time. You've been doing it for a while.
2017.
You know, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we're obviously not here to try
Hadn't
to
been
give
10 years
ourselves
yet.
raises and make money. But again, next
I'm looking at
election,
10 years
you know,
ago,
10
then.
years from now, who's going to be running? You know, 15 years from now, who's going to be running? And I want us just to be trying to cast a wide net and those candidates. And so, and that pay is just a way to automatically turn somebody off. They might be perfect and want to do it, but I don't know, I think if they're perfect, they want to do it, they'll figure it. But they, you know, they hear, oh, I make $4,000 a year. It's like, I mean, that's a shutdown to so many people. So, that's something I wanted to bring up. I don't know where we go with there. It's always awkward to be like, you know, salary.
To ask a question like that.
I know.
Thinking about your pocket.
I know. Well, and I will tell you once,
Well, we've taken on a lot more responsibilities and had a
The
lot
times
to
have
deal
changed,
with. And it's changed. It's
Yeah, times
changed
have
from when I
changed.
first came on in 1990.
people will say some of that stuff, but then I tell them how much we do get paid, and they go, oh my
But they're
lord.
under the impression that we do, and I'm telling you now, we don't get
They
anything,
go,
you know.
whoa, are you
I
all
remember the
crazy?
first time I
They were
got
shocked.
my first paycheck. They called me and said, where do you want me to send your check? I said, what check?
Yeah, right.
And I mean, like, we really get a check for working here, like for being on council? And they're
Maybe we
like,
could look at just when the last time it was changed, what would a COLA increase look like if it would have happened every year? Like what?
don't do that to her, she's gonna get upset.
Then she's
Like
gonna
what
go back
should
and
it be?
see
If it went up 3% every year, 2 or 3% every year,
I
like what
didn't
should
do it
it
to
be?
start.
Then she's
with.
gonna want retro pay, yeah.
I didn't do it.
So I did want to bring
But
that
I
one
do
up.
just, do feel like we deserve to have a.
You mentioned it at our last retreat, I believe, and so.
Okay, I've been
we
here
talked
8
about
years,
it.
let me see
Man's
what,
like, maybe I made a
for 8
mistake.
years, but I got a COLA
We'll
every year.
spreadsheet it so you get an idea of where, how
I'm sure we
quickly
should
you're
have gotten a
paid.
COLA though. Even if we
Okay.
didn't get anything, we should have gotten a COLA.
Anybody else got anything?
No more homework. You guys got enough.
I think y'all got enough homework for the day.
No,
I
that's
mean,
great.
unless you guys need more.
This was very productive.
Must-dos, we got our must-dos, could-dos, should-dos, those are great.
Man, thanks for putting this on, guys. I think I have one to go off of, but last year's was very different than this year's. This year's was very different than last year's. Exciting year, and it was cool.
Yeah.
You know, and now it's gonna be you guys mainly, not me so much. I just got here for, you know, kind of the some of the
That's
rolling and the
old-
pushing.
that's old, Jorge.
But
Stop
as you
saying that.
guys,
You've been here long
as you
enough.
guys see these
You
projects
can't
come
do that
online,
anymore.
I don't know how excited
Been here
how you
long
guys
enough
keep
now.
that in. I'd be jumping through the hoops right now. All that work, so good
Well,
work,
it's been a
man.
lot of work over the years to make this town what it is today.
That's fun.
You're not the new kid on the block anymore.
That's right.
I know, so I don't
Can't
have
keep
to.
blaming
I don't
the
have
other
to.
guy.
Yeah, I don't have to wax cars anymore. This is awesome.
No,
This is great.
I think like I've been here since.
I'm still trying to figure out where my paycheck is.
Council comments from anybody?
I think this was very productive. Unfortunately, they couldn't watch it live, but for those of you that are watching the rebroadcast of this, you know, I think we've accomplished a lot today, and great things are on the horizon, and you're included.
Yeah, I'll say it was just, you could tell it's been a good year when we got to the very beginning and Desiree Fergoso asked like, well, let's look at our goals and what do y'all want to do different going forward? And we were all like, kind of like doing a really good job, I think. Like, I mean, that was kind of telling, like, right, it wasn't just like, oh my God, look, let me tell you about all these problems. Like, it really was like, we just wanted to like talk about wins and celebrate victories and plan for this year. So that was, yeah, right out the gate, I was like, we really don't have a ton of things.
We've had more public participation in the past retreats, though. I don't know, is that a sign of not tooting our horn, but you know that we are really.
I will tell you, I mean, I appreciate the public comment, but I mean, when I'm out and about, I hear nothing but great things from people.
I do too.
And, you know, the majority of any negatives that you get are usually something that we can usually fix with a phone call. It's usually, you know, just
Some
go
phone
handle
call.
this real quick. And so, it's been great. Like I said, thank y'all for making that. That was my first
you,
year
Sam.
as
And I think it's-
mayor. Thank y'all for making it.
I think it's
Pretty good.
communication.
Thank you.
Communication is the key.
Yeah.
And none of us are any better than the next,
Mhm.
and that's what's important. And we realize that. We work together as a team. We got a great team here. We've made a lot happen in the last year.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and it's all because of y'all. I mean, the staff helps us where we are and helps us make sure that it gets done, so it's important.
And so this year, we will start to see the Sands Beach Causeway, that's going up.
Mhm.
Spanish Moss Trail, that should be happening this year, right?
Yep.
Like you said, the shrimp docks is gonna be more than likely next year. Hopefully we can get rocking and rolling. I'm just trying to think what things we'll see. We'll see the speed
Be
bumps
great if we
going
could
in
come
this
up with a
year.
list of those things to expect
Paris
this
Avenue,
year.
Paris Avenue will
Anticipate
starting this
right?
year. Yeah, just trying to see what we've got
This
going
year?
on this year.
Sands Beach Park.
Be great to have a
Sands
list of
Beach
those
Park.
things that.
Potentially.
Drainage in the village, asphalting of
And
the
what's coming this year, so they can look forward
alleyways.
to
Do
this
you
year.
think we'll see,
That'll be paved too.
Sands Beach Park this year?
Maybe.
You hesitated on that.
Okay. No, it's gonna be tough, because you said they gotta get
Funding.
back, and then we gotta.
Funding source.
Yeah, the funding source on
Maybe
that.
some
so.
grants out there.
Okay.
Well, if the price tag isn't too unreasonable, we may know before the budget workshop, and listen, it's gonna cost X. What do you
Put it in the
do?
budget, we can start on that this year.
Yeah,
And look
alright,
and
lay
see
the
what
trails
grants
down.
are there, baby. See if we
Okay.
get any grants for it.
Oh, we are, I've got a meeting set up and
All right.
see what money's floating around right now.
Mr. Lady, closing
Tony can
comments,
write us
anything
a
from
check.
staff? Anything from
Yeah,
Sean?
take a donut, a bagel, and a.
Anything from Tony?
I'll take a breakfast for tomorrow morning. It's
Thank
Friday.
you, absolutely glad you
Take
liked
a
them.
biscuit.
Anything from planning director Noah?
Nope.
No.
Good.
Noah fell asleep over there.
Dang, no,
I'm close.
All right, well then, I guess this meeting is adjourned.